Good morning. Please direct your attention to the stage. Our program will begin in 1 minute. May we have your attention, please? Good morning and welcome to the Hill Nation Summit. Our program will begin now.
The Hill. Trusted, credible, nonpartisan. Reaching policy influencers inside the Beltway and beyond. NewsNation, the fastest growing network in all of television, where left and right come to be reasonable. Together, we stay on the pulse of what's next in politics and policy. And today, we join forces to cut through the noise with back-to-back newsmakers, focused on what matters most to Americans as we head into midterms amid global tensions, economic issues, and technological disruptions. Live from Washington, D.C., welcome to the second annual Hill Nation Summit.
Please welcome to the stage the Hill and NewsNation Senior Vice President of Editorial Content, Bill Salmon.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. My name is Bill Salmon. I do work at the Hill and NewsNation. I'm so delighted that you're joining us here today for the second annual Hill Nation Summit. I'm so excited. I got to tell you about the unbelievable power panel that we've lined up for the whole day, really. I really want to just talk about the categories because there's too many names to read. Multiple influential cabinet secretaries, check. Big name senators from both political parties, check. Chairman and ranking members of powerful House committees, check, check, and triple check. In other words, the very people who are running the federal government at the most senior levels are gathering in this room today to answer some of the most pressing questions facing this country. We're talking about questions about the economy, about national security, about the immigration, about the tsunami of technological disruption that is remaking much of our workforce. Oh, and did I mention that the midterms are 111 days away? So there's a lot to get to. We're going to dig into all of it, but we're going to do it in a way that doesn't involve the usual partisan food fights that you so often see here in Washington. And that's because the Hill Nation Summit is that rare forum where you can still come and have an actual conversation that is civil, that is constructive, that is reasonable, and yes, at times, that is fun. We can still have a couple of laughs along the way. Speaking of things that are civil, constructive, reasonable, and fun, not necessarily in that order, I want to recommend to you the Hill Insider. The Hill Insider, our very first premium subscription service. We launched it literally a week ago today. It's brand spanking new. It's awesome, but you would expect me to say that, so don't take my word for it. Check it out for free. You can scan one of these QR codes for the next 14 days, and you can see the next level reporting, the next level analysis. And the coolest part about it is that you get to interact directly with our reporters and our editors every day of the week. For example, we have a thing called the editor's call. Literally, it's the call where the editor-in-chief and all of our top editors sit around and talk about what we're going to be covering. And you are actually in the call with them, engaging with them, so you're sort of in the room before the story actually hits the paper. So talk about the definition of an insider. End of shameless plug. I'll shut up about that now. But obviously, we're understandably proud of our nonpartisan journalists at not just The Hill, but also NewsNation. And it's kind of nice that you're going to be able to see so many of them in action today, because they're going to be interviewing all of the big shots that we've lined up for you. We do hope that you will not be shy when you see these journalists at the coffee break, at lunch break. Please engage them in conversation. They want to talk with you. Also at the cocktail reception that we're having at the end of this summit, which, by the way, is sponsored by the folks at the Beer Institute. So, ladies and gentlemen, as if this summit weren't awesome enough, we're capping it off with free beer at the end. That's how we roll. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to thank our presenting partners, Tokyo Electron US, as well as Pharma, for their very generous support in making today's summit possible. I also want to, again, just welcome everybody in the room. We have obviously some very important movers and shakers here in Washington, but we also want to welcome the tens of thousands of people who are watching on our live stream, many more who will be watching on NewsNation as the network dips in and out of coverage of the summit throughout the day. If you're following along the conversation on social media, which we hope you are, you can use the hashtag HillNation. That's hashtag HillNation. With that, let's get this summit started. I want to introduce two very special people. One is my colleague, Katie Pavlich, who is obviously the host of the aptly named Katie Pavlich Tonight Show, which airs weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern on NewsNation. And the other is Brooke Rollins. You may remember Brooke Rollins was not long ago running President Trump's Domestic Policy Council, which is a very big deal. She's an even bigger deal now because she is the 33rd Secretary of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Katie Pavlich and Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. What a beautiful room.
Yeah.
Wow, great to be here.
Yeah, bright and early. Secretary, thank you so much for being here. I know that your time is short, so we will get started right away. Last time I saw you, we were at the Great American State Fair, so that is all over. Wheel. That is all over now, yes. Unfortunately, for people who went. But the rodeo was amazing, so thank you for that. Let's start with this food supply issue that is concerning to Americans with this parasite called cyclosporiasis. I know the CDC and the FDA take the lead on investigations like this, but USDA has a big hand in food safety. What can you tell Americans who may be worried about things like produce at the grocery store?
Yeah, I think, listen, America still remains the hallmark in the world for the safest, the most affordable, the healthiest food. And obviously we're shifting into hopefully even a better era with Bobby Kennedy on the MAHA side. But as far as the food safety goes, washing your fruits and vegetables, you're right, it is an FDA issue, not USDA, but just from a food supply issue, washing your fruit and vegetables, being diligent in where you are, but our food supply, again, the best in the world. It's safe. We'll just need to be a little more diligent.
So let's get to some kitchen table issues. The Trump administration has been working to lower costs. Costs are a big issue for American families all across the country, especially when it comes to groceries. Yesterday, the Consumer Price Index for June showed inflation cooling more than expected last month. This is an issue you watch every single day.
We do.
What can you tell us about prices at the grocery store?
Well, I think the president has been very clear that affordability and the return of the American dream is at the very top of the list. And certainly, you know, the incredible numbers that were inherited, incredibly high numbers, I should say, that were inherited over a year and a half ago, working to bring those down. We've seen fuel hit some really good numbers. A lot of the food affordability, there are some outliers like beef and a few others, but for the most part, most of our proteins are down. Dairy is way down. Cheese and whole milk within that, of course, and berries and fruits and vegetables. So we are definitely moving in the right direction. Yesterday was an incredible, against all of the experts, as per usual from our perspective, who suggested it was going to be, maybe not much, if anything at all, the largest decrease since April of 2020. I mean, these are in the wake of the Iranian conflict as well. So the fundamentals are there: cutting taxes, less government, returning money to people's pockets, shrinking the size and the footprint of government. This is, from our perspective, how we take affordability back into the country, and I think we're seeing that in real time.
So another big aspect of high prices when it comes to government spending is fraud in the system throughout the federal government. You've been working to reduce fraud in the SNAP program, the nutrition program. You had just announced another bust of a fraudster who was collecting benefits under the identity of someone else. How much money are you trying to regain from fraudsters for taxpayers so that that money and supplemental assistance goes to those who really need it?
Well, first of all, a couple of quick important top lines. In the last administration, the amount of money that was going into SNAP increased 40%. And so you think, how is that even possible? I mean, you did have COVID, but at the end of the day, the extraordinary exponential growth of the program, and that was frankly, an example of what was happening across the government, across all of the different programs, but SNAP specific to USDA, which is our program. Almost 45 million people, when we walked into our roles in January of 2025, were on the program, but understanding that there was likely massive fraud. We sent a letter out within the first hour of me being sworn in on February 13th to all the governors, asking them to be our partners in this, because SNAP is an unusual program. The federal government almost 100% funds it, but the states execute it. But because of that, there had never been any accountability on the back end of that. And so my request to all the governors is, let's work together. There is zero accountability. We know there's massive fraud in the system. Help us find that fraud. And within a month, we had every Republican governor say, yes, we're in. And we had 2 Democrat governors say, yes, we're in. We want to work with you. The other governors and states are suing us. But from within those governors that have been working with us, and these are in mostly red states where there are a lot of guardrails already and less usage, we found 500,000 people that were getting more than one benefit, some of them 3 and 4. We found 250,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used. The amount of the opportunity to just randomly sign up and show up with an electricity bill or whatever it is, that had to stop. And so within a year and a half, we have found billions of dollars, reaching 10 billion soon, and we've made 1,000 arrests. And again, this is just within a certain confine. We haven't even really begun the work of fully understanding what this fraud is and looks like. It is astounding what has happened over a number of years under both Republicans and Democrats, how these welfare programs have really gotten way out of control in the fraud. And from my perspective, making sure that we're targeting those who really need the program and who really, not deserve the program, but need it as a leg up, as a supplemental nutrition program as they're working toward a better high-paying job and the opportunity to not be on those programs. That's what we're focused on, and I think we're making a lot of progress.
Yeah, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Final question, you've been a big part of Make America Healthy Again. Yeah. You are all over the country talking to farmers and ranchers. They're the ones who grow and give us our food. Can you tell us about the updates that you've done since you've become the secretary to ensure that Americans, through these programs, but generally at the grocery store, are getting healthy, nutritious food in their homes as they're...
Yeah, yesterday I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it was the annual meeting of the school nutrition organization. And I think there were 3,000, maybe 4,000 people in the room. And so the opportunity, this is just one example of the Make America Healthy Again, but the school lunch program, which USDA runs, feeds 30 million kids every day during the school year and 15 million kids every morning for breakfast. And so when you think about the marriage of Making America Healthy Again, the importance of nutrient-dense, locally, when possible, locally produced foods, what we're doing to solve that chronic disease crisis. You've got only 1 out of every 4 between 17 and 22-year-old who can actually pass the military readiness test. I mean, this is a national security issue. So beginning with the schools program, also the WIC program, also the SNAP program, ensuring that we are A, getting the best foods in front of our families around the country, but B, incentivizing our schools around the country, our nutrition leaders around the country to serve and source really good and really good nutrient-dense foods. It's interesting, when I was growing up a long time ago in a little town in Glen Rose, Texas, you know, our lunch ladies were in the back, and a lot of you may have the same memories, cooking on a stove, right? And making the food and getting it out. And it wasn't perfect, but there was a lot of scratch cooking is what we call it now. Today, there aren't many school districts left that even have an oven or a stove. It's all packaged foods and moving that out. And so that's just one of many, many big issues that we're working on making America healthy again. There's a lot of complexity to the system. We have to obviously balance. We are the breadbasket, not only for our own country, but for the world. So as we're making these changes, we can't obviously have the whole food supply system collapse, but I think we are making those changes. We're investing a lot of money in regenerative agriculture at USDA more than ever before, providing off-ramps, you know, to try to move toward, with the technology and other things, the more bigger opportunities to grow our food in a healthier way. Working in the SNAP program, working with the states to not allow SNAP dollars to be used to buy soda and junk food. Soda was the #1 purchaser of SNAP dollars until this administration. And so working together with Bobby has been an incredible partnership. And I think there are going to be a lot of really amazing historical changes that will have been made in this administration, Trump 2.0. But at the very top of the list, I think, is this effort to bring all of government together to completely recalibrate how we do food and nutrition in our country. And the central piece of that really are our farmers and ranchers. And that's, I think, the beauty in the big effort.
All right, well, Secretary Rollins, thank you for your time this morning and helping us to kick off the Hill Summit. And thank you for joining News Nation. Great to see you.
Oh, thanks, everybody. Great to be with you. Headed back up to the Hill. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katie.
Yes, of course.
Now please welcome our MC for the day, News Nation's political editor and anchor of the Hill Sunday on News Nation, Chris Starwalt.
If you want to know how expensive beef is these days, the amount of security that's with the Secretary of Agriculture is really impressive. It's really impressive. I think they were bringing steaks through later. How are you all today? Did you eat any bacon? Who ate bacon? Okay, these are my people. The rest of you, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with you, or maybe maybe you got bitten by that tick. I don't know. But get with the program. Okay, we have a lot to get through today. And I was just going through all of the cards and all of everything that we have. And this is actually impressive. I am actually impressed that we pulled this off. And I'm impressed that you all came. So I feel very good about all this. Now, one thing that you don't know, and either care or don't care about, this isn't as stark as the bacon divide. But Bill Salmon, the extraordinarily tall person who was up here earlier, that guy, who, by the way, George W. Bush nicknamed Super Stretch when he was in the White House press corps. Bill and I have a show. It's called Whole Hog Politics. We do it every Friday. We do it live. It's on the Hill Insider. I think I'm worth at least $6 a month. I don't know about Bill. I don't know whether he's really worth that kind of scratch. I guess if you do it by height, then yes. You might even do the premium for Bill. You have cards on your table. And what I want you to do is write down the question that you would like Bill and I. We're going to do a live whole hog discussion this morning. So put your question on the card that you would like to stump Bill and me with and have us talk about. It's a nice little sample of what we do and why we like it. Okay, if you were from Hodgenville, Kentucky, who's the most famous person to be from Hodgenville, Kentucky? Abraham Lincoln, that is exactly right. Hodgenville, Kentucky. If you were from Hodgenville, Kentucky, on my Sunday show, I always sneak in trivia on the Hill Sunday every morning, a little trivia, just so that we're better citizens. But if you were from Hodgenville, Kentucky, you would know Brett Guthrie already. And you would know him because you would be one of his constituents. But everyone should know him because he is the chairman of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, which is a really big deal. It's a big deal about not only just energy, we're at a time where we're talking about energy a great deal, but this gets into data centers, it gets into so many issues. It's a big deal. So he is definitely going to be worth listening to. And I know that my colleague, Bree Jackson, who is the Deputy Washington Bureau Chief for NewsNation, is going to get a lot of good stuff out of him. So, if you do not mind, will you please put your hands together in an enthusiastic, bacon-loving fashion for our next panel?
Thank you. So Hodgenville got it.
I know, that was some nice trivia there that Chris did for us.
Most people think Abraham Lincoln is from Illinois, and he is not. He lived in Illinois. He's from Kentucky.
We're already learning things today. So, well, thank you guys for joining us, and thank you for joining us here today.
Thanks for having us here today.
So we'll jump right into the questions. We had a chance to talk before we came out. We'll jump right into the questions here. And one topic that is top of mind for a lot of people is the Iran war as well as gas prices. And we know that Iran's nuclear program and its role in the regional conflict directly affect global oil and gas prices. Now, as someone who sits at the intersection of energy policy and national security, how does that threat in the Middle East, the escalation factor, into how you think about American energy independence?
Well, oil prices have hurt people. I mean, it has, the rising oil prices. Well, what I like to say is that we had the policies in place. Oil was about $60, $61 a barrel, to the point right before the war where people in the Permian Basin of Texas were like panicking that we're getting below the price our costs. Therefore, when we have that vast oil and gas in the Permian Basin, it's amazing how much we have. And there was concern in the price of oil had gotten so low. And it's good for the consumer to have the price of oil that low. And now because of the war, I believe Iran not having a nuclear weapon was important to do, so I think it's a sacrifice. But we can't dismiss that it does affect people. I check the price of oil about every morning when I wake up to see what the barrel was overnight, and because things happen overnight in the Strait of Hormuz and it really affects it. But it shows that Iran can't have control of the Strait and they can't have a nuclear weapon, and hopefully we can get to results soon.
So here in the U.S., are we producing enough to weather a serious supply storm here?
We are. One of our biggest issues is actually the infrastructure of moving it, so particularly natural gas and others. And so we are working on permit reform. We know that we have the vast supplies of oil and gas and energy. We in the One Big Beautiful Bill, we actually tried to refill, but of course now we're using it from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that had got drained in the previous administration because they're trying to lower oil prices before elections. And so we're using it today because it's a national emergency. And I actually flew down to South Texas near Galveston and went to see the Strategic Petroleum Reserve before all this happened, because we were concerned if something like this happened and we're on the low end of our reserves because the previous administration released it, not in an emergency situation, is very concerning and is concerning. And that's why we made that a focus of our efforts in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
And you just talked about permitting reform, and on that, you've talked about the need for bipartisan permitting reform to accelerate energy infrastructure development, warning that fragmented decision-making is slowing projects and putting electric grid reliability at risk. Now, what specifically needs to change, and how do you respond to critics who say that streamlining permitting comes at a cost to environmental protection?
So we don't want to change any standards. We're not, when we talk about the Clean Air Act, we talk about the Clean Water Act, we want the same standard. What we want is kind of a shot clock. I know we were talking basketball earlier. I think soccer needs a shot clock, to say that. I've watched more soccer the last couple of weeks than I have probably in a long, forever. So it needs to be streamlined. And so there's big talk of permitting reform here in Washington. A lot of it's focused on transmission. And transmission really isn't the problem with electricity, it's generation and making sure that we have ample supply of it. It's getting the oil or the gas, they do use oil in the Northeast, but getting gas where it needs to be, generating the power. So it's all the above. And so we're having discussions trying to get to a solution. We know there needs to be some transmission reform to get a bipartisan result. And the reason it needs to be bipartisan, in my view, is why I pushed it, is it needs to be stable. And if you can do a partisan bill one time, and then if the luck goes a different way in an election, it can be undone. And people who are investing in just investing in business, but particularly in energy infrastructure, invest for the long term. And if they think the rules are going to change every 2 to 4 years, it kind of takes away some of that investment, which we need to compete with. It's all about competing with China.
And I'm glad that you brought this up, because in one area that we're competing with China is artificial intelligence. It continues to advance, and the U.S. and China have become clear front runners in all of this. Now, is the U.S. doing enough to keep pace with China and stay competitive in the artificial intelligence?
We are in front of China, and so, but we have a slight lead, and I think that we certainly have the human intelligence to do the artificial intelligence. We're superior in that. Where China has the advantage is they're building lots of energy projects and lots of energy, and we're seeing states and communities. And I'm actually, if we do get to an AI bill, I want local zoning to be local zoning. So if a local community says, I don't want a data center here, they could choose not to have an automotive assembly plant. They can choose not to have a data center. But we just saw New York yesterday have a statewide moratorium on data centers, which is AI. You can't have AI without data centers. So if you think about it, if this really is the industry of the future, which most people say, in the state of New York, and I went to college in New York, so I get New York, that kind of upstate area, which would be part of the Midwest Rust Belt. I know it's not in the Midwest, but part of that. You know, back when energy was driven by rivers, you have all these, you go all over New England, you got all these red brick buildings that are on the rivers that are now either outlet malls or crumbling, one or the other. And to say, here comes a new industry, and we as a state are going to choose not to compete. Yeah, it's unfathomable they made that decision.
Now, we're going to dig into AI data centers a little bit more. I want to stick with China. I guess when it comes to that infrastructure, how important is building more infrastructure with competing with China? If we don't continue to do that,
well, you have to have the data center. You have to have the ability to process the data to do the AI. It's amazing. I was talking to somebody yesterday. It's amazing. It takes like a gigawatt of power, which is like the city of Seattle, a $19 billion investment. One's coming in my area in Kentucky to try to mimic the human brain. It just shows how complex we are, and to me it proves there's a God there. But that's what they're trying to do, and it does take that to do it. And if we put moratoriums on data centers, over-regulate, I don't want to be China in regulation either. I don't want to be Europe. Europe's standard of living. It's interesting, we were talking sports earlier, the Spanish team is in the playoffs today, I guess, or won yesterday, I think. I can't remember. Yeah. Something happened. But they live in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where my cousins live, and all the Europeans around, they come to New York, they come to Washington, they go to Orlando, and they, wow, America's an amazing place. But they go to a place like Chattanooga, which the average standard of living is far superior to what most people in Europe live, and they just walk around, we could have this in Europe, which is interesting. And the reason they don't, you know, their net zero, their energy policy, their regulatory policy, and you know, this is what going into this is bigger than just AI. The U.S. and the EU had the same size economy in 2007. We're now about twice as big. Now I know Britain left the EU, so that you got to factor that in. But if you look back and say in 2007 we made the same decisions as Europe, we would have half the economy we have. And think about how affordability today, employment today, if we had half the size economy. And what's real, and I've been saying that for quite a while, and now you see on the news where these Europeans are coming here going, I can't believe the standard of living in the United States.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, many communities do embrace the economic benefits of data centers, but there are concerns about the energy. There's concerns about the local power grids. Now, how should policymakers ensure that existing residents don't have to bear the burden of the cost of these data centers coming in?
So we have the ratepayer protection pledge that I think we're going to move it out of committee next week to go to the floor to say that data centers have to pay their share of the bill. What's been interesting about it, so we said if you're I think it was a 100 megawatt project, you have to pay for all the energy. You wouldn't believe all the other industries in the United States has showed up and says, well, why don't you just make that about data centers? Mm-hmm. So it kind of exposed the American people have been subsidizing a lot of big industrial development. And so we need to look at that. You know, people need to pay their fair share. But for data centers, we're going to specifically say it's for data centers, but they'll have to pay for whatever energy they're going to consume. It can't raise the price for others. And that's why I'm for local zoning issues, but to have a nationwide moratorium, which people on my committee have advocated for, it just cedes this to China. And Gary Palmer, who's my friend from Alabama, says this, and I believe it to be true. And you just have to listen to Gary. If you read Eric Schmidt's book, Genesis, the Google Eric Schmidt, not the senator, talks about the global battle for who's going to control information and data, and in the colossal battle with us in China. If we choose to take ourselves out of the race, which is a choice if people want to make, then the who controls AI is not going to be a superpower. That's what he says. They will be the superpower. And that, it's like losing the dollar as the world currency. I mean, it would just really take us out if we have a nationwide moratorium. I mean, we are ahead of China. We're barely ahead of China. I think we can stay ahead of China. But if we had a year moratorium, if we're 6 months ahead, obviously when we got out of our moratorium, we'd be 6 months behind.
But where do you find the balance? Because we've even seen data centers popping up all across the country. Even nearby here in Virginia has become a hub for some of these, a lot of these data centers. I guess, where do you find the balance in them popping up so quickly and residents having concerns about what this is doing for their property value, what this is doing for their energy prices? How do you balance
So I'm all for local control, just as I said. So if an automotive wanted to build an assembly plant, you would say, well, you can't build it here, you got to build it there. I think that's what the local folks should be able to say. West Texas is full of energy and it's full of these data centers coming. There's one going into Louisiana, a massive project, Louisiana. And so states need to make that choice. I don't think we need to have a national moratorium or receding that. But if New York, if this really is the industry of the future and the government of New York says we don't want to participate in it, it's very sad for the citizens of New York. And we have places in Kentucky. So there are places. I have an old aluminum smelter that went out of business, already had a 0.5 gigawatt of power. There's a data center, TeraWulf, is building there. They're going to pay 3% utility tax. The school system is already figuring out how they're going to spend the money they're going to be getting. And so I think once people see, if they do it right, that once the utility tax, the property tax, all this stuff goes on the tax rolls and the counties are going to be really successful. I think if you go to Loudoun County, which you were discussing, I think they have a surplus of spending at the county level because of the data centers. I'm not saying it doesn't have issues, and I'm glad people bring them up because we need to address them. And AI in general is going to have issues we need to address. But to say no is the problem.
And I see, I'm watching the clock here. The shot clock is running out on us. So I'm going to jump to this last question or this last topic, and this is name, image, and likeness. This has to deal with college sports. And so you've made NIL a priority issue, yet meaningful legislation, it has been difficult to advance. What's the biggest obstacle to getting a federal NIL framework across the line? So are you optimistic Congress can actually?
I'm optimistic we can do it. The biggest obstacle, it has to be bipartisan, so we're trying to, just because of the Senate and really the House now, but with a 2-vote majority. And the big issue now is, do you find, so people, the transfer issue where players are transferring continuously, where you have, I think Indiana had what average of over almost 24 years old for their football team this year, won the national championship. And I've had Coach Calipari, who is not Arkansas, but a great Kentucky coach, said, nobody's going to recruit 18-year-old kids anymore, because they have a known quantity and a 20, because we can steal from each other. He didn't say steal. I won't quote him on that. So I know we're losing time. So we know those are the things that need to be fixed. The big kind of sticking point is, are the students employees of the university? That's what's been the sticking point in the House. And if they're defined as employee, we want to define them as not employees, the Republican side. If they're defined as employees, they can unionize, and there are all these other kind of things that one side wants that to happen. And we think, and most of the schools say defining them employees would not be, we want them to be students, not employees of the university.
And I'm going to throw in one last question. And I think, so you've been serving in Congress for a while now, and I guess for people at home and people in the room right now that have concerns about just lawmakers being able to get legislation done and being able to just make life better for everyday people, what message do you want to say to people that are frustrated? Some people are frustrated.
I think we really can solve big problems. And so for an example, that's great, because we're going to talk about, I know we're out of time, but the KIDS Act, which is Kids Online Safety, that is a bipartisan issue. And we were able, Frank Pallone's staff, Frank Pallone, who's the ranking member of Energy and Commerce, and myself, were able to sit down together with our staffs, most of them are young parents, most of the staff people, to say, how do we protect our children from online? And we produced a bill that got almost unanimous support out of the committee, and then a bipartisan support on the floor. We send to the Senate. Hopefully the Senate will deal with it. But we say we got to put all partisanship aside, and we have to solve big problems. And that's a great example of one we've done.
Well, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot.
That way. You're not allowed to come back. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Okay, are you filling, I noticed that more people went to find bacon after. Are you filling out your cards? Are you asking your questions? Are you making it hard on Bill Salmon? I hope you do. Let me tell you something I know about Gary Peters. He is the only Democrat to win a Senate seat, to flip a Senate seat in 2014 in Michigan, a state that Donald Trump would then annoy Democrats enormously 2 years later by winning. Gary Peters is a person who knows how to win. He's not running for re-election. Will he say something that you can't, that just leaves your jaw on the floor? I don't know. I don't know whether that's true. But Joe Khalil is the correct person to ask Senator Peters these questions. He's my colleague. He's our chief congressional correspondent for NewsNation. I lean on him a lot of Sunday mornings because he's very, very good. Okay, if you knew that Crystal Falls in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan was actually in the Central Time Zone while the rest of the peninsula was in the Eastern Time Zone, you'd know him already. But if you don't, here he is, Senator Gary Peters.
All right. Hey, everybody. Good morning. How you doing? Senator Peters, thank you so much for joining us today on the Hill Nation Summit. For those that don't know, two Michigan boys, two proud Metro Detroiters up here. So we'll just be chopping it up together here.
Absolutely.
So I do want to jump right in, and I want to start off with this Democratic primary to replace your seat in the Senate. A lot of attention nationally has been on this race. You have a Democratic socialist-backed candidate in Abdel El-Sayed, and then you have a more establishment, moderate Haley Stevens. You did not have to endorse anyone. In fact, most people expected you not to do that. And just a couple days ago, you threw your support behind Haley Stevens. So why Haley Stevens, and why did you decide to jump into the race in that way?
Well, first off, Michigan's obviously an incredibly important state in terms of looking around the country and the Senate race. We really have an opportunity to take the majority in the U.S. Senate. If you would have asked me that a few months ago, I would have said I think that's highly unlikely. This is a guy who was the DSCC chair for 2 cycles, so I know the landscape. But it's changed. Clearly, we have that opportunity. But we don't have that opportunity if we lose Michigan. Michigan is absolutely ground zero, as you know, for the national race. I wanted to make sure we have what I consider an excellent candidate, a strong candidate that's on the ballot. That's Haley Stevens. I've known her for a lot of years. In fact, I first got to know her back in 2008 during the auto crisis and the Wall Street debacle of the Great Recession. I fought in my congressional district that I had Chrysler headquartered. And I fought aggressively to make sure Chrysler was part of the rescue plan, not just General Motors. Okay. Haley worked for President Obama in that. We talked, worked together. She was a real fighter. So she's a fighter. She's a person who gets things done, which I think is important because you got to hit the ground running.
You started off by saying you need to win.
Right.
So I'm wondering, do you think somebody who is more of a progressive, and we've seen Democratic progressives win, DSA candidates win nationwide in certain districts, do you think a progressive is not capable of winning a very purple state like Michigan?
No, I think it's capable. If you look at where Michigan is, we're a purple state. We were talking about it off stage. Yeah. We know it's like the real purple state where you actually have independent voters as well. You've seen that in my elections where there have been big splits between folks voting for a Republican than voting for me. And so what I see from Michigan, people like practical, common sense folks who roll up their sleeves, get the job done, thinking about Michigan first, not about getting on national TV or being a celebrity. It's really about working. And so that's the kind of person that's traditionally won, a person like myself and others who have won. And I think that's the kind of makeup of, but doesn't mean the other ones can't win, but I think that's a safer bet.
There is something going on in the Democratic Party. And you had these Democratic Socialist-backed candidates winning in places like Colorado now, New York, obviously. How do you view that? Why do you think these candidates are gaining traction and there is seemingly some energy behind that part of the party?
Well, and the places you mentioned are bluer than Michigan. Let's be very clear.
Yes.
You know, they're definitely bluer than Michigan, so it's going to be a different kind of test there. And it's not, to me, it's not surprising. If you go to red places, they tend to be more conservative and have moved more conservative over the years as well. So the same thing is happening in the Democratic Party.
So you don't think this is a movement it's just district by district?
Well, it could be a broader movement too, but you know, as to whether they're going to win I've always said, you know, the most important election is not the primary, it's the general election. That's the true test of what exactly is happening, because ultimately, if you don't win, it really doesn't matter. And so that's what we'll have to see. That's why Michigan is front and center. A lot of people are looking at, because it's going to be a true test in a true purple state.
Okay, all right, let's talk about you. So you have decided you're going to retire. I will not say your age, but I will say you are a young spring chicken relative to many others in the Senate. Why did you decide right now? Was there a moment when you thought, I've done my time in the Senate and I'm ready to hang it up?
No, actually, there wasn't one moment, because I've been thinking about it for a long time. So when I got into Congress, I'm one of those folks who actually believe what our founders thought about Congress is that you go and you serve for a period of time, then you go back to your private life. You don't stay there for your life. And so when I was first elected to the Senate after 6 years in the House, I said, you know, I'm going to run for re-election. After that, I don't know. And after re-election, I thought, you know, no, it's time. Appreciate you saying how young I am, but I'm actually the age where most people in Michigan are fully retired at this age. So I was going to pass the torch. We have a good bench. Our candidates are great who are running for the Senate. It was time to pass it on to the next generation. I'm not going to retire, though. I'm going on to other things, but I won't be a senator. I'll do something else, but still be actively involved.
Okay. As we were talking about, you took over for Senator Carl Levin, who is a legend in the state of Michigan. The Senate is a much different place now than when you came in. I think you've built a career on being known for bipartisan work. You've co-authored a bunch of bills with Republicans, you know, and chair of Homeland. But I wonder if you jumped into the Senate now, you know, yourself from years ago, would you have been able to have that kind of career? It seems like it's a much more divided, much less bipartisan, less functional place, to be honest. What do you make of, you know, how that's changed since you came in?
Unfortunately, it has changed. So, you know, if you just look at the last 3 Congresses, I was the principal author of more bills signed into law than any U.S. senator. In fact, when Donald Trump, in that Congress, the second Congress, he signed more of my bills than he did any Republican bills. And it's because I always find Republican co-sponsors, we work together, we make that happen, which I think is the best legislation, where you bring people together so you have stability. But I will tell you, every year it gets a whole lot more difficult. Yeah. Every year it gets difficult. It gets more difficult when I go to the House to try to, because I can't just pass them in the Senate, they actually have to pass the House too, as all of us know. That place has become a lot more difficult. I can build relationships with Republican members there, and I go over there and spend time. But when you walk into an office, if it's somebody I don't know, there's more of a kind of hesitancy to try to, or kind of a wall that's put up. It takes longer to break that down. I've seen that change just in the years that I have, and that's a really, really sad thing.
So I want to talk about the losses, institutional knowledge of the Senate that is lost this year. You're retiring. You're going to have Senator Shaheen, Durbin, they are gone. On the Republican side, people like Cassidy, Tillis, you know, we'll even throw Senator Graham, who we just lost, who did know how to work in a bipartisan way. Are you worried that as you leave, and with a legacy of bipartisan work, the next Senate is just not going to have the players that like legitimately know how to get things done?
I'm concerned, and what I see when folks that I've worked with, for example, in the past, who want to work in a bipartisan way, when they leave, they're usually replaced by someone who's much more partisan, and on both sides, not just ours, these too. So, and I think, unfortunately, it reflects what's happening in our country. Our country is just becoming more partisan, more polarized. So Congress just reflects what's happening out in the economy, or out in the country, rather, as well. And that's going to make it harder. And our republic does not function unless we find common ground. Finding common ground sometimes is not only is difficult, you actually get punished for it. Part of it's our media environment as well, that you don't get rewarded. If you're a common sense bipartisan senator, I don't get on the cable station.
If you get on NewsNation, you will.
I get on NewsNation.
This is our brand here.
But that's not what usually gets the attention, you know. And our folks will call, hey, Senator Peters just passed his bipartisan bill. Love to talk about it. They're like, oh, okay. Well, does he want to do news of the day and really go after so and so? Then we can get him on the TV. So this is a negative feedback loop that's going to be very corrosive to our democracy.
Yeah, it's the latest tweet, right?
Right.
So what do we do about that? And I wonder if you feel like you will have a role in that in retirement. It is in many ways politically sort of the challenge of our time, is that everyone's in their corners. Social media, I think, makes that worse. What is to be done about this?
Well, I've got to do a lot, and I think we don't have the clear answers right now, which is part of what I want to do after I leave the Senate. You're absolutely right. I'm going to be working on policy issues related to how emerging technology is changing the landscape dramatically of politics, not only in this country, but around the world. What are the ramifications for that? How can we try to mitigate some of that? These are not easy problems, but if we don't solve it, we're in trouble, and I think it's really the issue of our time that we have to solve.
Yeah. If you don't know, Senator Peters, the only senator who's actually in a for-real biker gang in Detroit. I'm just kidding. But you are a motorcycle enthusiast. So retirement, you said it's not actually retirement. You're going to keep working in a different capacity. Recreationally, what does that look like? Is that a lot of, are you doing the motorcycle thing, or are you going to be as engaged, reading the news, keeping up with your colleagues, lobbying in some cases? What are you planning on doing?
Yeah, well, first of all, I got 3 grandbabies, so those are going to be a priority.
Yeah.
That's a real priority. Motorcycling will continue to do that. We'll do my big ride like I do every year all across Michigan with my gang of 30 or so of us. We'll do that. But we'll probably work in academia, and I've been talking to some universities about policy centers, and what I'd want to do, though, is one that's focused on bringing people together, finding common ground. How do we do that?
Okay.
Kind of blend practical politics with academic research, try to find exactly what path we should take.
Yeah. So as a Metro Detroit guy, I can't let you off the stage without asking at least one auto industry question. And what I'm wondering is, as we look at electric vehicles development in China, they're trying to sort of corner the market now. What does the U.S. have to do, Congress, and really for Michigan itself to remain relevant and competitive in the auto industry? And how do you make sure China doesn't just undercut on cheaper vehicles?
Well, we got to make sure that they just can't dump Chinese vehicles into the United States. We saw that in Europe, what's happening, and these are heavily subsidized vehicles. These are not market competition here, so we can't allow that to be in the United States. But it's true, these vehicles are inexpensive. They're gaining traction in Mexico and Canada and places around the world. We have to step up, our auto companies have to step up. The other area that I've been particularly involved in is autonomous vehicles, which is also the future. The Chinese are investing billions and billions of dollars into self-driving vehicles, which really represents the future of transportation. We have to make sure we're doing that here in the United States, and I've been working on legislation to put that regulatory framework in place to allow these vehicles to be developed here in the United States.
You think we're taking that as seriously in Congress as we should be?
No, we're not. So I'm trying to get a title of that in the Transportation Act going forward. We've got to have that framework. If the Chinese beat us in not only electric, but in autonomous, it'll be really hard to catch up.
Okay, so we just got about a minute left. I want to leave everybody with a bit of a personal anecdote that I talked to Senator Peters about. A couple of months ago, I lost my dad, and he was my hero. So it was a tough loss. And he worked for the U.S. Army for 35 years as a mechanical engineer, civilian engineer. So we were going through his stuff, through his drawer, and I found in there something he kept, which meant he valued it. It was a letter from then House member Gary Peters, thanking my dad for giving you a tour of the Army facility in Michigan. And it meant a lot to me to read you thanking him, and it was a really personal note. And 2009, it was dated, which was your first year in Congress.
Right.
So to think back, I was a teenager at that time, but to think back, him giving you that tour, your first few months in, and for me to be on this stage sharing this with you in your last couple of months is just a really nice bookend. So thank you for taking the time to write that all those years ago, and I'm going to keep that forever. Appreciate you, Senator. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That was great. They got to go that way. Now they're getting it. It's happening. It's happening. We've got the mojo now, America. Okay. There are times that you might want to be the chairwoman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, and there are times you might not want to be. This is, FYI, a year when you want to be. This is a year that you want to be. That's why you're going to want to hear from Suzanne DelBene. She is from Washington State, and she is the aforementioned chairwoman. But you're especially going to want to hear her interview by my colleague, Amy Parnes. Amy is the best, and you can get her newsletter. It's called The Fight for 28. Nobody is better wired in to how the parties are choosing and what the direction for the future is going to be for both of them than she is. She's a gem. So if you were from Bunk Foss, Washington, it's true, this is the actual place. If you were from Bunk Foss, Washington, you would know her already. But if you don't, here she is, Congresswoman Suzanne DelBene.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here. I'm
Absolutely.
really happy to talk to you this morning. So much going on. I'd like to start back in 2024 and how we got here at this moment. A lot of Democrats really angry about how 2024 ended up. What do you think Democrats learned, House Democrats learned, anyone coming in from the 2024 race, and how are they applying that right now?
So I think it's important, actually, when we look back at 2024 to remember kind of what happened in the House. We actually picked up seats, which is something that's lost on a lot of folks given just kind of the overall dynamic. We won in 14 districts across the country that Donald Trump also won on. And it's because we have great candidates focused on the issues that matter, who are speaking very authentically where they stood on issues that matter, and very connected to their communities. And that's why you have, even in the election cycle in the 2024 cycle, we had candidates overperform greatly and win in these tough seats. And the House map is very different. Yeah. It's kind of a different idea. You know, you've got even pieces of states, unique dynamics there, and having incredible candidates focused on the issues, independent-minded, authentic. That's why they win, and that's why we actually gained 2 seats last cycle.
What was the biggest takeaway, though, coming in from last cycle? What was the thing that Democrats didn't do so well, House Democrats didn't do well, that you're trying to make better this time?
Well, I think building on what I was just saying of having candidates who address issues head on, right? These are swing districts that we are focused on in terms of taking back the majority. And so you've got to talk to folks across the ideological spectrum in a purple district. That's where I started. I first ran in one of those districts in a red to blue swing district. And being able to connect with folks who may have differing views, listening, and being very clear about what you might do and where you stand is why you win on those districts, and absolutely why we're going to win again, because there's more of those districts that we will win to take back the majority.
What are the kinds of districts, though, that are swinging back in Democratic hands, would you say?
So I'd say the purple districts across the country that we're focused on are folks who want to see things get done in Washington, D.C. They want folks who are going to listen to their issues, and we're going to talk about what they're going to do. Because this is about trust and trusting that you're going to have a representative who you may not agree with on everything, because it's hard, you know, kind of no matter what you do in a district like that, probably someone's mad at you. But it's about making sure that people know you're a listener and that you are focused on the issues and are very authentic in terms of talking about why you took the position you did. So that's what we have on the ground. We have folks deeply connected to their communities who really feel a patriotic calling to run for office right now, given what's happening, and who are talking to folks across, you know, the ideological spectrum in their communities And the number one issue across the country is the economy. Folks are struggling, whether, whatever, district you're talking about. Number one issue is people are struggling to get by, and they feel an indifference from Republicans, not maybe even an active, they're doing active work to make their lives harder, as opposed to understanding the really impact that policies that this administration and Republicans in Congress have put in place have had on the ground, whether it's healthcare, tariffs, what's happening with the war in Iran. Families are struggling, and you don't hear a peep out of Republicans about what they're going to do. And that's absolutely reflected on the ground and in the polls that we see in these districts across the country.
How much is this about Donald Trump and President Trump? A lot of Democrats have tried to make him an issue going forward. He's not going to be on the ballot, obviously, in a couple years. But how much are these candidates talking about him? Is there a focus on him, or are you trying to wean them off of talking about President Trump?
I think the focus has really been on the broken promises that have been made, not only by the administration, but by Republicans in Congress. Trump said on day one he was going to lower costs. Well, that's a big broken promise. People have seen costs spike on housing, food, healthcare, childcare, energy costs, now gas prices skyrocketing directly as a result of the big ugly bill and policies put in place by this administration and Republicans in Congress. Broken promise. They said they were only going after the worst of the worst when it came to immigration, and we've seen even more recently with what has happened in Houston and in Maine and across the country, the violence in communities from ICE. Broken promise. And he said no forever wars, also a broken promise, and we see what continues to happen in Iran with no strategy, no plan. So across the board, folks are saying, what are you going to do to help us? And you hear from the administration, affordability is a hoax, actually things are great, but when people look at their bank accounts or they go to the grocery store, things aren't so great. That's why it's not working, and they don't seem to care. There's nothing, when you hear policy from Republicans right now, you don't hear a thing about what they're going to do to address the affordability crisis that's impacting every corner of our country.
So you're using Donald Trump to talk about the affordability crisis, or are you trying to not mention him as much? I'm just trying to get into
No, I think it's very clear, like holding him accountable. Here's what he has done, but also Republican incumbents who said that the actions they have taken, the impact it's had on their communities. Look at, in California 22, David Valdeo has like the highest number of Medicaid recipients in the country in that district, and he voted to gut Medicaid. And so people in that community who are struggling, and healthcare is a huge issue and a huge affordability issue, yeah, we're gonna hold them accountable for the votes that they've taken.
Do you have, I know that it is, as Chris mentioned, a good time to be you at this moment, to be a Democrat, a House Democrat. Do you have predictions? A lot of people are saying the House is we're gonna flip the House. What are your predictions right now? What are you forecasting, if you will?
I am always that we absolutely are gonna take back the House and take back the gavels. And we have a broad map across the country. We're on offense in 46 districts across the country where we have opportunities to flip seats from red to blue, and we have incredible candidates running there. We have to make sure we keep our incumbents who are also in tough re-elections in swing districts, but we absolutely are gonna take back the House, and we're competing all across the country. But I'll never give you a number. I know we want a strong governing majority, and we're gonna fight to win in every district across the country.
What is the biggest mistake Democrats can make between now and Election Day, in your opinion?
Well, I think we have been very, very focused on the issues that are top of mind to communities across the country, the economy being number one, and we are laser focused on making sure we continue to address those issues, talk about not only what's happening, but what we could do and what members of Congress can do to address those, and highlighting the stories from the community, highlighting the impacts that we've seen from skyrocketing healthcare costs, highlighting the impact of tariffs on farmers and their lack of access to markets, the higher cost of fertilizer, all of these issues that are happening in communities, highlighting those stories so that people understand that we know what's happening on the ground, we know what's happening to them, and we know why it's so important they have representatives who are not going to be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump, but are actually there to do their job as a representative of their community.
But if you were tweaking something that happened in the past that you are trying to apply right now, what would that be? What are you trying to tell people? What lesson did you learn from, going back to my initial question, what did you learn from the last election that is different now for you guys?
I'd say that we continue to build, and again, if we look at those 14 districts in 2024 where Democrats won in Trump districts, it's about understanding how critically important it is to have candidates who are connected to their community, who are talking very directly about the issues that people in the community are struggling with. That is, if there's a secret sauce, that's really the secret sauce. That's what's so important, and to make sure that people are very focused on those issues. We're continuing to do that. That's why we're running ahead in districts across the country. That's why even despite, Republicans' attempts to gerrymander, do whatever they can to rig the system because they know they're losing, and they could, instead of focusing on how they capture the hearts and minds of the American people, which they don't seem interested in, they've been trying to rig the system. Despite their attempts even to gerrymander, and starting in Texas, we still have opportunities to pick up seats. In Texas 15 and 35, we have Bobby Polito and Johnny Garcia. Opportunities to flip districts in Texas, and folks like Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar in strong positions for re-election. All of the things they did to try to continue to change districts, et cetera, it backfires because they're not focused on the issues that matter. They're not listening to their communities, and people know that. They want folks who are going to stand up for them. And they're feeling the impacts every day, right? People go to the grocery store, they look at their bank account, they see those bills every day, and there is not even a tiny bit of empathy or focus from Republicans on what they're going to do to help working families. If anything, they're told, no, you see Trump tell folks they're wrong, that actually things are fine. They're not fine, and people want folks who are going to stand up for them.
What about the map going forward? I know Democrats I talk to every day are concerned not just about the midterms, but they're concerned about the larger picture, way down the road, beyond 2028, into 2032. How are you're obviously concerned about redistricting and gerrymandering and all of that. What are you doing to lay the groundwork for those elections?
Well, it's been redistricting that we've seen starting in Texas, but ongoing, as Republicans know. And remember, last cycle they redistricted North Carolina and took away 3 seats from Democrats, and we lost the majority by 3 seats. I mean, that's how close. We lost having the majority last cycle by 7,309 votes. That is why Republicans are so fixated on this. But we have responded strongly because we know that they've been trying to rig the system, whether it's through redistricting, attacking voting rights. You've seen what they've tried to do on vote by mail, and clearly the Supreme Court made a strong and correct decision, I would say, on protecting a vote by mail. But you've seen even more recently, Supreme Court strike down campaign finance laws. Our candidates across the board and our incumbents have been strong fundraisers from grassroots support across the country. Our candidates have been a stronger position than Republicans, and they've known that all along. So now they wanted to break barriers so that they can do more coordination to try to help them out. That's why they went after those laws. So they're trying to move things in their direction, because if you're not interested in winning the hearts and minds of the American people, then I guess their other option is to rig the system. We've been fighting back, and we will use every tool that we can to fight back, but also remind people about fundamentally, people want to pick their representatives. They don't want politicians picking their voters. People hate what Republicans have been doing. And so we have an opportunity, and definitely in the majority, to continue to advance policy like the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to make sure that we continue to strengthen protections for voting rights across the country.
What are you most interested in going forward in the next couple of months, keeping your candidates focused on what exactly the economy, what do they need to do in order to win, and what are you doing to expand the margin a little bit?
So I think number one, making sure people are in just a strong position, not only with the resources they need to run their campaigns, but get their message out. We have been very focused in helping our candidates work to get information out to people however they consume information, making sure that we've done media consumption research to understand where people are getting their information, where different communities within districts are getting information. And so, and in a world of a lot of mis and disinformation, making sure that we're able to get our message out and people know who they are, because when people know who our candidates are, and where they stand, we win. So that has been a very important focus, especially in a place where we have a very divided media environment. And trust is so important, so getting to the folks people trust to really give them that honest assessment of what's going on. And then, of course, remind people how precious their vote is and how important it is that they vote, because in the end, that's what's gonna make the difference in November.
Thank you so much for being here, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm like the guy at the airport. I'm just here with the cones, moving everybody in the right direction. Okay, this is your last chance to give Bill Salmon a hard time. Please fill out a card for your whole hog politics question. During the coffee break, Bill and I will engage with your questions, so please make them as difficult as possible for Bill, and somebody will be around momentarily to pick up your questions. And I'm a little concerned about how much writing is on that card. I'm a little concerned. I'm not saying that riding in the rodeo is requisite training to be successful in the United States Congress, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. Rick Crawford is the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. And I can tell you, he got elected in the Republican wave in 2010, but he enjoys the esteem of Democrats and Republicans. He is a solid citizen on Capitol Hill who works well across the line. He definitely keeps his eye on the ball on national security. You are going to be interested in hearing what Chairman Crawford has to say. I know you will. You will be particularly interested because he's being interviewed by my colleague, Rebecca Beich, who is the National Security and Legal Affairs reporter for The Hill. Okay, so if you knew that you could visit the Johnny Cash boyhood home in Dyess, Arkansas, you would know him already, but if you don't, here he is, Chairman Rick Crawford.
Here we go.
Here we go. Thank you for the fist bump back there.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, thank you for being here. And I was just going to dive right in with FISA 702, which for those who don't know, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, that's what allows us to spy on foreigners located abroad. This tool has been lapsed for over a month, which I know you've described as unprecedented. We'll get to the legislative battle in just a minute, but I would love to hear your thoughts on just kind of the environment we're in right now with this tool being in the balance.
You know, it's hard to describe because as you said, we've never done it before. So 702 is an important tool, and you described it very well, in that it's authorized for us to spy on foreigners. As the name implies, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is to collect intelligence on foreigners. 702 are that's the guardrails that make sure that what we are doing is targeted to foreigners. It's an important authority. The president describes this as maybe our most important national security tool as it applies to intelligence, and I agree with that. So we are in uncharted waters in that since its enactment post 9/11, we've never not had this authority. And so far, we have not detected anything that is problematic, but I mean, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know, and that's part of the intelligence world, is that we don't know what we don't know. So uncharted waters here. I would love to see 702 passed. In fact, we passed it out of the House, sent it to the Senate. The Senate could pass that package that's sitting there ready to go, and the president, I have every confidence that the president would sign it. But there are some considerations on the Senate side that I'm not privy to, and I'm not a member of the Senate, so I don't get to weigh in there. They know how I feel about it. I've communicated my sentiments on, we think you should just pass what we sent you, but we'll see.
So Jay Clayton is having his confirmation right now to be the next DNI. I know a lot of senators, especially on the Democratic side, feel really encouraged and like this is just going to open the gates to getting 702 reauthorized. But of course, this bill has had setback after setback, kind of apart from the Pulte aspect of this. I'm curious if you share their optimism that this will kind of get things moving. And I was also curious, you know, just within the House GOP, there's been conflict over this bill as well. I'm curious what your conversations have been like with some of your own colleagues who have maybe hesitated to support a rule vote to bring it to the floor.
Yeah, I think the conversation, it's always a controversial authority, and it has been from the beginning. But I think it's important to note that, you know, there are things that the president couldn't do without that authority. It's very, very important, and it's about protecting the American people. So when you really get down to it, I mean, we've been able to pass it with some drama over the years. I've been a part of it for, you know, my almost 10 years on the Intel Committee, and we've had some success being able to get it passed. We passed it out of the House, as I said. So it's in the Senate. The thought process was, well, we're going to send you our version back and we'll reconcile those two. Because it's so difficult to do, I'm not sure that's the play that gets us where we need to be. And so take all the personalities aside, I think it's important to recognize you've got a good bill. Could you improve on it? I'm sure the Senate believes they could improve on it, absolutely. But in this environment, maybe you don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's move this bill and restore that 702 authority.
Mm-hmm. Well, so let's move on to AHIs. I know you've done a ton of work on that, anomalous health incidents. Some people might more commonly know it as Havana syndrome. Mm-hmm. You really celebrated when Tulsi Gabbard withdrew 2 analyses that cast doubt on the involvement a foreign adversary might have played in that whole episode. I just want to understand in terms of moving forward, like what do you find to be the significance of withdrawing those analyses and sort of where do you hope things go now?
Well, it really kind of points to, I think, a systemic problem in the intelligence community, and that is analytic integrity. And that is to say, here's what analytic integrity implies, is that we need ground truth without a whole lot of any kind of extraneous bias injected into that analysis, because the analysis that is produced, the analytic products that are produced by our analysts in the IC are used to make decisions. They're policy-making tools. In many cases, they're in real time. Sometimes it's taking a little more time, but you can't afford to not adhere to what we call ICD 203, Intelligence Community Directive 203, which governs the analytic products and the sort of the trade craft on how you turn that product out. And if you're injecting any kind of a political bias or narrative-driven kind of focus to an analytic product, it's going to be biased in its final form. That's problematic. And so what we saw that it wasn't just about AHI, although it was very prevalent in the AHI intelligence community assessments or ICAs that were published. It was also true in other things, and we've had this problem going back to the Iraq War in the Bush administration, where if the boss is saying, here's the narrative, now find the intelligence and create an analysis that supports this narrative, we've got problems. And so that's not what we need from our intelligence community. That's not the analytic product that we need. So analytic integrity is first and foremost. I mean, it's an important reform agenda area that we've addressed. It's not a partisan issue. It is a ground truth issue that informs policymakers in the best way they can so that we're not getting caught up in some sort of a political narrative.
And so do you view the significance of that, like, does it open the door? Do you feel like this is the intelligence community signaling, like, yes, we are considering the possibility that a foreign adversary was behind this? Or do you see it more as a procedural, we didn't feel this met our standards and...
I think it can be both. Two things can be true at the same time as it applies to this. So yes, I think there was a recognition that there was a sort of a narrative-driven approach to the ICA in question. And then broadly, systemically, there's a problem in the IC that they recognize that we can't continue to have that approach to analysis that is potentially narrative-driven. So yes, we can address it. We're going to pull down this ICA and say it didn't meet standards. And then let's address the underlying issue. In this case, AHIs. We're 4 years into an investigation I've been integral to and intimately involved with, and I've been to the homes some of the cohorts and worked casework on behalf of some of these individuals because it is so important. And I don't think that the IC has adequately addressed this. I don't think it's not just the IC, it's also the State Department, it's the Department of Defense, anybody that's been stationed overseas that may have been subjected to an attack. I don't think that we've kept faith with our workforce. That was my issue. And so I want to make sure that our foreign officers are well cared for and that they're taken serious, and that we, that they don't feel like their careers are being threatened because they raise an issue about the potential for having been an attack victim. And so those were some of the things that we attempted to address, and in the process uncovered a whole heck of a lot as we were conducting that investigation, one of which was the analytic integrity problem that is pervasive throughout the intelligence community.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to move to Iran really quickly. I know you've been supportive of this effort broadly, and you've made clear that you believe Iran is a serious threat, but you've also talked about finishing the job. And so I wanted to know what that means to you, and then also if you're just worried about the impact the war, rising oil prices could have on the GOP in the midterms.
Well, I mean, so all of those things are kind of intertwined, obviously, and I check my phone on my commodity app, and I'm looking at, because I represent an agricultural district, I'm looking at the rice markets, the corn markets, the soybean markets, livestock, all that, looking at that daily, and also scrolling down to see what a barrel of oil is. And the volatility there has been, obviously been very present. Even when we see in real time, over the last 2 weeks, we've seen oil go down to below $70 a barrel, and then it wasn't manifest in the marketplace. We were still paying the same price. Yet, barrel of oil goes up to $90 a barrel, and immediately we see the price go up. There's a problem with how this is manifest in the marketplace. The president has addressed that. He's trying to take steps to get after that problem and make the retailers be a little more responsive to real market prices as it applies to a barrel of oil. That said, big picture, Iran, what's the end game there, and what does finishing the job look like? Finishing the job, I think, there are three things that have to be addressed. One is the Strait of Hormuz cannot be allowed to be used by the Iranian, the IRGC as leverage. They've been using the Strait of Hormuz now for 47 years as leverage against the rest of the world, trying to throttle the price of a barrel of oil coming out of the Persian Gulf. And it has bought them strategic time to develop ballistic missiles and the nuclear capability. So first and foremost, Strait of Hormuz has to be open for safe transit for anybody that wants to transit that for legitimate business. Second, ballistic missile capability has to be dismantled. Can't have it. And then third, obviously the nuclear capability, they can never have a nuclear weapon. Those are the three things I think that the president is most concerned about. Those are the three things I'm the most concerned about. And I think that's going to be the end state, is when those three issues are adequately addressed.
Do you have any kind of, forecast, hope in terms of timelines for potentially coming to a resolution? Like what do you think is a realistic timeline for accomplishing those two big tasks?
You're probably getting into, now that strategic area that's I'm not going to play a role in kind of trying to define what that timeline is, but recognizing that I think that the president didn't engage in this with a political focus. I mean, because if he did, who wants to start kinetic action as we're, facing a midterm election? So I think there was an earnest concern on his part that for the sake of the United States, our allies in the region, and really, the entire global community, that this threat of Iran had to be dealt with, and he was willing to do it. And so I think credit where credit's due. He's been, in a long line of presidents, he's been the only one that actually said, not on my watch. And I can tell you this, and I'm a big fan of Ronald Reagan, grew up in the Cold War, served in the military under Ronald Reagan, and as much as he did to counter Iran, he never went this far. And had he done so, 1988, when the Iranians mined the Strait of Hormuz, and the USS Samuel B. Roberts was struck by one of those mines, he launched some kinetic strikes. That was not a finished job. He should have finished in 1988, and probably 9/11 might not have happened had that been the case. So we never really think as long-term strategically as we should. That's been kind of emblematic of the United States in military and foreign entanglements. But the president said, look, this threat has to be addressed, and he's not going to allow it to continue on his watch. I respect that. I admire his courage for that. And as big a fan as I am of Ronald Reagan, that was where he fell short, in my opinion, that we could have probably staved off a heck of a lot of bad things that came as a result of Iran having unchecked power in the region.
We only have a few minutes left, but I just would hate to not get to this question because food security is national security. I know you were very involved in calling for SNAP beneficiaries to be able to use those benefits to purchase hot rotisserie chickens. And even though that's gotten a lot of bipartisan support, it's also elevated some calls to expand SNAP benefits to more hot foods. I just wanted to know sort of why this is important to you, but also if you would be open to expanding, the idea of expanding this to more types of foods.
Well, I think what we've done is we've hit the sweet spot here with hot rotisserie chicken in that it is an ingredient. And so I actually did a video on this. I cook all the time, took a hot rotisserie chicken, did a video on how I turned it into chicken enchilada casserole. That's a value for people that are relying on SNAP benefits. Number one, in many cases, they don't have a lot of experience cooking and preparing foods, and they rely on these kinds of things. But let's couple that expanded purchasing power with a little bit of education to get them to a point where we know how to not only deliver value from the standpoint of economic value, but also nutritional value as it applies to feeding their families. So we can and should do more. At this point, I think we've gone to as far as we need to on the hot food side. But I'm open to other conversations, but I think this was a really good spot for us.
All right, well, I want to try those enchiladas, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Look at how good they were. They just went right off. They didn't even have to worry about it. Okay, we are picking up steam, but there is a break ahead, I promise you. And we're going to do it all, and we're going to answer your questions. Okay. The chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, guy who represents the spiciest slice of the island of Manhattan, Adriano Espaillat. You may have seen him in the news recently. He had a primary. I will leave it to my colleague, Libby Dean, to ask him about that. But he's a guy who knows, and he's a guy who's right at the intersection of what's going on in the Democratic Party right now. He's definitely worth hearing from. So if you knew that Alexander Hamilton lived the end of his life, and you know how that ended for him, it wasn't super, in what is now called Hamilton Heights, New York, the same as this hotel, you would know him already, but here comes Chairman Adriano Espaillat.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here, and also a big thanks to the congressman for giving his time. We've got a clock in front of us. I got about 13 minutes. I want to pack a lot into it, but I also feel like Congressman here is going to give us more of a candid version of events over on Capitol Hill than anyone who is going to take the stage today, because you've only got a couple months left, and then you're going to be free. I want to just start with, I mean, you've spent a decade serving the people of New York's 13th congressional district. What do you think is your biggest accomplishment in that decade?
Well, first, I think that immigration has been an issue that has been sort of like lurking around us for a decade. And so some of the fights that we've had in the courts, I think, proved to be very successful. Our ability to have oversight, for example, of the detention centers, our amicus brief to protect the 14th Amendment, and I think that was critical given the recent decision by the court, and other legal action as well as legislative action that we had, and teaching really Washington, right, how to fight. I think the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has taught Washington how to fight for immigration.
And you've really been a leader. I mean, you're obviously the chairman of the Hispanic Caucus, and I do want to get into some of the news of day, because there's a lot of developments with these ICE-involved shootings, not only in Maine, but in Houston. We were just talking backstage about this plan you have to travel down to Houston. Tell me more about that.
Everybody's seeing what's happening across the nation, really, not just Houston. ICE is an agency that's gripped with a culture of violence, very aggressive it's almost violence is endemic in the very DNA of it right now. And I think it needs to be dismantled, and we need to have a deep discussion about the future of that agency or any enforcement with regards to immigration. And we're going down to Houston to have a field hearing regarding the death of Araujo. We've also had another killing in Maine where you saw a little girl, a 3-year-old little girl in her Blue Jays pajamas, watch her father being killed. And in 15 years, she'll be 18 years old, a U.S. citizen and a voter. And I think she will ask herself, who had my back then? Who had my back? Who took care of me as they took my father away from me? That's a fundamental question that America must ask itself right now. And so we're going to have this hearing and hear from witnesses, see the evidence is there, and get to the bottom of this. What's going on with this rogue agency? They're shooting people in the streets in America.
I want to pivot back to your primary loss. I was watching actually your debate that you did with Avila Chevalier. What do you think is her biggest thing that she needs to tackle when she heads into lead, if she does head into lead, the congressional district?
The congressional district is a very diverse district. It has Harlem in it, which is the capital of the African diaspora in the world. I urge you to visit Harlem. Not just the Apollo, but the side streets too. It has Washington Heights, where I'm from, and you've seen the movie In the Heights, so get your dancing shoes together if you go up there. And it has, as was said here, Hamilton Heights, but also the Bronx. So it's a very diverse district with different needs, different challenges, often competing interests. And I think the person that represents that district has to be able to balance all of these interests and all of these dynamics. But it's truly one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting district in the country.
Do you think that your primary loss was more a rejection of your record or more the party moving so far to the left with choosing this candidate in this primary?
Well, anytime you lose by a close margin, you have a dozen good reasons why it happened on a given day.
Do you want to give me some of those reasons?
It rained that day, and you go down the line, and you have legitimate, and all legitimate, by the way, on a given day. So I would not venture into that. I'd rather venture into my 10 years of commitment for the people in that district and the love that I feel for it.
What do you think voters were trying to say when they picked her?
Yeah, voters will say they will vote for a different candidate for a host of different reasons.
What would be the top reason you think why they picked her?
You know, she was someone that came out of the Columbia University campus. So maybe they looked at that. Maybe a newer voice versus somebody that grew up in that district and that knew every corner, every street, every person of that district. So it's a matter of choices, and people have different reasons for choosing a candidate.
And the candidate they chose was backed by New York City's mayor, Mamdani, and there was a lot of candidates who ultimately won their primaries because of that. I was thinking, prepping for this interview, I was curious if you ever spoke with Mamdani before he made that endorsement, or what you really make of his leadership in the biggest city in our country.
We spoke for some time. I had a working relationship with him, endorsed him during the general election. We spoke, and he did confide in me that he was going to do that. His leadership is one, I think, that will be determined as we go forward. New York City is a complex city. I think that some of the things that he's done are good things right now, but much more needs to be done to move the city forward, and we'll see what that is.
I mean, we're talking about Mamdani's leadership. I think another question, given you're in Congress, is about the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries. And the endorsed candidates that he picked, Mamdani won in New York, and it seems like there was this loss of grip from Jeffries. What is your thoughts on his grip on the Democratic Party right now?
I think he's a great leader. I think New York City would be particularly Harlem, will be very proud to have Jeffries, although I'll give him a pass. He's from Brooklyn, but I think that New York City will be and the country will be very proud to have somebody, the first African-American Speaker of the House of Representatives. It's historic, not just because of the historic nature of it. I think because of his demeanor, his leadership style. I think he listens, and I think he will be a great leader for the House of Representatives.
Who would you say is the leader of the Democratic Party right now, the loudest voice who you think is gaining traction?
There's lots of voices. We're a big 10 party, and we have dozens of caucuses. We're never shy of any opinion. It is a big ship that needs to come to shore, and the captain of that ship must be one that listens to all the voices within the party and reconciles our differences. And that's often very difficult to do, to bring forward consensus. But I think that Hakeem is a great leader, of course, and I think that he will serve the House of Representatives well as Speaker.
I was watching your debate that you did with your primary challenger, and one thing that kept coming up, I think from you, was talking about these social media posts that she had made that were pretty controversial, and I actually don't think that they got into a lot of what she had said. She had allegedly said that she wipes her dirty hands on the American flag, and I don't think you've ever been directly asked about your thoughts on that, if you want to tell me.
Oh, no, I don't want to sort of like debate again. The primary is over, and the voters have spoken. And so any responsible leader accepts the results and moves forward. But they were troubling, and to many people in the district, they were troubling tweets. And perhaps her lack of a record, an established record anywhere else, led everybody else to focus on those tweets, as opposed to, for example, myself, I have a 30-year history in public service, and you can sort of like pick the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, I think your biography is really interesting, and a lot of people potentially don't know in this room. I mean, you came to this country from the Dominican Republic. You were the first undocumented immigrant to serve in Congress. So I think we need to talk about ICE and the ICE-involved shootings a little bit more. I know we did a bit off the top. What we saw from ICE yesterday, first of all, just your reactions to the last two.
First, I am from the DR, and I'm not a shortstop, right? So, surprise. But yes, the ICE shootings are very troubling. And I visited Minnesota, I visited Chicago, and I saw how communities organized themselves there to prepare themselves in the event that ICE, for example, will be on school grounds. How would parents prepare themselves as they're taking their kids to school or picking them up if they find out that ICE is on school grounds? And they came up with things like a soft lockdown of schools. They came in with ideas of virtual learning for those families that were afraid to take their kids to schools. But this is far more serious than anything else. These shootings, you're talking about ICE pursuing the wrong vehicle, and shooting a person dead who had a work permit. Not someone that perhaps was here irregularly, but someone that was here with a work permit, someone that none of them had any criminal record. So this is a pervasive and I think endemic behavior of an agency that has taken the wrong turn.
A lot of Americans want answers for what happened, not only in Houston and Maine, and some of those answers usually come from these agents wearing body cameras. But what we've learned is that they weren't wearing body cameras. And I was speaking with Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, yesterday about this, and he said that the delay in them having not worn these body cameras was because of the Democratic shutdown, as he put it. That the reason these agents didn't have them on was because the deployment of them was
No, that's a cheap excuse. I am the author of the body camera bill, and the body camera bill was piloted during the Biden administration. I think it should be codified. I think it should be law. I think that it should be a permanent directive to both ICE and Border Patrol to wear body cameras. Of course, there's a protocol that follows that tells you when the body camera should be on. It should be on at all time. Access to film footage, how do you do it? How do you get it? Because that's often evidence. By the way, not just for a tragic shooting like what occurred, but for any criminal activity or any pursuit that may come into question in a court of law, that film footage is accessible as evidence. So that should be codified, and it should be the law of the land. It shouldn't be a pilot project, and it shouldn't be haphazardly applied. And certainly the excuse is just a cheap excuse.
I should have given you more time for this answer because I think a lot of people in this room want to know, and your staff might want to know. I was talking to them, what are you going to do now that you're done with Congress?
Well, maybe I play shortstop for the New York Yankees.
That could be in the cards.
My future, I think, will continue to be helping people because that's what I love to do. And I am sure my next chapter will be an exciting one. Well, let's see what it brings.
Let's see, somewhere in New York in some capacity. I mean, you've been there for so long.
Let's see what happens, but I am pretty much committed to helping people, and I will continue to do that.
All right, guys. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe shortstop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I really appreciate it. We're gonna...
Those are A+ students right there, right off the correct side of the stage. It makes me very, very happy. Okay, you know what we say in television? We say, and now for a word from our sponsor. I want you to please welcome Mark Doherty. He is the president of Tokyo Electron US, and that's why you see TEL on all of this signage here. And he's going to have a conversation with contributing editor Kathleen Koch. Put your hands together.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Mark. Thanks for joining us. So these days when people talk about chips, they're usually talking about NVIDIA and the super high-end chips fueling the AI boom. But I think, as everyone knows, the chip world it's a lot bigger than that, right? A lot more complicated. So for folks who may not know about Tokyo Electron, or in other words, TEL, or TEL, can you walk us through where you fit in the semiconductor industry, and also help us understand how much broader and intertwined it is?
Certainly. Well, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here representing Tokyo Electron. The industry as a whole, like many, is very complex, and so you have to think about the entire spectrum of supply chain all the way from material through end customer. Certainly there's been an evolution in our industry in terms of what is driving growth. At one time, it was mobility segment, and that was really the driver. Now we've clearly shifted into artificial intelligence as the driver. Where does Tokyo Electron fit? So from a fundamental technology standpoint, as the end customers define the solution that's necessary, that translates then down to materials and process technology that has to enable that solution. Where Tokyo Electron fits is we are a provider of the silicon processing equipment or semiconductor manufacturing equipment that enables those chip manufacturers to provide those solutions to the end customer. So we have a very broad portfolio of process equipment that speaks to about half of the overall market.
Now, I understand your equipment is so pervasive, right, that every chip in every phone in this room passed through TEL equipment, right?
I'm confident that that is correct, yes, because of the broad spectrum of solutions that we offer. And in a few segments, I would say quite strong. It is not an overestimate at all to say that everything that is enabled, each person's phone here today definitely passed through a Tokyo Electron piece of equipment.
Fascinating. So obviously, TEL is a Japanese company, but you have been here in the United States for more than 30 years. You have roughly 3,500 employees at sites in 11 states. Why is TEL so committed to growing operations here, and do you plan to continue that into the future? And I'm asking that because I don't know if any of you heard the statistic. A survey in 2025 found that roughly 1 in 5 international manufacturers last year, 1 in 5, so 20%, withdrew operations or scaled back their presence in the U.S.
Yeah, so as you noted, Tokyo Electron has been conducting business in the United States for well over 30 years. Tokyo Electron US has existed as an entity for over 30 years. The purpose behind that is going back into the early 1990s, the growth and strength of the industry at that point in time. And so at that point, we made the decision to operate directly in the United States in order to be able to most effectively support our customers and ensure their success. While the sales and service portion of our business is the largest portion of that 3,500 number that you mentioned, we also quite uniquely have a very large research and development footprint here in the United States. It's the largest one outside of our operations in Japan. And then also, quite uniquely, we operate the only product development and manufacturing mission outside of Japan. That's based up in Minnesota, outside the Twin Cities. So in terms of our commitment to the market, we really have, I would say, at least three reasons to want to continue to do that. Feeding future roadmap through R&D, providing new leading-edge solutions to manufacturers, and certainly, as we're now all aware, the renaissance reinvestment in semiconductor manufacturing at the leading edge, at scale, serves for us as a validation of what our long-term strategy has been. Those investments in R&D and manufacturing actually go back over 20 years. So we believe that we have had the foresight and the intent around ensuring customer success, and that having a very robust, strong, and growing presence here in the United States is a big part of that.
Let's talk about AI. Now, I know there's a lot of concern, anxiety in the United States, around the world, really, regarding workers being displaced by AI. But I understand that at TEL, the opposite is actually happening, at least in your large-scale manufacturing and engineering operations. So how is the AI boom actually creating demand for American workers in the semiconductor space?
Yeah, you said it exactly correctly. We fundamentally believe that the adoption of AI in a pervasive manner really can only lead to overall economic development and growth, and that ultimately that is going to lead to opportunities across the entire employment chain. So for us, we think of a bit of a virtuous cycle. As we enable the technologies that can then be used to bring AI to bear practically, we also then have the opportunity to adopt those methods into our own R&D and manufacturing efforts. So as we think about the entire product lifecycle, all the way from fundamental research to manufacturing design, large-scale production, support for our customers in the field, each one of those missions requires and can benefit from adoption of AI. In fact, we think of it as a way that we can help to sustain overall growth and employment growth in the future. From a workforce standpoint, of course, it's much discussed, the need for workforce development, the potential significant gap, actually, in terms of availability of skilled resources to fund our industry's growth. So we see AI as an enabling part of that.
Veterans. I think this is pretty special. You make a point of recruiting veterans at TEL. So why has TEL decided to invest in that pipeline specifically? I'm curious, what does a veteran bring to semiconductor manufacturing that the industry needs right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I would tell you that there probably wasn't a specific decision at any point in time to have this as part of our strategy. Rather, going back through time, we have had very strong relationships and benefited from many individuals in our team that either are veterans or were military affiliated in some manner, including our former leader of TEL US, who himself is a West Point graduate and an Army veteran. So much of this comes down to us for, I would say, culture and values in many respects. It's the right thing to do, but also in terms of the capabilities that those individuals bring, not just to our team, but frankly, I think many in the industry recognize these capabilities. discipline, motivation, willingness to take on challenges. These are all the things that you need in any kind of a large-scale operation. And what we do in the semiconductor industry is not easy. This is a 24/7 world, intense challenges, and we just have found through time that our ability to tap into those with a military background helps us to grow our business, and in many ways are the best possible employees that we could hope to have.
Let's look to the future. So when you look at the future of the semiconductor industry, what excites you most? And then what concerns you most?
So the excitement is really all about ubiquity. There was a time when many people, in fact, didn't even know what the semiconductor industry was. And I've had the experience even less than a decade ago trying to explain to someone, what is the industry I'm in? What is it that I actually do? And honestly, that was a bit of a struggle. That has now dramatically changed, and I think that most, probably the average person now, fundamentally understands, at least to some level, well, what is this semiconductor thing, and why should I care about it? You know, what does it mean? It's only going to continue to grow. And in fact, if I look back over my own now 34-plus year career, at the current stage, we are in an exponential growth stage. And we anticipate that that's going to continue. So getting to make things, high technology, impact for the world, positive impact for the world, influence on how all of us live, work, enjoy our lives on a day-to-day basis is really fundamentally enabled by semiconductors.
Mark Doherty, president of Tokyo Electron US. Thanks so much for the fascinating conversation.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right, you've been awfully good. That means that you are now rewarded with a break. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then we're going to reconvene. We have a lot of stuff, and I'm going to now run surprisingly fast for a person of my size up the stairs. Bill Salmon, look up there. Look how big he is. Look at how big he is. Bill Salmon is up there waiting for me, and I'm going to do a whole hog segment with him right now. So have a cup of coffee. Enjoy yourselves.
Whole Hog Politics on the Hill Insider.
Politics is too important to take so gosh darn seriously.
You're going to get great analysis, but you're not going to get some kind of a partisan agenda talking about war and peace and the economy. That doesn't mean we can't have a couple of laughs along the way.
When you talk about whole hog politics, you're talking about a reference to a time when politicians did things like had hog roasts, and they would bring their supporters together and invite people to come in to celebrate, to party, to be united. I think that's a great energy, and I think that's something that we need to get back to.
Whole Hog Politics, just another reason to subscribe to the Hill Insider.
Go to thehill.com/insider.
Powerful House committees. We've got it all. But right now we're going to do a special edition of Whole Hog Politics. Chris, you had folks in the audience write down questions for us.
Ill-advised.
And you know, the problem is, Chris, I have now read those questions, and you haven't.
I have not.
And
That's-
I'm going to
that's the
spring
game.
them on you.
That's the game we play.
The first one is, believe it or not, someone wrote, worst member of Congress to be stuck in an elevator with. You don't have to answer that.
I mean, so many would be so bad. But I would say the ones that you most want to... have you ever heard the expression, the lizard people?
The lizard people.
So there are, in Washington, D.C., there's a term for the lizard people. And the lizard people are the people who never break character.
Okay.
So you expect, there's a certain amount of like performative whatever that you expect or whatever.
Right.
But the lizard people are the ones that if you were trapped in an elevator with them, would
They
still be on
wouldn't
talking
break
points. They
character.
wouldn't
They
be like,
wouldn't
all right,
be
let me
like-
just like level with you and blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah.
right. Oh my gosh.
No lizard people.
Good answer. Chris, here's a more legitimate question. Do you think the rise of the DSA, that's the Democratic Socialists of America, in the Democratic Party represents a permanent change, or is it merely a Tea Party-esque response to Trump?
Well, the Tea Party is older than the Tea Party. And the DSA is older than the DSA.
Right, right. These populist left-wing, right-wing movements have been with our country since the beginning, right?
Have been with the country since the beginning, and the challenge for Democrats is the same as the challenge was for the Republicans in the 2010s, which is how do we get the energy from these voters? We're going to get a really good test of that in Michigan. Michigan on August 4th, they've got their Senate primary.
Right.
Abdul El-Sayed
is the big lefty, and then you've got
Haley Stevens.
Haley Stevens is the moderate.
So if you take the DSA line, you say that the reason that Kamala Harris did not get elected president is because the DSA stayed home.
Yeah.
And that the hard left stayed home and that they punished her. It's not true. It is not true. There are a lot of reasons before that. Now, you can make the argument in Michigan, where there's a huge, relatively speaking, Arab American.
Bigger than anywhere else in the country.
There's a 250,000 or more.
Yeah.
250,000 or more. And Michigan is close enough that you could, at the margins, make the argument that the issue of Israel and all these things were material. You go after that, Wisconsin.
Yeah. It's not such a big deal.
Well, it's certainly not determinative. Yeah. So what's happening right now is in the Democratic Party the same thing that happened with the Republican Party, which is it's a hostage-taking situation, right?
Yeah, right.
And they say, give us what we want, or we will stay home on Election Day. You either give us the candidate that we want, or we stay home. Who's more likely to make that threat credible? Not the normies.
Yeah.
Remember we used to talk about in the Republican Party,
their very norminess is what makes them less threatening than the radicals.
Exactly, because they want to win.
Yeah.
So we used to talk about with Republicans, there was never Trump.
Yeah.
There was always Trump, and there was always Republican.
Yeah.
So that's the Democrats have the same challenge. There's a big group of core Democratic voters who are going to vote Democrat no matter what. They pull the lever. We used to say in West Virginia, they pull the eagle's tail because did you have straight ticket balloting in Ohio?
I don't think so.
So in West Virginia, there was straight ticket, and there was the Democratic symbol was an eagle.
Okay.
And so you'd
pull the tail and you go right down the line.
You just punch. All you got to do is punch one, and you vote for everybody.
Yeah. It's a lot faster.
Are those voters going to break? We're going to know a lot more after August 4th because we're going to see how do those mainstream Democrats, how do they break in that race, and what are they thinking?
Here's one that I think is provocative. What is the one national issue that is not receiving enough coverage ahead of the midterms? Could that be debt, or I mean, what would you say?
there's so many that are not receiving.
What's your pet peeve that's not getting?
Well, the debt never gets enough attention because we have a bipartisan agreement that
to
we're
kick
not
the can down the road.
that we're not going to. But I will just say, we now spend more on debt service than we do our national defense.
Yeah.
And that's more than as 100% of GDP. It's a more significant.
It's insane.
That we are now spending more, and debt service is basically tribute. You're basically paying tribute. And for a deep poll, let's go back to the XYZ affair, and which was millions for defense, they said, and not 1 cent for tribute.
Yeah.
And now we pay more in tribute than we do in defense.
Wow, how the tables have turned. Chris, here's one. What is your prediction on 2028 front runners? Now, they write Vance versus AOC, Rubio versus Gavin Newsom. Who? is their question.
I think J.D. Vance is just going to be very hard to beat. I think he's just going to be very hard to beat. He has the establishment. He has the apparatus of the party establishment. He has massively deep-pocketed funders. The only person who can cost J.D. Vance the Republican nomination is Donald Trump.
Yeah,
and he can cost it.
Which is not a small possibility. That's like a 30% possibility.
And Donald Trump.
Just ask Mike Pence.
That's right, and he can cost it to him in two main ways that I can think of. One is by being a failure. If the Republicans get their clocks cleaned in midterms,
right?
If it's an absolute pasting and the Democrats
then
are in
even
control,
if Trump's trying to help Vance, he's already killed him.
That's right. So nobody has more invested in a successful 2020 or to mitigating the troubles of 2026 than J.D. Vance.
Right.
Because that will help set the attitude for what the Republican electorate is thinking about.
Yeah, so that's the passive version of sinking his candidacy.
But the other one is that Donald Trump decides that he's running for another term or makes J.D. Vance say that. How much does he torture Vance?
Or turns against him.
Right.
I mean,
and Trump does the thing, it's like dangling meat in front of dogs to see who will Marco Rubio jump up and take a bite.
Right.
Like the Apprentice is back on the air.
Yeah. Chris, here's one. How much of today's political environment is driven by voters' views on policy versus identity? That's a great question, right? When you talk about tribalism, you talk about all of us retreating into our tribes and into our corners, and it's not so much about policy, especially when you think about Trump, who is such an apostate on traditional Republican ideology on so many issues, whether it's tariffs or whether it's whatever, or taking private ownership stakes in private companies. And people are saying, I don't care what he says, I'm with that guy. So it's identity versus policy. What's your take?
I think for 60% of the country, partisanship comes first. But the percentage of Americans who are independents has continued to grow. And it's now the plurality of Americans are now unaffiliated.
Yeah.
And I think policy probably matters more for them. And on the culture war front, I noticed something interesting, which is the Supreme Court, David French and others have pointed this out, but it really struck me, which is the Supreme Court had this blockbuster ruling on trans women in sports.
Right.
And it was like passed without, it was like bloop, like a hole in the water.
Yeah.
Nobody paid attention. We're in a culture war space, a very interesting culture war space, and it's a lot cooler than it was even 2 years ago.
Cooler in the sense of the temperature.
The temperature is just a lot lower.
So there wasn't like riots in the streets over the Supreme Court decision on transgender.
Yep.
Although I will say, so much of their decision was kind of, the expectation was baked into the cake.
I know
already, because we had seen the arguments and we thought, well, they're probably going to rule this way.
We are
right?
but for whatever reason, we are definitely in a Democrats, to the degree that they are able, have acknowledged the excesses, which is now called, they call woke one.
Yeah.
So woke one. So we're in like woke two.
So like woke 2.0.
Right.
Okay.
So the excesses of woke one are manifest to many Democrats, and they're trying to avoid those issues.
I see. We have time for maybe one more question. We'll squeeze it in.
Given
the partisan back and forth on redistricting, has that essentially become a wash for the midterms? And before you answer, my understanding is that, and I just read something the other day, that it's essentially like a 5-seat net.
Six,
pickup,
yeah,
5-6 for Republicans, given all the crazy battles going on around the country.
But here's the thing. It depends on where you set the thermostat. So it won't be true, but if the midterm electorate looked like the electorate for special elections since last year, the Republicans would have put more seats into danger.
Right.
Because if Democrats are outperforming 2024 by 17 points, now they're not going to outperform by 17
right, because
points.
more people will turn out for the midterms than
the
did
Republicans
for
have a turnout problem,
for the
but it won't,
special ones.
right.
And in the special elections, only the really hardcore, dedicated people that really want to make a point, they turn out. That tends to benefit the
Which
liberals.
raises the question about the dubious wisdom of the president reinvigorating voter fraud claims right now, right? Because the Republicans have a turnout problem, they have an enthusiasm problem.
Right.
They need as many many Republicans to go vote so that it doesn't turn into a kablooey.
Yes. Folks, that's all the time we have for this special edition of Whole Hog Politics, coming to you live from the second annual Hill Nation Summit in Washington, D.C. We hope to see you on the next episode, which will be on part of the Hill Insider, another exciting episode.
This Friday.
Of Whole Hog Politics. Friday at noon.
Get it.
Thank you, sir.
Please take your seats. Program is beginning momentarily.
Most Americans aren't yelling. Like you, they're hard at work, raising families, respecting their neighbors. News Nation, now the fastest growing network in all of television.
Left and right, standing next to each other to be reasonable. Thank you.
Diverse voices with the respect for all of us. This is America's new prime time, only on News Nation. News for all Americans.
Welcome back. It's always good to be the person that speaks after the break, but not after Chris Steyerwalt, obviously. My name's Sherry Gretsch. I'm the president of News Nation and the president of The Hill. And so this is my favorite event of the year because it is Hill Nation. But I come here today to tell you a little bit about News Nation. You just saw some of what we're doing, but if you haven't checked us out, please do. And what we are blessed with when I came to Nexstar Media is the fact of all of what we bring together, which is we have a national cable network that is 24/7 and has been now for 2 years, and we are growing every single day. More and more people are coming to us. A lot of people say, like, well, I watch CNN for this, or I watch MSNBC for this, or I watch Fox for this. Well, look, if you want to watch and get everybody's opinion all in one place, watch News Nation. So that's what we do. We're a center station, and we are looking for all viewpoints, and we have respect for all Americans. The other thing we bring to it is we have over 200 local stations across the country, and so before anyone ever knows what's going on here in Washington, obviously they know it from the local level. And I like to say it's the same as what we look at from Congress to the Senate, in the sense that everyone here is representing people in America, and they come together to know what is being influenced here. And that all comes together in what we do at the Hill. And so that's why we came up with the slogan, News Nation Politics Powered by the Hill, because it's the vibrant and understanding of everyday politics and what is happening. So we're so glad that you're here with us today. We hope you learned something. We hope you have a little fun, and you meet some new people along the way. So thanks again for coming. And now I'll introduce Miranda Nazaro, who is our senior technology reporter for The Hill. And she has the pleasure of sitting down and having a conversation with Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Congressman Ted Lieu. Thank you so much, and enjoy the day.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully you are feeling rejuvenated from that break. I'm honored to be joined here by Representative Ted Lieu, who is not only a leader in the House Democratic Caucus, but also within the AI space. So today we're going to be talking a lot about AI, the policy areas that this touches on, which seems to be pretty much everything at this point, and just the state of today in terms of the Democrat Party. So Representative Lieu, we'll get into all the policy stuff, but knowing that you have a background in computer science and you've coded, I would love to start with your read on where we are at when it comes to AI development, its capabilities, its risks today. We've seen things change even in the last 6 months with models like Mythos. And I know back in 2023, you wrote an opinion piece that said you're frightened of what AI could do. Do you still feel that way, or how has that mentality shifted since then?
Right. I'm a recovering computer science major, so let me just clear that up. I am still freaked out by AI, and it's actually accelerated much more quickly than I even thought possible. And as we all saw, it accelerated so quickly that the Trump administration felt compelled to essentially shut down Mythos 5 and Fable 5 while they were able to put more guardrails on it.
And do you think that this is a smart approach to be, it seems people have been talking about how this is sort of an ad hoc licensing regime. That's been a lot of the concern, whereas they still want guardrails, but is this the way to go about it?
It's a totally dumb approach. So let me remind you what the Republican strategy has been. Basically suppress AI legislation at the federal level, suppress AI legislation at the state level, and fail to do so, and then sell high-performance chips to China. And so this has resulted in massive public backlash, and it's harmed our country. But also, there's no standards. So the administration went from doing nothing, and then all of a sudden they said, whoa, we have a problem here, and then they shut down 2 models. And so it's really hard for the industry to deal with the administration that swings back and forth this dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the Trump administration seems to be taking a larger role than before when it comes to some of these actions related to AI. Obviously, you're not a fan of some of the moves they've taken. Where does Congress fall into this? What should be the role of Congress here?
I think the American people are expecting Congress to actually regulate in this area. And it's interesting when you see even sort of how this particular session was titled about balancing guardrails versus innovation. There has been zero balance. I cannot name a single law passed this term by House Republican leadership that has any guardrails on AI, on anything. It's been completely absent. And the American people, I think, are being fed up with what they see as a lack of action in Congress.
Yes, AI, I think, continues to be one of the biggest debates right now in Congress. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much of a solution after talking about it for a few years now. Now, last month, we saw one of the more sprawling proposals come out from your colleagues, Lori Trahan and Jay Obernolte. I know you said at the time, and as well as some of your other House Dem AI colleagues, that this would not work, that there are issues that are not being covered by this proposal. What are those issues that you're concerned about, and what solutions would you like to see proposed instead?
Well, let me first commend Congressmembers Lori Trahan and Jay Obernolte for legislating this area. This is a very difficult area, and I welcome lots of members to delve into it. My main concern had to do with the preemption piece in that bill, and it was a ceiling. And I think if you're going to have a ceiling on preemption, then it needs to have not only a very strong federal standard, but also take into account that AI is moving so quickly, we don't even know what AI is going to look like in 2 or 3 years. So to me, it seems a little dangerous to have a ceiling rather than a floor, which is the HIPAA model. And I encourage people to look at that model where the federal government set out a standard in patient privacy. It's pretty darn good. It was a floor, but then most states were like, oh, you all did that, we don't need to do this. And so I think that might be a better model to look at.
Yeah, and covering preemption for a while, we have seen, I think in the beginning of the Trump administration, they were saying all out, ban every state AI law. It seems the tone maybe has softened a bit. Do you think that there is room for middle ground between, the ceiling and the floor?
Well, we'll see. The initial advisors to the Trump administration, I think, led the country down a completely wrong path where they basically try to simply just ban AI legislation everywhere, including in states, and they failed to do it twice. And now we're in a situation where, in fact, states are regulating AI, and that's exactly what the industry didn't want. And so I encourage the industry to just go type into their own large language models, hey, what's a better approach? And it's not going to be ban AI regulation.
I will say it's interesting because, as you mentioned, a lot of these AI firms do not want to see state regulation. They say that they want more of a federal framework. But I've noticed that the firms are actually getting into endorsing certain state laws to almost do this sort of state-by-state approach that they hope will make it to the federal level. I found that interesting given they've been so against so many state laws.
So there is also a split in industry, right? This is a diverse industry and different companies have different views. But if you sort of look at what the American people want, and if you talk to academia and civil society groups, they do want Congress to act. And unfortunately, House Republican leadership has no interest right now in acting on AI.
And
November is coming, by the way.
It is. It's not that far away. And on that note, I know that the House Democratic Commission on AI, there's talk of that commission releasing its own proposals by the end of the year. I'm curious, one, what you could share on that, but also we are seeing sort of divides growing among Democrats in terms of how exactly to tackle the issue of AI, data centers, et cetera. You have in one corner Bernie Sanders and AOC pushing for very strict moratoriums, whereas you have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries not going that far, focusing on the ratepayer stuff. As you mentioned, Dems could be taking the House next year. Are Democrats in a place to come together on this issue, or do we still got progress to make?
I just want to know Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat. But in terms of sort of the main issues, I think we all agree that data centers are an important issue that the Republicans are ignoring. And there'll be different proposals, and we'll look at the various proposals. But I do think the Democratic caucus as a whole does intend to legislate and pass laws on data centers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good note about Sanders. It's interesting because I feel like he has been one of the louder far-left voices on this. And my colleagues and I were discussing sort of how is that taking up the space, while other Democrats are trying to do other proposals.
So the purpose of the Leader Jeffries' Commission on AI and Innovation Economy is not to do messaging. It's actually to try to get the caucus to support actual legislation that could become law. And so the goal of this commission is to work on issues and to craft or help people craft bills that could become law.
Yeah, that makes sense. And kind of going back to the midterms now, we're seeing AI, data centers, all of that become much more of an election issue than we've ever seen. We're seeing millions of dollars poured in by the industry as well as safety groups trying to fight back. A particular area of concern is data centers and how they are impacting utilities, electricity costs, that sort of thing. In your area, and have you been hearing more concerns from constituents, and how, as both an elected official and candidate up for re-election, how do you tackle those concerns? What's the answers that you can give them right now?
So different states and different localities will have different views. There are some localities very, very opposed to data centers. There are some localities that welcome data centers. My view is if a locality wants to have a data center, that the people there should be held harmless or even get additional benefits. And I think that may be an approach we can look at doing, but it is very diverse across America. You have some places that really, really hate data centers, and you have some places that say, we'll welcome one.
Yeah, do you think that this is more of a state and local issue? I know that we're seeing on the state level, we saw New York yesterday pass probably one of the most significant moratoriums that we've seen. But we also have candidates who are saying this should be a local county thing. As you mentioned, every community is a little different. Do you have any thoughts on that, or should Congress be doing more?
I started out on the Torrance City Council, so I am very protective of local control and what localities want to do. I do think we should put in guardrails and standards so that communities are held harmless or even get benefits, but I'm not sure that the federal government is in a position to take away that decision from local jurisdictions.
That makes sense. And kind of on Democrat messaging again, with data centers, it touches on affordability, climate change. Do you think that the party right now is taking, I don't want to say advantage, but advantage of this messaging as the midterms do come up? And I guess that kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, too.
We are simply listening to constituents, and what the constituents want is they want just reasonable guardrails on AI. They understand that AI is not going to go away. You're not going to be able to ban it. You're not going to be able to moratorium it out of existence. It is here. It's going to keep progressing. It's going to continue to be used. They just want reasonable guardrails on it.
Yeah, yeah. And moving on to a different part of AI, the chips and national security space, we've seen this become very newsworthy over the past 6 months. The Trump administration has changed their exports policies a lot. In your view, what should the U.S. be doing to, curb the competition with China, but also still make sure we're not strangling American innovation in the process?
Yeah, it would be good if the Trump administration actually had a strategy. They don't, because if you saw what happened early in their term, they were all like anti-China. Let's not sell high-performance chips to AI. And then all of a sudden, Donald Trump wakes up one day and says, yeah, let's sell high-performance chips to China, AI chips. And so it'd just be nice to know what are the rationales, like what are their goals, why do they think this is a good idea. They haven't been able to articulate that, other than that the president is now becoming a socialist and basically mandating investments in U.S. companies, with the government not only having a stake, but the government making decisions. And I think that's really horrible for capitalism, for our economy, and for these companies.
Yeah, I actually was going to ask about this prospect of a U.S. stake in these companies. I'm curious whether you think, is this just messaging? Do they actually want to bring money to the average American because of this AI boom? Or what's your read on that? I guess you kind of alluded to it.
I think the president's a grifter. I think he's just focused purely on money for himself and his family. He's made a gazillion dollars, him and his family, on crypto and other actions that seem really quite corrupt. And then in terms of just investments in AI companies, again, I think, we have a different model in the United States. We're not China. We don't have state-owned enterprises. We don't have government-basic control companies. But the Trump administration is now moving down that path, particularly in sort of the AI and chip company field, and I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Yeah, and for the last part, I know we only have about 2 minutes left. I want to take a few minutes to hit on some of the news of the day. I know you've been very outspoken about immigration enforcement under the Trump administration. The issue seemed like, other headlines took over for the past few weeks, but this week it obviously came roaring back due to the recent ICE-involved shootings. I'm curious, what is the next step for Congress, and how do you ensure that, whatever the response is more long-term than just, handling a crisis of the week?
ICE is an out-of-control rogue agency. They killed 2 U.S. citizens, and what was the Republican response? Let's give them a blank check and lots more money with no guardrails. And guess what? They just killed 2 more people. And if you look at the training standards, much less than police officers. ICE agents are not real police officers. They don't get the same training. They don't administer CPR when someone is down and that person could maybe have their life saved. They handcuff them instead. That's not what a real police officer would do. They don't wear body cameras like real police officers. They wear masks. And this out-of-control agency is simply going to be reformed after November.
And on a different subject, we saw the housing bill become law last week. I know affordability has been something you've talked a lot about, in terms of the larger Democrat Party. Do you think that they have found an argument or message that, really translates into the cost of living is too high, into a winning argument for November?
Democrats are completely focused on cost of living issues. So if you just look at prices, grocery prices are elevated, gas prices are elevated, utility prices are elevated, and what is the Trump administration focused on? Putting his face on $1 coins.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, Congressman Liu. We could talk about AI for a lot longer, but appreciate the time that you've taken today. And
great.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You gotta go that way. You gotta go that way. You gotta go that way. There was a break, we lost the flow, but we're gonna get it back. We're gonna get the flow back about which way we go off stage. Okay, I envy you. I envy you for a lot of reasons. You can take bathroom breaks whenever you want. There's a lot of reasons I envy you. But I particularly envy you because you're about to get to hear from Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn is the dean of the South Carolina delegation to Congress, and he is one of the people who Washington still listens to, right? That Republicans and Democrats alike still listen to Jim Clyburn, and he has a voice that resonates. And you're gonna hear it right now when he comes up here. Please welcome Jim Clyburn. I appreciate you doing that. Go right there. Thank you. I like these seats. I feel like we're doing Extreme Home Makeover, so this is good. We're gonna have a good time. Okay, I wanna just start, you did something very cool. You welcomed Lindsey Graham's sister into the United States Senate with a really decent, lovely, so say whatever you want about Lindsey Graham, about the Graham family, about his sister, whatever you like.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Well, first of all, I've known Lindsey for a long, long time. I worked in state government, ran a state agency for almost 18 years, was on the governor's staff. I came to Congress when Butler Derrick was representing the 3rd Congressional District. When Butler Derrick retired, Lindsey ran for the seat and won. I had gotten to know him when I was running the state agency, and he was in the state legislature. Lindsey was a pretty innovative and relatively progressive guy. You may recall when he left the legislature, or left the House, he went over to the Senate and became sort of a protege of John McCain. Took a right turn after that. But we maintained our relationship, which was a very cordial relationship. We played golf together.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He's a pretty decent golfer.
He was a pretty decent golfer.
I don't know if he's as good as I
Oh,
was,
okay, all right.
but seriously, a decent golfer. And we talked South Carolina politics a lot. And we knew that our approach was pretty different. But I really had a lot of trust in him. In fact, when Newt Gingrich took over in 1994, I was running legislation to create a heritage corridor in South Carolina. Now, I maintain, much to the chagrin of some of my friends, that South Carolina is the most historic state in the Union.
Go on.
Massachusetts will argue, and Virginia, but I maintain, and I think I can make the case. And so I was a little bit concerned that I get to Congress, we had no national parks, we had no heritage corridors, and I wanted to rectify that. And so I proposed the creation of the South Carolina National Heritage Corridor. Well, Newt Gingrich was not going to let my bill ever get to the floor. So I went to Lindsey. I said, Lindsey, I've got a piece of legislation here, and I've done the work on it. This legislation, if it were to pass, it would mean an additional 700,000 people visiting South Carolina every year. And that cannot do anything but help the rural economy in our state. It's not going to pass with my name on it. I want you to put your name on it. I think Newt will let it go through. And he said, no, I don't want to put my name on your bill. I don't want to take your legislation. I said, you aren't taking it, I'm giving it to you. And he said, well, I don't know anything about this. I said, well, when the bill is called, you invite me to this committee, I'll explain it. There you go. That was our deal. He did it. We got the South Carolina National Heritage Corridor. They told me that that was it for South Carolina. I came back with the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor. We now have that in law, thanks to Lindsey's help in the Senate. Then I came back more recently with a corridor emphasizing South Carolina's role in the Revolutionary War. So these 3 heritage causes we got, Lindsay helped with every one of them. Then I wanted a national monument or a national park. We had a national monument. We turned that in to a national park. Now I did that with Fritz Hollins. But then we got the Reconstruction era, national park, Fort Sumter, Fort Moultrie, national park, all with Lindsay's help. So we worked very closely together on it. And nobody here can ever see a public dispute over who should serve as U.S. attorney, who should serve in a federal judgeship. You never saw that. No. Why? Because Lindsay and I sat down before the fact and work out the fact that I'm going to make these recommendations because Joe Biden is going to make the appointments. However, you as a senator can stop every one of them. So what can we do to make sure that we don't have any public debate over this? And we did it. And there's never been any public debate. I got every one of our folks that I wanted put on the federal court, all because of Lindsay. So I knew his sister as well. His sister worked at the vocational rehabilitation. She came to visit me once a year in my office. We would spend at least an hour together. And she's a graduate of South Carolina State University, my alma mater.
I was going to say, and so she is the first senator from South Carolina to be a graduate of the HBCU?
From South Carolina, yes.
There you go. Who?
And the first woman to serve in the Senate from South Carolina. So she's double dipping.
Okay. South Carolina's awareness of its history is part of the reason why when Republicans were given the chance to gerrymander, they didn't do it, right? So it was remarkable after the heat that Donald Trump and the Republicans brought down in Indiana and other places. South Carolina Republicans said no to trying to gerrymander you out of your district because there is an old truce that exists, right? That says got to be decent because of the freighted heritage in the civil rights era and before. In South Carolina, you have to be decent to each other because it works. That's not going to be true in a lot of other places in the country. And this presents a challenge to your party.
Sure.
Which is, there are going to be members of the Congressional Black Caucus who say we have to prioritize we have to have a Congress that looks like America. And there are going to be other members who say, no, we need to maximize Democratic membership in the coming, because we're going to have so much gerrymandering fighting going on in the next 2 cycles. How do you think about the priorities between representation of non-white Americans and Black Americans versus Democratic majorities?
Well, it's going to be a challenge. There's no question about that. And every state's going to be different. Now, South Carolina has a different history that most people never focus on. I ask you, those of you who've studied this, you may not have lived it the way I have, because come Tuesday, I believe, will be the 21st, I'm going to celebrate the 47th anniversary of my 39th birthday. So I've been around for a while. But you never saw.
No, come on. You got to give it to him. You got to give it to him on that. That's pretty good.
And I've lived all of those 86 years in South Carolina. During that era, during the 60s, when you saw these confrontations, you never saw a snarling dog in South Carolina.
That's right.
You never saw cattle progs in South Carolina. We were arrested, I among them. In fact, I met my late wife in jail. So it worked for me. We stayed married 58 years. But that kind of camaraderie is there. The laws are there. Fritz Hollins was governor of South Carolina at the time that Clemson was integrated. When Harvey Gantt got to the door, he said, we have run out of laws, and we're not going to stand in the schoolhouse door. These things we're not going to do. So South Carolina, in that regard, may be a little different from a lot of other places. But I think South Carolina gave leadership to the question, because the very next week, Georgia followed suit and did not do what the White House was trying to get it to do. And then the Mississippi postponed consideration there. And so I think it means something to provide the kind of leadership. I think that if South Carolina had followed the dictates, then I think Georgia would have done it and Mississippi would have. But I think that the moment that South Carolina stood up and showed leadership on that question, which I hope will go ad infinitum as we consider these things going forward. I know I'm going to always be pointing to the way South Carolina did it as a way for these other states to follow suit. And I really think we're going to get through this without much acrimony. Now, come November, there's going to be an election or various elections. And I think next year, this question will be revisited in view of Calais, the court decision. How the states act and react, I believe, will depend in large measure upon how the elections go come November.
Okay, this is the time in the cycle that Democrats develop a real hankering for fried fish. They really, they do, because Congressman Clyburn has his fish fry down in South Carolina, and this year's was very well attended.
Very well.
Very well attended, because you have to come down, and what kind of fish is it, by the way?
Well, it all depends on where you stand on the political spectrum. If you're just somebody just there to see what it's all about, you might get whiting.
Oh, okay, all right, I see how it is.
But if you're on a certain list, you might get your choice of brim, of bass, bone-in. We kind of
It gets better. It gets better. It gets better. So South Carolina has been the ratifier in the Democratic presidential nominating process, right? It has been the make or break moment. Democrats are reconsidering their calendar about how they want to go. You've told me in the past that you don't want to be first. It's not necessary for South Carolina to go first, but South Carolina needs to have that voice. How do you want your party to stack up the primaries?
Well, what I really said to you is that we don't have to be first.
Right.
This whole notion we want to be first in the nation. I've always said that I grew up with a baseball player, pretty good baseball player, and I learned that the best batter on the team is the cleanup hitter.
Right.
Fourth place. And so South Carolina will be okay continuing being the best batter on the team, the cleanup batter. So long as we are first in the nation, I would not be clamoring for first. I mean, first in the South, I wouldn't clamor for first in the nation. But if we are first in the nation, that means we'll be automatically first in the South.
True.
So as long as we're first in the South, I don't care whether that's first in the nation or fourth in the nation.
So if they want to go through and do a little New Hampshire, do a little something else, as long as South Carolina is first in the South, you're okay with it.
And I think that benefits the party.
Yeah.
Because as I just said, when South Carolina took the position they did on redistricting, it sent a signal throughout the South, and we saw what the success was. We did the same thing with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was not supposed to get the nomination.
Nope.
He won South Carolina, and he got the nomination.
Barack
Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton. She didn't win the presidency, but she got the nomination when she won South Carolina. And it's because there's a certain culture in that state that if you care to study it, I think you'll be surprised to realize that there in the Deep South, where the Civil War began, people miss that it's also where Reconstruction began.
Yeah.
All of this in South Carolina, 4 distinct cultures: PD, upstate, Midlands, Low Country. People in Charleston talk different from the people in Greenville, and they think differently. All in one small state that gives political candidates a very good laboratory to win the presidency.
All right, we're over time, but I'm still going to ask, because since I'm emceeing, no one is here to stop me. It is, who's going to get the best fish at the next fish fry? Who's on the list for who has to eat whiting, but who gets brim? What's on the best list?
The list is a little bit too long right now.
Okay.
If you remember the last time we had a real big contest, there were 23 people running, and we ran out of named fish. So this time, I'll have to wait and see how many people are running before I decide who gets the whitings, who gets the brim.
All right, that's a deal. All right, America, and welcome guests. If you were from Nices, South Carolina, you would know him already, but if you don't, Chairman Jim Clyburn, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. They're going to take you off stage right over that way. What's that? Anna Suggs telling me something? No, she won't say. Okay, that guy is hilarious, right? I hope that when I'm celebrating the 37th anniversary of my 39th birthday, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, we're going to keep going. Richard Hudson. No? Oh, that's what Anna was trying to tell me, is that we've had a change in order. Oh, good. Well, I hope we don't get. I hope we don't get any FCC violations for this. Brendan Carr is, in fact, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, and he is going to be talking to Julia Manchester. That'll be good. That'll be good. All right, so don't y'all cuss while this is going on, or you'll get in big trouble. Here he comes, Chairman Brendan Carr.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Kristen. Thank you so much, Chairman Carr, for joining us here today.
Yeah, so good to be with you. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, at the Hill and NewsNation, what we really like is to break news, and we understand that there is some news you have to share and discuss this morning. But before we get started, I just want to put out this disclaimer. The Hill and NewsNation are both owned by Nexstar Media Group. Now, Nexstar Media Group owns over 250 local news stations across the country.
Never heard of them.
Right. Which are all regulated by the FCC, so just have to get that out of the way. So, Mr. Chairman, the FCC is announcing a repeal of the nationwide audience cap. Explain the significance of that.
Yes, this is a really interesting one. So the FCC over the last year and a half or so, we've been working to try to restore balance to the broadcast airwaves. And one thing that's out there is historically, the FCC has tried to strike a balance between national programmers, whether it's Comcast, Disney, Paramount, Fox, or others, in the hundreds of actual local broadcast TV stations that are out there. Many years ago, the FCC put a rule in place that was intended originally to constrain the power of the national program so we could have a healthy broadcast ecosystem where the local broadcasters that are the ones actually licensed by the FCC with an obligation to serve the public interest can do exactly that. But over the years, that regulation, this 39% rule that was meant to constrain the power of the national program, has been doing the exact opposite. It's really been holding back local broadcasters from reaching the scale necessary to invest in local news and journalism and reporting. If you step back, trust in legacy national news is at an all-time low. I think it's 8% of Americans have a great deal of trust in the legacy media, but local news stations, local reporters that live in communities are still very trusted. And if you want to see that continue, I think we need a change from the status quo. Because if you step back, the FCC had a similar rule in place that limited investment in local newspapers. And while we had that in place, obviously dramatic changes took place in the news industry. There was an op-ed recently by the editor of the New York Times that said 3,500 newspapers have shuttered in recent years. He said that 80% of local journalism jobs has been lost. So I think if you care about local news, local information, we have to do something other than this trajectory of newsrooms shuttering, local news jobs closing. And I think removing this outdated limitation at least gives local journalists a fighting chance.
Right. And I would be remiss if I also did not note that this could very much impact Nexstar's acquisition of Tegna. So just for full transparency, putting that out there. Mr. Chairman, critics often point to two things when it comes to you. They talk about every major network except Fox being under FCC investigations and the review of Disney's licenses. You say this is about public interest standards, diversity, equity, and inclusion, but what case do you make against the assertion that this shows a pattern of using FCC licensing authority to reward allies and punish critics?
You know, one of the things that we've been doing really across the board goes back to that original framing, which is you can think about the broadcast industry as two main camps. You have the national programmers on one hand, which we talked about, and there's hundreds of local individual news stations. And for a long time, the FCC, I think, had gotten away from enforcing the public interest standard that's in the Communications Act. And people had treated broadcast just like any other medium, whether it's a cable channel or a podcast or a newspaper. But broadcast TV is really unique among all those other distribution platforms. And the reason is because broadcasters were given a license by the FCC, a monopoly on the airwaves, and in exchange for that, they agreed to meet certain basic public interest obligations. So we've been pushing hard across the board. Yes, the news media is focused on a lot of the national programmers, but we're taking action on smaller broadcasters that people haven't heard of, a radio station in Mississippi that we weren't convinced was operating fully in the public interest. We did a short renewal there. Bridge News, a broadcaster, again, that most people haven't heard of, called their licenses in for early renewal. So I think when you look at the complete picture of our actions in broadcast, it shows we've been very consistent about reinvigorating the public interest.
You've been using the term public interest quite a bit, and I've heard you say it before. Talk about what that means to you and when you communicate that language.
Yeah, so thankfully the FCC has a lot of case law and a lot of decisions describing what the public interest is. In fact, we recently compiled a lot of that case law information and put out a public notice that explains more particularly the public interest. At its core, the idea of the broadcasting system is you have local news stations in local communities. Their job is to find out what are the needs and interests of this local community and then to serve that with unique programming. I think in too many places, the broadcast ecosystem has just become national programming piped in from New York or Hollywood and just brought into local communities in an undifferentiated way. I mean, there's no value add above and beyond. And that's not the broadcast segment. The broadcasters that are doing a great job are ones that are in their community doing local news programming, local TV shows, local interest stories. That's the way the broadcast system was supposed to work. But again, it's gotten way out of balance in recent years where there's just too much power coming from New York and Hollywood. And if you're just turning the hundreds and thousands of local TV stations into simply undifferentiated mouthpieces for that national programming, that's not the system that Congress wants. You can have that. You can go to a virtual cable channel like YouTube TV, and you can do that. You can get podcasts. You can get all sorts of national programming in lots of ways. But the broadcast ecosystem is supposed to be different, and that's what we're driving towards.
So what do you say to critics who say, okay, I'm looking at Brendan Carr's agenda, but when a Democratic administration comes in and there's a new FCC chair, what if they were to flip that precedent on its head and reverse everything you did? How do you, I mean, do you see that happening? Is that a possibility?
Well, I don't think, you don't have to sort of speculate about a ghost of Christmas future because we've seen the ghost of Christmas past already. There have been Democrats at the FCC, and the track record there is very clear. When Democrats were in charge of the FCC, they went down the path of not renewing the license for a local Fox broadcast TV station because of complaints that were raised about content that allegedly ran on the separate Fox News cable channel. In fact, the same group that was pushing that has filed an application with the FCC to get us to renew that enforcement action. You had Democrats in Congress that wrote letters to the FCC urging us to investigate and not renew licenses for Sinclair, which is an owner of local broadcast TV stations, because Democrats thought that Sinclair was too conservative in their viewpoints. Democrat FCC came in and refused to renew hundreds of routine license renewals for Sinclair. You had Democrats in Congress that pushed cable companies expressly to drop Fox News and OAN and Newsmax. They didn't agree with the editorial perspective. The list of actual weaponization by Democrats when they have gavels goes on and on and on. So there's sort of a fork in the road, I think, for regulators today, which is should we do absolutely nothing and leave the gavel on the ground because Democrats might come in and weaponize it? The truth is they did weaponize it. They're going to weaponize it. But my view is let's at least apply the law as Congress intended. And so we've been bringing that mindset to the FCC. We're clear-eyed about it. But it's not just media. The media focuses on the media. We're taking a very similar approach all across the work streams that the FCC is doing, whether it's space economy, whether it is on permitting reform, whether it's on national security. We're driving a really aggressive agenda across the whole board.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're changing the FCC from within, maybe changing the culture a bit?
Well, look, I've been at the FCC, believe it or not, since 2012 straight.
Yeah.
So over a dozen years at this time, I've had the chance to wear lots of different hats inside the building. I've been a legal advisor to a commissioner. I've been general counsel. In fact, the very first time I walked into the building was as a summer intern all the way back in 2003. So I spent a lot of time inside the building, and I really have a tremendous amount of appreciation for the staff and how talented they are. And being there for so long, that gives you insight, I think, into how to get things done and to accomplish things and motivate the staff. And they've been doing just some great work since we've been there.
Speaking of license renewal, we know that there's been a review of the licenses of Disney stations across the country. Where do you see that going, and what's the status of that at that moment?
Well, we haven't made any decision there at all, one way or the other, in terms of either merits or timing. With respect to Disney, there's a couple of different proceedings going on at the FCC. One, back in March of 2025, we started an investigation into Disney after concerns were raised that they may have been discriminating against people based on race and gender or other protected characteristics, which is something that you can't do under the Communications Act and under the FCC's rules. So we've been going through a lengthy investigation with them there. In the course of that investigation, the team reached the conclusion that Disney was being disingenuous in terms of how it was engaging with the FCC and producing or not producing documents and information. So we took the next step in our enforcement capabilities, which was we called their licenses in early for early renewal. So they've had to demonstrate that they've been operating in the public interest. Petitions to deny have been filed. Disney has a chance to make its case in response, and will simply follow the facts and the record wherever that may go.
Is there any concern, though, that this, I guess, back and forth with license renewal, that it creates a precedent? I guess going back to my other question, if another administration comes in, I mean, are they?
Well, at some point, another administration is going to come in. But again, I think the question is simply for us, when you are there, do you have an agenda? Do you have a North Star politically that you're driving at and attempt to achieve it? And you can't be too worried about what the next person is going to do, because we've seen what the person has done before as well.
I want to turn our attention to another topic of immense interest. This is the Paramount Skydance deal with Warner Brothers. I was listening on Capitol Hill. I understand that the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, in a letter accused David Ellison of essentially taking his cues from the Trump administration in terms of what content to air. What's your response to that and to critics who make those claims? Because there's been a number of them.
I have no idea what the basis for that is. I mean, it sounds like it has zero basis at all.
And I guess going back to this merger again, we know that there's 12, it's a big one.
There is, so the FCC has a media bureau, which runs a portion of our docket, and then we have a space bureau, we have a wireline bureau, we do a lot of things, but the media loves to talk about the media, but there's actually really interesting things the FCC is doing outside of the media ecosystem as well.
Okay, so we can get to that in a minute, but one more question, I promise. So 12 states led by California are leading a challenge against the merger. Do you think this is going to have any success?
I doubt it. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, there was a story that broke a couple weeks ago that said that California was floating the idea, according to news reports, of dropping all of the antitrust litigation if there was one condition that was met, which is that the purchase involved the spinning off of CNN. Now, I don't understand what antitrust theory you have that says there's a problem with this acquisition that is made or broken based on one cable channel being included. So I think that's a bit of a tell that this really isn't a legitimate antitrust case, but ultimately that'll be up for the courts to decide.
Okay, so I'm a woman of my word. So we'll move on to other, areas under the FCC's jurisdiction. Space, there's immense interest in space. How does the FCC play into that?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, since we've come in a year and a half ago, there's been about $130 billion worth of deal flow at the FCC, a lot of that having to do with the space economy. We put this, front and center as something that we wanted to push hard at. There's this new emerging technology called direct-to-cell, where you can go straight from your smartphone right to one of the new generation of low Earth orbit satellites. And we've been positioning the US to lead the world in the development of that new technology. So we've been clearing spectrum deals that enable different providers, and we want to see multiple providers in this space compete to provide that service. And the US is in fact leading here again. We're transforming our Space Bureau. So we used to have this very slow, cumbersome, bespoke process of reviewing applications, and we're moving instead to what we describe as an assembly line. So we can go much faster and approve the thousands of satellites that are needed to really ensure America's continued leadership.
You know, I want to go back to, I guess, looking at the FCC from a more broad sense. The Supreme Court's ruling in the Slaughter case on June 29th expanded presidential firing power. And specifically, we understand that Justice Gorsuch mentioned the FCC and his opinion on that. Does that ruling change in any way how you look at the FCC's independence going forward?
No, it doesn't. So the FCC was created by Congress in the Communications Act of 1934, which predated Humphrey's executor. So when Congress passed the Communications Act, it had the same view as the Supreme Court of today, which is that Congress could not limit the president's power to remove a commissioner of the FCC. So unlike the Federal Trade Commission, which was the case that made its way to the Supreme Court, the Communications does not have what we call for-cause removal protection. So it's really a non-event in terms of the FCC. The president, before that case, could fire a commissioner at the FCC for any reason or no reason at all, and they can continue to do it today as well.
You mentioned space, the media. I know that there's other jurisdictions, and we only have a few seconds left, but I like to end things on a more hopeful note. What are you hopeful about in today's media and technological landscape?
Well, on the tech front, one of the things that we're really excited about is America's leadership in wireless generally. So for 4 years, the FCC had effectively stopped being able to hold auctions, which is how we move airwaves into the commercial marketplace. And we're running a two-part play to restore U.S. leadership in wireless. One, we're doing auctions again. And two, we're facilitating secondary market transactions. So if a provider had spectrum and they weren't necessarily putting it to its highest valued use, we've encouraged those deals to flow. And in fact, that's exactly what we've seen. We had an auction about a week ago that cleared in excess of $3 billion, which was more than expectations. We're voting next week on a big auction. It's going to be 160 megahertz of spectrum. That's going to end up creating what we call a super band, right in the sweet spot of spectrum that you need for 5G and 6G of 440 megahertz. And we're going to lead the world in terms of having that big chunk of spectrum for new, competitive, high-speed services. That auction is going to drive down prices for consumers so you're going to get more access to more competitive service. It's going to be faster services. So that's going to be a huge win for the country. And it all starts from President Trump, where he said, I want the U.S. to lead again. We'd fallen behind during the Biden years, and thanks to his leadership, we're moving spectrum again, we're having auctions, and it's going to also raise billions of dollars for the Treasury. This new auction of C-band, which is going to be next year, is expected to raise anywhere from $30 to $60 billion for the Treasury. So it's great for consumers, great for the Treasury, and that's the type of stuff that we're really focused on.
FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, thank you so much for joining us.
Enjoyed it, thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We'll just go out that way. Oh, good to see you. Yes.
It was good. Y'all behaved yourselves. No FCC violations today. This is good. It's what we like to hear. Okay. Ami Bera is a Democrat. He is from the Sacramento area of California. He is also another of these, we have a lot of these interesting individuals from Congress today who have clout and salience regardless of which party is in charge. And Ami Bera is definitely one of those people. You're also going to want to pay attention to what my colleague Laura Engel, who hosts the show that's right before mine on Sundays, and therefore I enjoy her very much. All right, if you knew that the terminus of the Pony Express was in Sacramento, you would know him already, but if you don't, here he is, Ami Bera.
All right, very good. How's everybody doing? You can hear us okay? Hello, good to see everybody. Thank you so much for being here today, and I'm very excited to have this conversation with you. Ami Bera.
Sacramento in the house.
Sacramento in the house. So you represent Sacramento, born and raised Sacramento. I was actually just there day before yesterday. So I have
a little warm out there right now.
It's been a little warm, just like it is here. So I want to get right into, we've got a lot of different things to talk about. We've got a clock up here on the stage counting me down. So we've got limited time and a lot to get to. Thank you again for being here.
You're welcome.
So I want to talk about something topical, something that has just happened. Yesterday, our own Libby Dean with NewsNation was at the White House. She had an opportunity to talk to the border czar, Tom Homan. We've had a lot of news about ICE agents and some of these shootings that we've seen take place, Maine, Texas, and the lack of body cameras. I don't know if you saw what he said to Libby Dean, but she asked him, what's the holdup with the cameras? He actually is blaming Democrats for that. And I want to give you a chance to respond to what he called the Democratic holdup.
You know, there isn't a holdup. They've got plenty of money. They should do the body cameras. That would give us an idea of what actually took place in Maine. The evidence, as we're putting it together, looks pretty bad. I'm glad that Mark Wayne Mullen has called off any additional stopping of the cars and so forth.
Right.
And let's lower the temperature. I think Democrats and Republicans can agree that we want secure borders. If there are criminals and folks that have legitimate warrants out for them, let's figure out how to get after those folks. But we've seen Americans, legitimate folks that are not warranted or targets, actually get murdered and killed. So let's fix this.
Right, so there's a stop on that, and there's a lot more to go on that. We've watched so much happen. I mean, when you rewind the year and you think about what we've seen so far and where we are today, and we look forward to more updates from you on that as you move through the year. Let's talk about Iran, because that is obviously another big topic. Now, you had just said on your social post that you said that the American people want an end to this, what you call reckless war. Ceasefire, of course, was in place. Now it's total chaos. So what do you see happening? What's going to happen next? How can we get out of it if that is where we're going to go?
Look, we can go back and relitigate what started this war, the president's decision to take us to war. I think it was the wrong decision. I don't think there was an imminent threat, and that's not to say Iran is not a bad actor. We are where we are at this juncture. I think the majority of the American people want us to end this war, to create a ceasefire. Every time they're filling up their gas tanks with fuel, they're reminded of the impact of this. After that, we do have to bring our Arab allies into this, because this is their neighborhood, come up with a longer-term solution to the extent that we can bring the Europeans in and our Asian allies. That's what I would urge the president to do, is actually open this up to a broader alliance. The Iraqi president was in the Capitol today. We had a chance to meet with him. You know, let's give the new president in Iraq a chance here. He talked pretty tough about what we have to do with Iran as well, met with the ambassadors from Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman yesterday. So the folks are ready to go here. It is going to be a long, drawn-out process. The Iranians are not forthright actors here. They do want to keep this conflict going, and again, I think we're in a dilemma right now.
I'm always curious what the conversation is like what you have with the people on the Hill and just people in your life, the constituents that call you and say, what's going on? I mean, not everybody watches the news 24/7. We hope that you do, and we hope that you watch NewsNation and the Hill. But for people that are just trying to get their arms around what is happening, how do you walk people through it just on a human level?
Yeah, so I did a telephone town hall with my constituents back in Sacramento last night. They're just trying to get through the day, right? They're trying to get their kids to soccer practice, put food on their table, pay their rent or mortgage. They're getting crushed by the price of gasoline, the food prices. That's what they're upset about. And they're like, what can you do to make my life better? They also very quickly have connected the war in Iran to the price at the pump. And that's why I think the vast majority of the public wants us to end this conflict. And, you know, I'm not here to advise the president, but, you know, if you look at his poll numbers and when they started to tank, they associate the war in Iran with the president and the pain at the pump with the president.
And it's so interesting, too. As I mentioned, I was in Sacramento just 2 days ago, and I got to tell you, I mean, the price at the pump, it's like $6 a gallon, $7 for diesel. I mean, it's wild, and you drive by those signs, and that's the real impact, the everyday impact. And people, you know, I've talked to people, they have to make a decision on whether, you know, how they're going to get their groceries, how they're going to condense. That's real world problems with this.
And you toss on top of that, as folks are starting to look at their health insurance costs, their ability to get health care, a lot of folks are dropping their coverage right now. It is a real big issue.
So I wanted to talk to you about that. That was one of the subjects that we have on tap. You're a doctor. You have all this experience, and just talking about real life, I mean, people are looking at the ACA. They're deciding, am I going to drop it? Am I going to just go without? And if you do drop health insurance, then you're talking about skipping medications, skipping those checkups, and then ending up in the ER, which ends up being way more money than you would have spent. How can we get around that? How can we fix this?
Yeah, so the healthcare system's collapsing, right? And it's collapsing because the cost of care. Folks are either dropping coverage or they're now choosing really high deductible plans where at a time when they don't have that disposable income to cover the cost of medications, routine preventative costs. What's shifted on Capitol Hill is, a decade ago, I would not see a chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, a Republican chair, dragging in the health plans, dragging in the hospitals, dragging in the pharmaceutical companies, and getting into it with them. So it's shifted. I think my Republican colleagues, we get together as a doctors caucus, Democrats and Republicans, understand that we have to fix the healthcare system. I do hope we can break the fever. The ACA did lower the cost, but that really was just a subsidy. It didn't change the cost structure, the profits that health plans were making. We ought to come together. We ought to figure out how every American can get basic health care coverage. Now, that's not a ceiling, that's a floor. And then if your employer wants to give you richer coverage, if you want to get a bigger policy, we could do this, and we could actually, it's not about more money. It's actually about making the system more efficient.
Right. Do you see that happening in the future? Like, how long is that going to take?
I mean, I think you've got to get small incremental victories. So you hear a president talking about, why do we pay 4 or 5 times as much for the same medication than the Europeans or the Canadians?
Sure.
That's been a Democratic idea for a while. We ought to come together as Democrats and Republicans and make this about the patient, make it about the American consumer. So we could work on that. There's things that we could do to help reform some of the practices of hospitals and others without compromising patient care. And again, those are conversations that Democratic and Republican doctors are having, and I would hope we come out with bipartisan legislation.
While we're talking about things that are spoken about around the dining room table and over coffee, healthcare, gas prices, what about affordable housing? I know that you have been working on this housing bill. Let's talk a little bit about that, where we are with that, and the victories that you've had.
Look, this was the housing bill that we just voted on a couple weeks ago. Strong bipartisan vote, Democrats and Republicans. Hats off to House Financial Services Chair French Hill, a good friend of mine, Republican, working with Maxine Waters, who's a fairly liberal Democrat.
Yeah.
They got it done, though, because it's about the American people. Senate passed it in a broad vote. Again, I'm not sure who's advising the president. The president decided he wasn't going to take the victory and have that photo op at the Oval Office. That said, the way the rules are written is, since once it got sent to the president's desk, he chose just to ignore it. It is now the law, and that's the way our rules work. So this is going to be a good piece of legislation. It's going to increase the housing supply. It's going to cut through some of the regulatory environment, make it easier and faster to build. It's not the end of this, though, right? I mean, it does increase housing supply. Hopefully, supply and demand will start to lower costs, but we've also got to do more.
Right. I mean, and back to Sacramento, just driving, if you're going out to the airport, you can see the buildup, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's changed. And it's not just in your jurisdiction where you're a lawmaker, but also throughout the entire country, we see it, the build out. You can go away for 5-6 months a year, and then you come back and you're like, wow, this looks like a totally different place. Are we going to continue to see that type of growth with this bill that was passed?
Absolutely. So again, it's going to make it easier to build. It's going to cut through some of the regulatory environment, some of the red tape. It will increase housing supply. But I think there's a lot more that we can do. I've talked to both the city and county of Sacramento. They own a lot of vacant property that's just sitting there. You talk to the developers, they're more than willing to build 2-bedroom, 1-bath starter homes. They could do it for around $200,000. It's the cost of land that's prohibitive. So I think the public entities that just have vacant land that's not being used, that's equity. Put that in there, make it easier to build. that does mean you've got to cut through democratic rules and regulations as well, because you've got the environmental laws, the other ones. That should be nonpartisan as well.
All right, I want to get back to some international affairs before we go. We talked about Iran, but I also wanted to ask you about the funding for the military aid for Israel, because that has been on the table.
Yeah, so there's this amendment that probably comes to the House floor today, the Massey Amendment. We'll be voting on the State Foreign Ops Authorization and Appropriations Bill this afternoon. Look, I am a strong supporter of a Jewish state of Israel. I understand what happened in World War II throughout history, and it's important for us to support a Jewish state of Israel. I have real reservations about how Netanyahu's government has been operating, how they prosecuted a war in Gaza, what they're doing in Lebanon. I'm on the Foreign Affairs and Intel Committee, and we've had Marco Rubio publicly talk about what led us into this war in Iran. And he's said, all indications were Israel was going to strike. The United States would get dragged into this. We're the United States of America. We don't get dragged into anything. We make decisive decisions. I can't support the Netanyahu government. So, I'll have to figure out how I'm going to vote on that amendment.
And we're just hours away from this, right? Yeah. This is what, at 4 o'clock
correct.
Eastern? Okay.
So I think it's a poorly written amendment, for someone who wants to find peace in the Middle East, who wants to get humanitarian aid to Gaza. This amendment would actually make that more difficult. But I also think a no vote on this, I don't want to express support for how Netanyahu is prosecuting this war and what he's doing.
I appreciate all of your answers. And before we leave this stage, and we're up against the lunch break, and so we're going into lunch, I'm going to make a hard turn from that last question to the next one. Is lettuce safe? What is happening before we go to lunch with this outbreak that's been happening with our food? He's a doctor. Need to know real quick before we go.
I would be pretty careful right now. Certainly if you're in Michigan. Obviously wash your fruits and vegetables, but that in and of itself, lettuce has a lot of nooks and crannies in it as well. So I would just be careful for the time being. And obviously if you're having any GI distress on an ongoing basis, go see your doctor.
Yeah, you are a doctor. So, and it's not just lettuce, right? I mean, we have to be careful with everything,
absolutely,
obviously.
Yeah.
What was your first reaction when you heard about this outbreak that's going on? Because at first it's like, oh, maybe it's just this one area of the country. Now it is, in fact, happening all over the place.
It is spreading. So, I think it just talks about the importance of our public health system. And I'm not a big fan of RFK Juniors. I do think we've undermined our public health system.
All right, and then one last thing before we go, anything that we should be looking for in your near future, in the coming months that you're working on, that we want to be following you on?
There's this bill called the Dominance Act that we did with Young Kim, bipartisan bill about critical minerals securing our national security and supplies here. We passed it out of the House. The Senate's working on a version, Senator Chris Coons and Pete Ricketts. It's a good bill. It aligns with President Trump's initiatives. And it is something that when everything seems partisan, this is nonpartisan. It's about the security of the United States.
All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, Representative Ami Bera, thank you very much. Thank you.
And that suit, too. We didn't even say anything about that suit. In a dated reference, we'll say on fleek. Okay. You could get anybody, right, to coach a team with a perfect record the last season that's just going to come out and just roll thunder over the opposition. Who is the person, though, that wants to take on the team in a rebuilding year? Now, we know about the midterm curse, right? We know that the party that's in power always has a harder time in the midterms. The kind of person that would want that assignment and take on that assignment is Richard Hudson, because he is the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee. He is in charge of holding on to the House majority for Republicans. He is a congressman from North Carolina. And if he's going to talk to my colleague, Mike Vaquera, who you will enjoy very much, I promise. All right, if you knew that Fort Bragg is not just the largest military base in the United States, but the largest military base in the entire world, you would know him already. If you don't, here he comes, Richard Hudson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for joining us today. This is a big deal for us, and it's great to have you here with us.
Well, it's great to be here.
Yeah.
Big deal for me.
How many days till the midterms?
110.
But who's counting?
Yeah, or
Right.
109 in 12 hours.
All right, let's start off with some positive news for the organization that you run, the NRCC. Your fundraising totals in the last quarter of last year, the first quarter of this year, for the first time in quite some time, is my understanding, beat out your counterparts at the DCCC. What's happening? Why is that? And more importantly, how does that translate to your ground game and the fight to maintain control of the House for Republicans?
Well, thanks for bringing that up. That's one of my favorite topics.
I figured I'd start with a softball.
Yeah, so fundraising has gone really well for us this cycle. Traditionally, we trail behind the Democrats in fundraising. My goal was never to beat them or even match them. It was to hang with them. Don't let them get too far out front. We usually have a couple $1 million deficit in cash on hand at this point. But I tell you, it's been going gangbusters. And I think a big part of it is folks all across America recognize the work Republicans are doing in Congress to try to make this country better, try to put forth policies that really impact people. And folks are buying into it. And I think they're not ready to go back in the other direction. And so we've had real enthusiasm among our donors, unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Okay. So conventional wisdom that is borne out by recent history would be that a midterm election and president's second term, and for all intents and purposes is the second term, is not good for the party in power. The incumbent party always loses seats in the House. We saw, what was it, 2018? Was it 41 seats that Republicans lost control of the House? Go back to 26, the midterms, and George W. Bush's second term, a wave of Democrats overwhelming Republicans and taking the majority. What kind of headwinds are you facing this year?
Well, great question. And I can tell you that 2026 is not 2018. It is a very, very different election year because the map is so different. Traditionally, if you think about it, president comes into office and they typically their party, regardless of the party, picks up extra seats in Congress because of enthusiasm for the president. Then that first midterm is kind of a correction where those congressional districts go back to voting the way they normally vote. And so that, to me, is the explanation for the historical trends. But both parties have gotten so good at redistricting now that there are just so many safe seats that the number of seats up for grabs is so small that the map this time is much smaller than 2018, and it actually favors Republicans. There's actually more Democrats in seats Donald Trump carried than there are Republicans in seats Kamala Harris carried.
So mid-decade redistricting, I think by any objective standards, Republicans picked that fight, started out in Texas. How's it worked out?
Well, Republicans picked that fight as a response to the fight that has been going on all decade, where the Democrats have been suing till it's blue, is what they call their program, not unofficially, but basically Eric Holder and Mark Elias have raised money, and they go into red states and try to overturn redistricting outcomes. They've been doing it all decade. They've turned states.
But those are based on the census at the beginning of the decade, right?
Sure. So are the redistricting that was done this year. But if you think about like a state like Massachusetts, where President Trump gets 42% of the vote, and we have 0 members of the delegation that are Republicans, and you can say that about all of New England. Look at Illinois and how gerrymandered that state was. I mean, this is to say we started it. And again, I had no one asked my opinion. That, this was something that was pushed.
So have you come out on top at the end when the dust is settled?
We absolutely did. It was a net positive for us.
How much?
Well, I'm not going to give you a number, but no, it definitely shifted the battlefield even more in the Republicans' favor. So if you look at the seats that are up for grabs, and there are very few, those seats favor Republicans, meaning there are a lot more Democrats in Republican seats that are up for grabs than there are Republicans in Democrat seats that are up for grabs.
So we partner, does NewsNation, with this up-and-coming juggernaut of a political forecaster and data analysis called Decision Desk HQ. They've got a sterling record lately of calling races and providing information before anybody else does. They've come out with a forecast in conjunction with this event that says in the generic, which I know people sort of roll their eyes at the generic, Democrats are up 4 percentage points. Would you vote for a Republican or Democrat for Congress in your district or for the House of Representatives? Is that troubling?
If Democrats are up 4 in the generic ballot, we're going to run the table.
Oh, yeah?
We will run the table. You know, typically.
What does it mean to be up for if you're going to run the table then?
Well, so the generic ballot never accurately or never correlates it directly with the actual vote. It always trends towards the Democrats. And so a rule of thumb for Republicans is if it's R plus 5 or less, D plus 5 or less, Republicans are going to do well. If you get D plus more than 5 or 6, then you're looking at a headwind. That's not a headwind for us. I mean, and so that's good news.
All right, I'm going to throw some more conventional wisdom at you then.
Sure.
And you're making a compelling argument, I think, that this year is different. It's not going to be your typical midterm wave election, and you're outlining some of the factors that go into that. And yet the president's approval rating would be one indicator that people look at when they're trying to judge which way the midterm vote is going to go. The president's approval rating has been relatively low. It's ticked up recently. I think it's at 41% according to the DDHQ average. How much does that weigh on Republican candidacies, particularly in these frontline battleground districts?
Well, I think, when you look at the president's numbers, they've always kind of been in a band, up and down within the same band, his first term, second term. I mean, the president has an incredible following that is loyal to him, that you can't peel away.
Even in a midterm.
And yes, the question is, do you turn them out or not? Right? So that's our job. But the president's numbers aren't outside of the range of where they've been historically. And it doesn't concern me at all where his numbers are. The president remains very popular. And then when you look at the districts that are actually up for grabs, the president's very popular and is a net positive for us in those districts. And so, I'm looking forward to having the president campaigning with us.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. When he goes to Mike Lawler's district and has an event there, that's a net plus for Mike Lawler, a swing district in New York.
It is. Certainly the president motivates the left to turn out.
Right.
We need him on the ground motivating the right to turn out. So the left, when they're out of power, they're more motivated. We've got to drive up the motivation for our side. And part of that's just communicating what's at stake in this election. And I'm not concerned that we can't do that. That's our whole plan, is to communicate to voters about the importance, talk to them about the policies that we're implementing to impact their lives, explain why it's important they show up and vote, and then we just drag them to the polls. I mean, it's just traditional electioneering. It's nothing unique, but our entire operation is geared towards that objective.
So my understanding, were among the House Republican leadership that went to the White House on Monday and met with the president. Are you confident that the president's focus in public these days, tomorrow he gives a major address on election interference, there's the war in Iran, there's his continuing advocacy for, let's say, revitalizing the city of Washington and some of the iconic features. Are these like front burner kitchen table issues for the voters that you're trying to get to show up in November?
Well, look, the president deals with a lot of issues. I mean, he's probably the busiest person on the planet. He deals with every country in the world. He deals with every state. And he can walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, we're working on domestic policy agenda in Congress. He is doing other things, at the same time. It's not a conflict. What the voters want to know is, are we focused on the issues that impact their lives? And the Republicans are laser focused on that. That's our entire congressional agenda. The president is integral to the success of that agenda. He is very plugged into the details of it. The meeting we had, it was the Speaker of the House and myself went over to sit down with him, just as we do regularly, to update on politics, make sure we're touching gloves. The president is very focused on holding the House.
So as specifically as you care to get, what's your ask of the president for leading up to the midterms?
Well, in general, my ask of him is please come out and campaign with us. Please be engaged. I don't go to him with a list. This is really, we communicate regularly. We go in person and regularly communicate about our races and where we're going. It's incredible the knowledge he has about the minutia of these districts. I mean, he understands. He'll talk about a race 2 cycles ago in a district, and I'm like, I got to look that up. And sure enough, he's right.
Do you ask him to focus on specific policy issues or accomplishments as you would see them, or as the president and your supporters would see them when he goes out on the stump, or not even on the stump, but has an hour-long press conference in the Oval Office for that matter?
Well, I'm not going to discuss the details of what I talked to him about, but in general, the president doesn't need my advice on how to communicate with American people. He's the best who's ever done it, and look, he's someone who's got an incredible high energy level. He has a lot of things he wants to accomplish. It's hard to keep up with him because he moves from one topic to another so quickly. He's an incredibly good president. He's an incredible individual. He doesn't need my advice.
All right. Okay. I'm sure you do have preferences, but I'll leave it there for you. So DDHQ, we talked about their generic. Their forecast is a net pickup of 12 Democratic seats, which I know you're going to dispute, which would put them in the majority. But it is significantly less, as we talked about, than some of the more recent midterm elections that we've seen in terms of the turnover and the waves, in some cases, that have overtaken the majority in the House. You think you're going to lose the House? You think you're going to win the House? That's an easy one.
Yeah, there's no question we're going to hold the House.
No question.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the decision desk
HQ, yeah.
survey you're talking about, so I really can't speak directly to it. When my first reaction when you mention it is, I wonder what 12 they're talking about, because to win 12 seats, they got to go win a whole bunch of red districts where President Trump got more than 50% of the vote. I don't see that happening. I mean, obviously there's going to be one or two surprises on both sides, but 12-seat pickup seems a little bit outrageous to me. I mean, you look at the last thing I saw was Cook Political Report, who's no fan of Republicans. I don't see them as a biased source. They say that there are 212 safe Republicans, 205 safe Democrats. There are about 36 in the middle. Of those 36, 12 lean Republicans, 6 lean Democrat. And then in the middle, you've got 18 total toss-ups. If you look at those, again, that's where I'm getting my previous analysis, that most of the districts that are toss-ups are Democrats in Republican seats, not Republicans in Democrat seats. To get this wave, look at 2018 again. In 2018, the average seat that Democrats picked up was a Donald Trump 46.6%. The seats that they're targeting now that are up for grabs, the average, I think, is something like Donald Trump 53 or 54%. So it's not the same thing. It's not apples and oranges. They've got to go into red districts and beat Republicans, and with no agenda, no policy ideas, and with radical left candidates that they're nominating.
Okay, can I ask you specific? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, but I'm so interested in what you're saying. Can you cite some specific districts that are frontline districts for incumbent Republicans, and even districts that you think you have a possibility of flipping?
Yeah, so I'll start with Colorado. You got Gabe Evans, his district's northern suburbs into the rural areas north of Denver. Gabe's an Army helicopter pilot. He was a police officer for a decade. That's really what got him into politics, was being out on the beat, seeing the crime. And he flipped a Democrat seat. This is one of the top pickups the Democrats are focused on, but they just had a crazy divisive $15 million Democrat primary, and they nominated the crazy leftist.
Is this the Delegate seat we're talking about?
No,
this is a different
seat. North.
Right, so this is an incumbent Republican we're talking about.
Yes.
Gabe Evans, of course.
And so Gabe Evans, a person from that district, he's Hispanic, he's focused on law and order, he's supportive of the agriculture industry, supports the oil and gas industry in that district, running against a leftist, I don't know which title he uses, socialist, communist, but a leftist who wants to ban meat, he wants to ban oil and gas. I mean, that's just one example of one.
Right, let me ask you about some of the traditional battlegrounds, collar counties in Philadelphia, for example. We mentioned the New York district, particularly Mike Lawler's seat, the blue dot in Nebraska where Don Bacon is retiring. How do you, affordability has been the catchphrase of politics this midterm cycle. Is that a vulnerability for you? The president has spoken disparagingly about that as a campaign issue.
Well, I think what he said is he's made fun of the Democrats trying to create the affordability issue.
Well, is it an issue or isn't it? I mean,
well, here's the folks who burned the house down, now telling you that you ought to hire them to be the ones that put out the fire. They drove up inflation. They're the ones that created the open border crisis. I mean, all these problems, and now they're trying to blame Republicans for affordability when, look, I mean, we had great economic news yesterday. Inflation's going down, gas prices are going down. People's lives are meaningfully being improved from the policies that we're putting in place. And they're trying to say, oh, but prices still are high.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, are you going to trust the arsonist to put out your fire, or are you going to trust the folks who are correcting the ship?
All right. 2, 1, 0.
All right.
I think it's going to be thank you. I just want to pin you down one more thing as we leave the stage. Final tally. You think you're going to pick up seats? How many?
Not going to give you a number. Nice try, but
come on.
Yeah, because I mean, if I tell you 5 and we pick up 4, I'm a failure, right? So no, I'm not going to give a number, but I guarantee you we're going to hold the House because we have better candidates. The map favors us. We've got more money, and we actually have accomplishments, things we've done in Congress, working with President Trump to make people's lives better. So we're going to take the case to them and say, look, we know things are tough, but remember where you were under Biden and the Democrats. We've brought down prices. We've secured the border. We've made your lives better, and we're going to continue to make improvements. Do you want to continue down that path, or do you want a Mamdani in every congressional district?
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
All right.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Go on this way.
Thanks.
Do you know how you can tell he's from North Carolina? Man had no socks on. He had loafers on with no socks, and that's how you know he's from North Carolina. Okay, you've been very good, and now you will be rewarded with food. Now you will get to have lunch, which you will enjoy. And then, if you come back after just 30 minutes and you enjoy our afternoon of programming, we'll give you liquor at the end of the day. So first food, then liquor later. So I don't know what else you people want from me. All right, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you on the other side, all right?
is too small. We must reject any forms of fundamentalism or racism. Instead, we need to embrace the tolerance that results from respect of all human beings.
I am here to say our house is on fire. We are less than 12 years away from not being able to undo our mistakes. Unprecedented changes in all aspects of society need to have taken place.
We all have to do better as leaders in tamping down rather than encouraging. In tamping down rather than encouraging. We must reject any forms of fundamentalism or racism. Instead, we need to embrace the tolerance that results from respect of all human beings. We all have to do better as leaders in tamping down rather than encouraging. In tamping down rather than encouraging. The world is too small.
every day things are slipping away. You're slipping away, and you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time.
Washington, information is power. Get it here with the Hill Insider, the brand new digital subscription from the Hill. Join thousands of other readers who trust the Hill for nonpartisan politics and policy news as they take you deeper than ever. Get direct access to the conversations shaping Washington with premium content, members-only briefings, and exclusive reporting from the inside. Because before it's news, it's in the Hill Insider. Join today.
All right, people, are you moving a little more slowly now because you've had a large lunch, because you had a lemon square, and now you're feeling a little tired? You can't do it. You can't do it. You have to get yourself another cup of coffee. Because I just looked at the rundown. You see how many cards I have here? Do you see what I am holding? We have, the deck is stacked in our favor, and we're going to do all of it. The theme that I think has run through the day so far, and something that I'm really encouraged by, and I was thinking about this when I was talking to Chairman Clyburn, and we were talking about Lindsey Graham. Congress and Washington still work. They just mostly don't want you to know how much they get along with each other, right? They mostly don't want to get caught being good at their jobs because they're afraid that they'll get in trouble with their primary voters. The reason that the Hill is useful, the reason the Hill is important, is because it is a place where people still come to try to get something that is aspirationally fair, basically patriotic, and can hear from people of different points of view. So thank you all for supporting that. Oh, okay. Well, here's something else that you can do. Linda McMahon, you know who Linda McMahon is because she is the Secretary of Education. Before that, she was the head of the Small Business Administration. She is one of the most successful female entrepreneurs in American history, and she is here with Katie Pavlich, who is my friend, my colleague, and the anchor of Katie Pavlich Tonight. Ladies, come on down.
All right. All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Secretary, great to see you here. Thank you so much for making the time for us.
Well, Katie, it's great. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
This looks awesome.
It does, doesn't it? They did a great job. All right, so you took on the role of Education Secretary with the understanding that President Trump's goal was to eventually eliminate the Department of Education entirely. You have already moved the civil rights enforcement to DOJ, special education to Health and Human Services, and the student loan portfolio to the Treasury Department. So what is the next step in reaching this goal of eliminating the Department of Education?
Well, I can tell you, thanks so much for having me today. This is great. You know, when the president brought me on to take on this task, he said, look, we have an education department. We've spent $3 trillion since the department was established in 1980. We've seen our scores continue to go down. It's time for a hard reset and a hard change. So as you mentioned, we have signed what are called interagency agreements to move some of the programs. Now, signing the agreement is far different than fully implementing the agreement. So we have, we've signed, we've started the process. We have interagency agreements with Labor, with HHS, Department of the Interior, Department of State. So we are moving, you know, other programs over there at this particular time. And the experts who know how to do these programs in education are being detailed so that there is no, there's no lapse in services or lapse. And the funding, of course, continues because Department of Education is nothing but a pass-through for funding anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. So for those who say, why would you eliminate the Department of Education? It's something that we need the federal government to be doing. We need a Secretary of Education to be managing these programs that, as you said, are flowing through with the money. What is your response to those who say eliminating the Department of Education is a bad idea?
Well, what happened before 1980? You know, Congress appropriated this money. It flowed, all the title money, all the title money came through, all the IDEA money came through. So it all happened, it all functioned, it all flowed. Department of Education was really set up as a favor to President Carter from the teachers unions. And they promised support if he would establish it, and he did. And I think bureaucracy begets bureaucracy, and we've seen it grow and grow and grow. Student scores continued to fall. And we've failed our students with what I've called this experiment that's been going on for the past 40-some years.
So in terms of education, you've mentioned the failing test scores, but we're also seeing an emergency when it comes to skills-based education that has been practically eliminated from public schools. Every young person in America is encouraged to go to college to get a 4-year degree. They have been told that trade schools are below or beneath what they should be pursuing as a career. But now we're seeing even the Department of War and other major industries say we have a serious gap when it comes to skills-based employment, whether it's plumbing, electricity, welders. You've made career and technical education a centerpiece of a 50-state tour that you're doing.
Yes.
Talk about why you thought it was necessary to start highlighting this skills gap and what the Department of Education is doing to make sure that our economy has these jobs that can be filled by people who are going through education systems that are different and alternatives to the 4-year college degree.
Well, you know, Katie, there are those professions that absolutely need a 4-year college degree and more. If you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, all of that, you still need that. But I think the emphasis that we took our foot off the gas on really was on these skilled trades. It was almost like parents said, you know, well, my kid really wasn't smart enough to go to school, so he's going to go to vocational school, or she's going to go to vocational school, and it was kind of looked at as secondary. Not anymore. The fastest growing sector of millionaires in the country today are plumbers, electricians, HVAC, welders, and technology, you know, as well. And for every 5 of skilled tradesmen that are retiring today, only 3 are coming back into the workforce. And if we don't close this gap by 2030, we'll be down about 2.1 million people in the workforce. So we have to fill this gap. And with all the manufacturing we're bringing back in the country and all the things the president wants to do and is doing, well, we have this skills gap. Meta has started its own school for training free. And other schools, you know, as well, there are those companies that are saying, you come in, we'll train you, and you'll have a job immediately as soon as it's finished. So re-emphasizing that, putting it back into high schools, having these dual credits that we have with high schools now and with community or technical schools is really helping to fill this gap, but we just have to keep our foot on the gas with it.
What about scholarships or Pell Grants for trade schools?
Oh, the Workforce Pell Grant that came in under the Working Families Tax Cut Act is just incredible, because now those are sort of a little bit lower economic groups have access to those Pell Grant programs, and 8 to 15 weeks you can get into the workplace. As before, it was probably a 2-year certificate from a community college. So this is it's a gangbusters. It's going to make a big difference.
So I grew up in a family of car wash owners. So I have seen plumbers and welders and all those folks at work. And you talk about critical thinking skills.
Oh.
What is, I mean, lots of big problems you have to solve on the spot. But what is your response to those who don't classify trade schools and education as education?
Ignorant. Because that's basically what they are. They're ignorant if they're just not classifying them as education. Because I have been now to many of these community colleges, to these trade schools, and I have seen what they need to do and the pace that they're putting these students through. I've actually done some wiring myself to see how it works, and it is a lot of critical things. They have to make assessments on the job, because if you're trying to figure out what this problem is to solve it, you know, you don't just, you can't take all that time to figure it out, because the need is there immediately. And so these are incredibly, sometimes top of the class students who are going in because this is what they want to do. Mm-hmm. And we have to make sure that parents aren't overlooking this, because these skills, let's look at our students and say, what do they want to do? Maybe they don't want to go to a 4-year school. Their passion, you know, is going into this, and they may come up with some incredible invention, you know, on their own. And so we need to encourage it and support it.
Can you talk about the national security implications if these skills are not developed by the next generation of the workforce? I mean, the Department of War is missing something like 100,000 welders. That
Sure.
means that ships can't be built, things can't be
Well,
fixed,
that's the
planes
thing.
can't be worked on. So what are you doing in terms of filling that gap with the national security implications? And what does that mean if it doesn't happen?
Well, I can tell you, I was at a shipbuilding yard in Virginia. And in fact, I gave the commencement address there and was looking around there. You know, they are building the next aircraft carrier. They're building the next nuclear submarine, and also in Connecticut, which is my home state. And if we don't have these people to continue to work on all of this, we won't be able to not only keep up, we want to be ahead of other nations, and we want to be able to defend ourselves. I mean, we're right now involved in this, our excursion in Iran, but the president is negotiating from a point of strength, and if we don't always stay ahead of that militarily, we won't be able to negotiate from a position of strength.
Yeah. Well, we talk about education, but of course innovation is also an important part of education. You've talked about wanting state and local control over education to enable more innovation. With AI rapidly reshaping how students learn and schools operate, is a 50-state approach to AI the best way to do that? Is it realistic? Do you think that AI should be introduced in schools at an early age, later in high school? We're seeing some schools go back to no laptops, no phones, nothing for the younger kids. How does the Department of Education view AI as we move into the future?
Well, I think this is exactly why we talk about returning education to the states, because each state really knows what the needs are in those states. They can assess how their schools are, what their communities are. But AI is here to stay. We need to embrace it. It needs to have guardrails. And I've been in schools where the first 2 hours of school every day is strictly AI tutoring, and the rest of the school then is actually implementation, if you will, of the skills and all that they've learned through AI. So it becomes an extra tutor in the classroom, and these kids are excelling. That might not work in every school. These are all levels of classes in this particular school in Austin, Texas. But you might have another rural school, this is not going to work, or an urban school where they've got it, they've had it for a couple of years now. And so each school is able to assess and move forward. I think we have to support it. I don't think we can mandate it. And so that's why it's so important not to try to dictate education top down from a bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., because that's what will make it fail.
So we've seen at a number of commencement speeches when speakers bring up AI as the future, they've been booed by the graduating class. What do you think about that response?
Well, I do think AI is incredibly important. And so many of us use AI during the day and we don't even realize it. It's built into a lot of the systems that we use. It's a great resource as long as you use it in the right way. And I think as a study tool, it's great as long as you use it in the right way. So yes, there'll be some students who'll boo and some students will be going, yay, how did we ever, operate without this? But I use it, and I think it's an incredibly efficient, quick access to a lot of information, as long as you verify it and you're not just reliant upon that.
So in terms of education, you mentioned needing to beat China and other adversaries. How do you see us stacking up at this current moment with China on education and the AI race in particular?
Well, the AI race, I think China has implemented it. China will do things across their country, just nationalize everything and mandate it, to go down.
Yeah, communism helps with that.
Yeah, and that's the way of communism. That's the way you do it. In the end, that system fails. In our country, as we were talking about how to let school districts and states evaluate what their communities need, I do think that is the best system. For instance, Oklahoma has many aerospace industries concentrated there. They may have a great need for AI systems and education in their schools, but you go to another state that doesn't have that, and maybe they're just introducing it or using it as a study or a tutoring tool. Let's utilize it the way it works best in those schools, because then they'll have the most success from it.
Hey, we interviewed a guy on our show who's building robots to destroy insects on farms at nighttime through AI, so very interesting. Let's talk about student loan repayments. This, of course, is something that has saddled the current generation with tons of debt, millennials and Gen Z as well. What do you think is the best path forward with explaining what student loan debt is, return on investment for the degree that you're getting when you go into education? And how can the federal government help with these loans and helping students with options to repay them so that it's not limiting them from having homeownership, for example, or other aspects of their life and financial freedom?
Right now we're dealing with two aspects of student loans. We're dealing with, a $1.7 trillion student loan debt. And through the Biden administration and others, there was the talk that these loans would be forgiven, so students stopped paying. So now we're trying to get students back into repayment, because if they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car. It's a bad thing. We don't want that. So we've really been working very hard on repayment plans, and I think we've come up with a couple of really good ones, and they're getting started now. So we want these students to come out of debt, but let's help students, you mentioned, know what kind of debt they're going to incur before they take on this debt. So in the new FAFSA form, and that is the form that students fill out in order to take out student loans, and they have to do that every single year. And so now there is a section on that form, and we did this when we came in, this administration did this. There's a section on the form that they fill out, and they're given information as to, this is the major that you want, this is what you want your course of study to be, this is how much this pays in the marketplace. And you can evaluate taking out this much amount of money given what the return on investment is going to be. That helps parents and as well as students, in these forms. So it prevents your getting so far into debt without knowledge, because knowledge really is king. And the other thing that we're doing also, just as an aside, we really have found how much fraud there has been in the student loan system. We looked back over the past year of money before it went out the door, and we found that there were bots, ghost students, et cetera. We saved $1 billion over the past year. And just this year, when you were filling out your FAFSA form, you now have to show an ID. So once that happened—
Wait, so you didn't have to show an ID
Didn't have to show an ID
to apply
before.
for federal dollars in a student loan?
No. You just filled out the forms, and sometimes it would take 2 or 3 days to fill out the forms, but now you have to show an ID to fill out the form, and just in 2 months, we saved $200 million from going out the door to bots and frauds. So, and we estimate by the end of this year, we will have saved $2 billion just by IDs and having in the system where we would red flag things that looked inconsistent with filling out the application. So that's a really big leg up now on preventing more and more bad student loan.
So on the fraud prevention mechanism, it seems like having to show an ID would be a basic thing. I mean, I went to the DMV last week and had to, of course, show many forms of ID just to renew my driver's license. Are there other programs within the Department of Education that need to be reviewed to put in these fraud prevention measures so that departments like yours don't have to go and claw back $1 billion before it goes out the door and use those resources for something else?
Well, I think we've seen on some of the K through 12 systems, in states, not necessarily showing ID, but just looking to see where that money has gone, in some of the states. And there has been some fraud, but it was stopped, repayments from a lot of those states. And so I think we have better measures in place of accountabilities of that money that's going into states. The biggest fraud, though, has been in the student loan portfolio.
Do you find that the states are willing to work with you, to
100%.
they are stewards of this money to prevent this kind of fraud?
100%, absolutely, because they don't want it. They want to utilize that money. They don't want to have someone that had suddenly a superintendent somewhere that utilized some of these funds, siphoned them off, and bought a new car, went on vacation. They don't want that. They want the money going to the kids. They're aghast, at that, and it's usually slow over time, over years. But auditors now are going in, our OIG had looked through a lot of those systems, and so brought that to light. So, just. It's all about accountability. If you don't hold people accountable, they don't perform. If you don't look over the financials, if you don't have auditors, money gets spent in ways it shouldn't be.
So we're running out of time, but I know that you travel all over the country. You're talking to people in education from K through 12 to the university system to administrators. I'm sure you deal with teachers unions as well, who aren't always as friendly to this current administration. What are you hearing from those out in the country about what their concerns are with education? What are they looking at to change or to make better? Where are the pitfalls?
They are really receptive in a great majority to education returning to the states. In other words, they believe that they know how to spend money best in their states. I had a stat from a superintendent in Tennessee who told me that for every dollar that went in the classroom, 47 cents was spent on regulatory compliance. Well, that meant that the rest of the money wasn't getting to the kids. So if we have programs in place so that more of the money goes directly into the states, and I have signed now 5 state returning education state waivers, whereby money that's already appropriated for those states, and it's ready to go in, it would come in like 5 streams, I think was in Iowa, was the first one we did. We're allowing the governor, who presented a plan, to take those 5 streams of income and pool them into one and spend the money on programs that this is Governor Reynolds right now, programs that she has seen needs this money, and she can go ahead and direct it, and there is not that 5 reporting structures of all of these streams, you know, to have this money be effective. So we've signed 5 of these waivers now with different states, and they are really excited about this. That's the goal. Give the states the money that Congress appropriates, but have it come through to them without all of this red tape and regulations, which is how they used to get their money before there was a Department of Education.
So on the issue of returning education to the states, the Mississippi Miracle comes to mind.
Sure.
To me. Can you talk about that for those who aren't familiar with what they're calling the Mississippi Miracle and the good stewardship of education in that state, which used to be at the bottom in terms of reading, math, and arithmetic, which is now at the top?
Yeah, and that really does speak to the issue, the exact issue, that innovation comes at the state level. It does not come at the federal level with a bureaucrat like me sitting in Washington, D.C. But the state superintendent of education, who was there at the time, took a look at Mississippi and how terrible the scores were, and really was innovative with introducing what's called the science of reading, which really went back to phonetics. I bet most of the people in this room learned how to read with phonetics. And this one system, it didn't happen overnight. It took a few years to get it in place, to teach the teachers how to teach it, et cetera. But Mississippi did go from almost next to last to now being, you know, in the top 10 in reading proficiency. And now they're introducing the science of numeracy. It is astounding to me that as Secretary of Education, I look at stats like, you know, 3 out of 10 of students can read proficiently. You know, 30% can read proficiently from 12th grade to 8th grade to 4th grade. And it's just been staying that way. Now we're looking at Mississippi. Those numbers are really, really much higher now because they are reading proficient levels in the top 10 of the country. So it is returning education to the states, letting state superintendents or state secretaries of education, working with their governors, working with teachers, working with parents, because it really does start with parents looking at what the curriculum is and how their students are doing. And that was really the silver lining of COVID, is that parents for the first time became aware.
There weren't many, but maybe that was one.
Yeah, that was a silver lining, that they really saw what the curriculum was in many ways. It's really growing now. States in charge, innovation happening at the states levels. The money flows from the federal government the way it always has. The Department of Education does not and has not developed curriculum. It doesn't hire teachers. It doesn't buy books. It is a pass-through for money. And so it can go to other agencies where a lot of it was before. That pass-through continues, and states will have less regulatory burden and more money to spend on their students to be innovative.
All right. Well, Secretary Linda McMahon, thank you for your time today. It was great to talk with you.
Great to talk
Thank
to
you
you,
very
Katie.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. It's a pleasure.
Do you know what I realized? I realized that you all submitted your questions to us, and then we went and took the questions to our live audience online, and you were robbed. You did not get to hear me sweat and try to answer your questions. So I insist now, out of the interest of raw excellence, that Bill put just a couple of these sweeties to me now so that I can do my little parlor trick for you. Is that agreed? Agreed.
So this, I guess, is an emergency session of the whole hog politics.
That's right. The people demand it,
together.
And you get it.
You were here for the first and only emergency session. I got to tell you, Chris, you know, I was just in a lunch with Scott Tranter of Decision Desk HQ, DDHQ, and he was unveiling his midterm forecast. It's obviously done every 4 years. He normally does it August 1st, but he moved it up to today, to today's lunch, to give us the official, you know, outlook. And you know, not a huge shock there. He obviously thinks that the House is going to go to the Democrats and the Republicans are probably going to hold on to the Senate. But he did say one thing that caught my ear, a number of things, but one thing in particular. He said that the House isn't going to be as big a blowout as everybody thought. And it made me think about this, and I've been guilty of this over the last few months. We talk so much about the Senate because we think about the Senate as, well, that's where the action is. We've already written off the House. That's a foregone conclusion. At least I have, to the point where I haven't really paid as close attention to the specific House races lately, and I still think the Democrats are going to take the House. But what's your take on whether it's a blue wave or just a blue ripple?
Well, look, we won't know until Labor Day, really, what the climate is actually like. And candidate quality doesn't matter as much in the House. The districts, everybody in this room knows who their member of Congress is because you're a bunch of nerds like me and you know who, when you got redistricted into or out of. I've seen survey work that says that only about 40% of America's voters can tell you who their elected representative in the House is. And candidate quality just doesn't matter that much simply because people are voting party, not individual.
Yep.
And I'm going to finish this answer. I don't care what they say. And the upshot is we will know in October, before October, we'll know in September what the climate is like. And I think if you held the election today, the Democrats would win 25 seats. But there's a lot of football to be played between now and then.
Yeah.
And maybe they can close that margin.
I think DDHQ, I can't remember the exact number. It's a little less than that. It might be closer to 15 or something like that. But they also were specifically assigning a number of seats to the Senate. And they say, as of the snapshot today, obviously things change, that we're going to end up with a 50-50 Senate, which would obviously keep the Republicans in control thanks to J.D. Vance's tie-breaking vote. But let's talk about the Senate.
No, we have to have our next guest.
We have to what?
We have to have our next guest.
Oh, we have our next guest?
We have to have our next guest. That was all I could get for
This was an emergency session of Whole Hog Politics. We hope you enjoyed it.
It's like that every Friday. You should join us. All right, thanks, Bill. Okay, the person who's going to answer this question differently than I answered that question is likely to be the chairman of the Republican National Committee, who will be talking to my colleague, Kelly Meyer. She's the White House correspondent for NewsNation, so please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I know it's a busy time, so we have a lot to talk about. And I also know that you're about to hit your one-year mark. What has this first year been like for you as chair of the party?
Well, it's been amazing. I was with, I had dinner with Senator Rick Scott, who's been a great mentor of mine since he first got into politics. And we were talking about when he first ran for office, I was the local chairman in Sarasota, and we were the only county in the whole state that opened up our party to him and helped him when he ran for governor the first time. And I was telling him, I said, no matter what level, I've spent 24 years as a chairman, moving my way through, I would say, the minor leagues of party politics. And it's really the same meetings, just different people, but literally the same personalities. And it's been an amazing experience to be able to go to bat for the president day in, day out. And I was with him early. You know, we honored him as the Statesman of the Year back in 2012. I was the original Florida chairman back in 2015, and Susie Wiles was my co-chairman. We ran that together, and it was an amazing experience. And listen, we're fighting every day. When he asked me to do this job, he said, you have one goal, and that's to win the midterms. And we're about to defy history in about 100 days to make sure, and I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win the House and the Senate.
We'll get into that because I'm curious to hear how you're kind of, trying to get the vote out there, trying to boost engagement with voters, but also want to talk about this big midterm convention that everybody's talking about, first ever. How did this, let's start first and backtrack. How did the president bring this up to you? Where did this come up?
Well, listen, he had the idea. The question is, if you're going to defy history, you got to do things a little bit differently. And for 150 years, only 4 times the incumbent party has been able to win. And so what do? You have to, how do you get the message out? What's the best way to get your message out? We have the #1 showman in politics that's ever existed, and Donald J. Trump, and put him front and center. And then the idea is, you know, you always have those convention bumps, and why can't we replicate it? And people don't do it because it costs a lot of money. Logistically, it's tough. Organization is tough. But we think that we could pull it off. We are going to pull it off. I did the official call last week. It's going to be September 9th and 10th in Dallas, Texas. And we're calling it like a Trumpapalooza. It is going to be all the amazing things that talk about real life stories of all these amazing stories that real life people have had from the policies that he's implemented, and also a chance for us to talk about what he wants to do over the next 2 years, and then contrast that with what's happening on the left.
I imagine the president himself will be there. Has he confirmed he will be attending and headlining that? Can you share?
This is his event. This is where the party exists for the president. So whatever we do, it's for his and his administration's benefit. So yeah, he'll be there front and center.
And any other guests you can tell us about? Any other surprise guests?
I will tell you that we are putting together, you know, the plan now. But I would say it is going to be awesome. It is going to be exciting. I think everybody's going to want to be there. You know, we've already started going through the delegate process and moving through it. But there's a lot of excitement amongst the base. There's a lot of excitement amongst donors and to try to participate. And so we're really excited about showcasing all the great things that our side has to offer.
And why Dallas, Texas?
Listen, the president loves Dallas, Texas. One thing is it's right in the middle of the country. You know, it's easy to get to with the airports there. And there's a lot of our friends are in Dallas. And so when we were looking, there was a lot of cities that were mentioned. And, you know, historically, when you set up these conventions, we usually have 2 to 4 years to plan everything out. So you have to have an area that's willing to take you, that's willing to do what it takes to get the security things and measures all in place. Mm-hmm. And so it really limits your options. But Dallas was on the top of the list from the get-go. And so I'm excited about Dallas. I know Dallas is excited about hosting it. And so it's going to be 2 conventions in a row because we're doing this midterm convention in Dallas, and then 2 years later we're going to be in Houston.
All right. Big Texas focus
Yeah.
there. Boosting voter turnout, that will be a big part of it, going out there and having the midterm convention. You have served in virtually every role in Republican politics for the last 2 decades. You were a local volunteer to chair the Florida Republican Party to now leading the GOP's national organization. So what have you learned is the best place to really rally voters?
Well, I think in order to be successful as a chairman, you got to have the ability to raise money. But number 2, you have to have the ability to organize. And I think that, you know, both sides, I think, struggle with that sometimes. And you see the base, you know, fractured. And what we have to do is we have to unite people to a common purpose. And that purpose right now is to make sure the president can continue his agenda. You know, he's been stymied someone in the Senate. And I think that through the primary process, we're going to have enough MAGA warriors so when we come back in November, we're going to be successful. And so the key is get people focused on, you know, get out the vote activities. I would say if you do the basic principles well, then you'll have successful. And that's get out the vote and election integrity. We're bringing the hammer all across the country. You know, a lot of people don't know after the 2020 election, the party put me in charge of the election integrity operation for the entire country. And it was always to make sure that we found out what happened and make sure it never happened again. And so I credit Laura Trump and Michael Whatley with really stepping up the pace in 2022 and helping us in 2024 get better. And now in 2026, as we head in there, not only do we have, you know, staffers spread out already hired to organize on the ground from an election integrity standpoint, we have 150 active lawsuits right now. We're winning a lot of these lawsuits, and we're pushing back because I say the Democrats try to cheat every single day, and it's our job to stop them, and we're stopping them day in, day out.
The president seems to be highlighting or getting a sense of what he might address in his primetime speech tomorrow. It seems to have a bit to do with election integrity, potentially looking back at 2020. Do you hope that he looks more ahead at the elections and not so much back at what happened in the past?
Well, I think in order to understand what happens moving forward, you have to understand what happened in 2020, and you have to people deserve to hear the truth and understand, everything that's happening in the election integrity world. People should have full faith and confidence in the system, and what we want is to have elections be safe and secure. We want everybody who's eligible to vote to be able to vote. But I don't know why it's so hard, and the question is why do we have 150 lawsuits trying to make sure we protect democracy and try to make sure these elections are safe and secure? It's because the other side knows they'll do everything in their ability to hold on to power and control, and that's why they're allowing tens of millions of illegals into the country. They want them to be able to eventually have voting rights, and so we've stopped non-citizens from voting. Some of our biggest wins is knocking them off the voting rolls, but the work never ends. And so, like I said, we're working every single day from election integrity standpoint, both from a litigation standpoint and from a on the ground. And we've done something that we've never done before this cycle is besides our normal, we have, 1,000 county chairmen, we have all of our state chairs. But then now what we've done is we've put in place volunteer election integrity chairs, volunteer grassroots chairs to really dig in and try to harness the energy that we have on our side that's willing to work.
And have you spoken to, or when was the last time you have talked to President Trump? And did he talk to you about what he might speak about tomorrow?
I did not talk about what he's going to speak about tomorrow night, but I talked to him last week, and we talked about a lot of different things, including the convention, including what we're doing to make sure that we win.
I know he's been pushing for Congress to pass the Save America Act. We know that legislation would limit who is able to receive a mail-in ballot and impose a documentary proof of citizenship requirement for registering to vote. Do you see that passing before November's election? I know that there's been some question on whether they have the votes, especially with McConnell being out now.
Listen, we're working on all fronts, and the party, obviously, we're here to support the president, his administration. The Save America Act is common sense. Over 82% of Americans are in favor of it. Again, you would think it'd be an easy thing to pass, and you would think that since we have control of both houses, we'd be able to pass it. But I think what's going to happen is we have our candidates and our nominees that are in place now, that once we win in November, I think we'll be able to push that through and pass it. So if we don't pass it now, we will pass it at the beginning of next year.
How do you feel about how it's all shaping up right now and who the competitors are going to be? It seems like on the Democratic side, we're seeing a lot of left progressive candidates winning their races. Do you feel as though that seems like they are energizing a part of the Democratic Party and the base there that you're worried about coming up against, or do you feel like this is better?
I'm not. Keep on electing it because they're giving us a gift every single day. What's happened to the left? They're in the death spiral. All you get to see it. All these mini mamdamis running around, and they're winning. And it's not New York City and big cities. We're talking about, the middle America, these DSA candidates. And you got to look at what their agenda is and what they're trying to do. It's where seats, and you got to think about, let's go back to the first question you asked is where are we at with some of the races? Bottom line is on the Senate side, we have Mike Rogers of Michigan against the fanatic El Said. We have Susan Collins, who was against a fanatic Plattner. And listen, 74% of the Maine Democrats voted for him. Right now, they're in some type of civil war, and they're trying to have do the nomination behind closed doors without anybody seeing, just like they put in Biden, just like they put in Harris. They should have a debate. They should have it open. It should be for everybody to see. But every single day they give us gifts from the standpoint of the matchups that we need. So on the Senate side, you could look. We have 53 seats right now. I say we pick up a seat, at least one seat on the House side. And I always say, don't take my word for it as the chairman. Go to the nonpartisan website, Cook Political Report. It shows you every race in the whole country. I look at it every other day to tell me, besides the information that I get, I just want to see some independent forum. And it says, because of all the gerrymandering, because of all the redistricting that's happened, we're down to 18 toss-up races. They're giving us 212 to start. Now, some of those are lean Ds, likely Ds, hard Ds, and vice versa on our side. But there's 18 or 19 competitive seats. 16 of those, I think, are ours. And so we have to, hold 6 of those to keep the majority. we're going to do that plus some. So I always say they don't let me bet on the prediction markets because I'm an insider, but I could tell you, I think we're going to win the House and the Senate. I think it's we're going to defy history because the president's given us an incredible opportunity because of the messaging that our candidates are able to deliver. But then on the candidate matchups themselves, we're getting the matchups we want in a lot of these races, both on the House and the Senate side. And then you got to go to fundraising. We're sitting on the most cash on hand in the history of the Republican Party. And what happened last week? The Supreme Court ruled on the coordinated campaign limits, which makes the party system and us, because we were preparing for that, the Ds are out to lunch. They have minus $4 million in the bank, right? Our dollars are now worth 3 or 4 times what they're worth because we're going to be able to coordinate directly with the campaign. So we're going to create maximum efficiency. And then what we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able to spend at the candidate rate, which is an absolute game changer. So fewer races, better candidates, superior resources, and then the best political person that's ever existed in politics in terms of their ability to get low propensity voters out, and that's Donald J. Trump. And so when you add all those things, the Republican Party and our candidates, we're in great shape and we're well positioned to win both the House and the Senate.
I know we're running out of time. I have a minute left, but I want to ask you too, because you're talking about money, we're talking about the economy is going to be the #1 issue for voters. We're hearing that from Americans across the country. We're also still dealing with the impact of the war in Iran and the cost on gas prices, groceries for people at home. How much are you feeling that could impact as the longer the war carries on?
Well, think of what happened during Joe Biden's administration, the fact that gas prices were the highest they ever were. And they're actually lower now, even with this conflict, than under Joe Biden. This president cares immensely about the working class Americans. That's why he passed the working family tax cuts, no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security. He's going to bat for the American worker every single day. He has empathy, and he's going to continue to do everything he can to get the nose of the economy of this country up and to get prices down so everybody can experience that and to create a path so every American can go out there and achieve the American dream.
Do you see this all ending before the midterms?
Listen, I have full faith and confidence in not only the president, but his team to do the right thing. We have to do what's in the best interest of America. Remember this, 47 years, no president's been willing to touch it. Why? Because the political risks are very high. Why is this president doing it? Because he understands what's at stake. He's not only trying to save the country, he's willing to put his reputation to save the world. He is going to bat for us. He's going to bat for America, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude.
One last quick question before we go. The future of the Republican Party after President Trump leaves?
It's going to be made in the president's image. And so I always say that, one of the questions I was talking about the president last week is like 2028, what's going to happen?
Right.
What's going to happen is whoever the president picks is going to be the nominee. He is the leader of our party. He dominates our movement. The Republican Party is Donald Trump's party, no question about it. And what he's created with the base will last long after he leaves office, and I think it will be felt with elections. I mean, just look at the congressional elections and all these MAGA warriors he's endorsing and winning, not only in the House, but the Senate. He's remaking the Republican Party from top to bottom, and I think it's a way where he's going to bat for the American worker, because the elitists in D.C. have sold out the American worker over the last 5 decades. This president's been willing to focus on him and do everything he can for him, and so that's why this party is going to be stronger and stronger as we move forward.
All right, Chairman, thank you for your time. We'll have to leave it there.
Thank
Great
you.
conversation. We appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank you,
you.
guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep.
You gotta go that way. You gotta go that way. It's a process. It's a process. We're coming together. We're figuring out the arrows go that way, and I believe in us. Okay, what's going to happen with artificial intelligence and national security? What's going to happen with the extension of the FISA court? What's going to happen with all of that jazz? These are worthwhile, meritorious questions. So maybe we should talk to the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee. Congressman Andrew Garbarino represents a district on New York's Long Island, and he is going to be, you'll get to hear again from Rebecca, who is our National Security and Legal Affairs reporter. So I'll just tell you that if you knew that the band Blue Oyster Cult took its name from the Blue Point Oyster of Long Island. You would know him already, but if you don't, here he is, Chairman Garbarino.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm a little late.
No sweat, no sweat. We'll get to the news of the day in a minute, but I was realizing you're about to hit a year as chairman of House Homeland. And I was thinking in the years that I've been covering this panel, it's been so focused on immigration, which of course makes sense, but it's really been the top priority. As you've come in, I see you as somebody who really sees DHS and of course yourself as having a very wide-ranging kind of mission. So I just wanted to hear you kind of talk about your lens of DHS and sort of why you have this broad view.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't believe it's been a year, which was a surprise. You know, Mark Green leaving. Most chairmen have 3 years to run a race. I had 3 weeks to run a race. And but you know, being from New York, both the department and the committee were stood up after 9/11. And we are coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. So I take my role as chairman very seriously, and my number one goal is to make sure another 9/11 does not happen again. Protecting the homeland is a bipartisan issue. We just moved 18 bills through committee last week, almost all of them bipartisan, almost all of them unanimous. So these are things that on the committee we can work together, and everybody's got the same goal. Nobody wants to see another 9/11 happen.
Well, just since you mentioned that, I did want to ask about FISA 702, its lapse. Those are our foreign intelligence authorities. Just quickly, sort of like, what's your assessment of like the posture that leaves us in?
It's not good. It's absolutely, it's tying our hands behind our back, and we need to be able to use every tool available to us to protect the homeland. FISA, anybody who has gone into the SCIF and had a classified briefing, FISA knows, we know that FISA has stopped attacks from happening on our soil. And the fact that that has lapsed is not a good thing. I'm hoping, we've had Democrats say that once Clayton gets in as director, they'll pass FISA. I hope that that's the case, because we're already too late in redoing it with the lapse. So we have to get it done right away.
So I do just want to make sure I get some questions in about immigration.
Of course. I figured.
ICE is under a lot of scrutiny, especially this week with these 2 shootings within the span of a week, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston and Juan Guerrero in Biddeford, Maine. I just wanted to know what oversight role you think Congress should play, and especially for the GOP majority.
Well, we've already requested yesterday, our committee already spoke to ICE and asked for a briefing next week, because we're not going to wait. We need to get them in to talk to us. And it can't be specifically on the shootings because they're under investigation. FBI, Office Inspector General, they will be doing the investigations on the specific shootings. But we want to know. I want to have a briefing on what the use of force, the training, what's going on with the body cameras, because that was in the last budget we passed. I know the shutdown did affect getting those body cameras out, and the current acting ICE director said he's hopeful to have them out to everyone by the end of the month. But I think the committee, and it's a bipartisan briefing that we asked for. The committee has a lot of questions, I think, and specifically on how the ICE officers are handling the cases that they're working on. Use of force, like I said, and what the plan is for getting the body cameras out that I think we funded back in May.
So on traffic stops, I feel like there's been sort of a confusing path on this over the last 24 hours. Some reports that ICE is going to temporarily halt doing traffic stops, although the agency itself did not confirm that. They wouldn't speak to their sort of protocols, but then you have President Trump this morning saying that he thinks this is a vital tool. I mean, I'm just kind of curious, what do you think about this practice specifically, the traffic stops?
Well, I mean, for all law enforcement officers, a legitimate traffic stop is a vital tool for, I mean, we wouldn't tell cops they couldn't pull over a criminal if there was a legitimate traffic stop. So I'm not sure you remove that tool from the tool bag, but you want to make sure, we have been told that right now the focus of ICE and removals are on people that have final orders of removal against them. And that's the focus, that should be what the focus of the ICE officers are on right now. So as long as they are, those officers are focused on what they told us they were focused on, and they are, I don't have a problem with them doing traffic stops. Again, as long as it's a legitimate traffic stop. I mean, if they're targeting somebody that has the final order and they're going to enforce that final order of removal, fine. But again, if they're acting, they're law enforcement officers, so you want people to know that they're law enforcement officers. So I would hope that they're using lights and to pull them over and things like that. As someone who has been pulled over, I always do what the cop tells me to do. So I don't, not get out of the car. I don't not give them my ID. So you need cooperation from the people that are being pulled over as well. I mean, these are law enforcement officers. They are trying to do their duty and enforce the immigration laws. So a lot of time, it's probably best just to cooperate with the requests. I don't think anybody is celebrating these shootings this week. I think there are questions as to both what the ICE officer conduct, but also the conduct of individuals being pulled over, as well as conduct of my colleagues. I have colleagues, and ICE pointed to this in one of their statements, that are giving advice to people on how to evade ICE officers and what to do if they're pulled over. I mean, that is not helping in the situation here. It is causing a powder keg that's probably ready to erupt. You have law enforcement officers; they should be doing their job. The civilians, people here should be cooperating. I've always been told to cooperate with law enforcement, and I think if you have two people, butting heads like that. There's going to be more problems than less, and I think we just need to calm down the situation. The law enforcement officers need to be able to do their job. They are enforcing federal law. They are enforcing it against people who have final orders of removal. That's what they've been told me they were focusing on. They need to do that, and the population, I think, needs to be respectful of law enforcement, as long as the law enforcement officers are doing their job.
Okay. I also want to, I'm going to try to hit as many.
I know, I talked a lot on that one, I'm sorry.
So for FEMA, they were in the news recently because they announced they would not provide counterterrorism grant funding, or rather that they would hold back some of that counterterrorism grant funding if states didn't meet 5 specific criteria on election integrity. And one of those was using a controversial database to verify that voters are citizens. So I just wanted to ask if you think it's appropriate to hold back counterterrorism funding to states on that basis.
I was never supportive of the holding back of the counterterrorism funding. Last year, I know New York took a big hit under the previous secretary, specifically to the UASI, the Urban Area Security Initiative grants. That money goes directly to law enforcement, FDNY, NYPD, the Joint Terrorism Task Force there. So these urban centers, a lot of the time, are the focus of terrorist attacks, because it's what, it's where the populations are. You do something in New York, everybody knows, no matter what language you speak, what New York is. You say New York, it doesn't matter what language, they know New York. So New York's always a target. So I'm always supportive of making sure that they get the funding that's needed specifically for the counterterrorism funding, and which is why I'm happy under the notice of funding opportunities that came out this year. We're almost as high as they were 2 years ago, and they reversed the cuts that happened that were proposed last year. So I'm supportive of that. Look, I think election security is hugely important. I'm not sure I would tie it to counterterrorism funding, but I mean, I also probably wouldn't have gotten rid of the election watchdog in CISA either. So I mean, there's election security is very important, and I support the president in making sure that we have secure elections. But I also want to make sure that, again, this is the 25th anniversary of 9/11. We do not want another one to happen, and making sure our law enforcement officers have the tools and the training that they need to prevent that, which is what they get from the UOC and other funding, is a top priority for me.
Well, I know you're also a big CISA guy. So I wanted to ask about Anthropic's release of Mythos, just the ways that's sort of highlighting our government's own capabilities in terms of, our own cybersecurity abilities in terms of facing threats and weaknesses. But we're now 18 months into the Trump administration. CISA still doesn't have an official leader. There's been reports that it lost about a third of its staff. Do you have concerns that CISA, other intelligence agencies just will not be prepared given those big staffing losses?
We did lose a lot of good people over the last 18 months at CISA, really the last 18 months, I'd say. I think Nick Anderson is doing a phenomenal job as acting director over there. I think he's got about 7 hats he's wearing, but he's doing a great job. They're supposed to be adding, their goal is to add another, I think, 600 employees. So they're out there trying to bring more CISA employees on. I like the administration's new focus on cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, operational technology. Those are all things that CISA is really working hard on. I like that in the White House EO, they included CISA as part of the working group that was going to work with these frontier AI models. And they are already, and I believe Mythos is partnering with the government right now to run security checks on our own system, which is great because they're also doing it with critical infrastructure, utilities, banks. And again, when 90% of our critical infrastructure is privately owned, that's, you need to have that partnership there. And my committee, Anthropic came in and did a demonstration of the power of Mythos. And it was closed door, but for us in the committee. And let me tell you, the offensive capability of it is very scary. So if a frontier model like that fell in the hands of somebody with no guardrails that was looking to do us harm, they could. But luckily, Anthropic is working with critical infrastructure as well as the government to protect our systems, because it's scary for the offensive side, but it's really, from what I've seen, it's really helpful on the defensive side. So I'm happy that we've been able to work through whatever disagreement there was, and hopefully we're shoring up our systems as we speak.
All right, I think I have time for one more very quick question.
I'll be quick, I'm sorry.
Secretary Mullen, he floated this idea previously about pulling CBP officers at airports and sanctuary cities and possibly, having them help with immigration enforcement. Just how did you feel about that proposal, and do you know anything more about whether it might be wrong?
Look, I understand the Secretary's frustration. Federal law enforcement officers aren't supposed to be dealing with crowd control. And that's usually NYPD, local police officers. They do it because they know that they know the people. They serve that area. So when you have a federal law enforcement officer that shows up and then there's nobody there to help because there are protests against them, I mean, I understand that his job is to keep his men and women in law enforcement safe, his law enforcement officers safe, and he has to do whatever he can to do that. I'm happy that didn't happen because I think it would have caused problems. But I understand exactly why he's doing it. He needs to keep his men and women safe, and he was pretty much being given no other option. But luckily, the governor of New Jersey sent state troopers after that became a possible option. So that was good.
All right, well, that's all we've got time for, but thank you so much for joining
so quick.
Today. I know it flies by.
Thank you very much. Thanks all for having me, and thank you very much for the questions.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
That was great, thank you.
Oh, perfect.
You knew that about Blue Oyster Cult? Did you know that about Blue Oyster Cult? See, don't fear the Reaper. This is what I'm trying to tell you people. Okay, data centers are an issue. Right? Everybody wants to be able to do everything in the whole world in a supercomputer in their pocket, but not everybody's sure they want to live next door to one. It has become a surprising flashpoint for this election year. And there is no place that is flashier in the flashpoint than the 10th District of Virginia in Northern Virginia. So maybe a good person to talk to about that would be Suhas Subramaniam. He is Democrat from the 10th District of Virginia. He serves on oversight and accountability, and he is one of the people trying to make this work in Congress. So I will just tell you that if you knew that the Snickers candy bar took its name from Snickersville, Virginia, which was named after a horse, then you would know him already. Say hello to Congressman Suhas Subramanian.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Congressman, for joining us here today.
Thank you.
I promise we'll get to data centers, but I wanted to start with a news of the day topic. I know you're on the Oversight Committee, and you've been very vocal about the investigation into the Epstein files. We understand that Attorney General Todd Blanche is testifying before the Judiciary Committee today. I just wanted to get your take on, that confirmation process and maybe how it could impact an official Attorney General, Todd Blanche, impact the investigation.
Well, we have a lot of concerns about Todd Blanche. He's been leading the Epstein investigation at the DOJ and the Epstein files release, and has done a very poor job of it. He has withheld millions of files, one. Two, he said that during the testimony, he said that he didn't have time or it wasn't appropriate to meet with survivors. Yeah, he went down and met with Ghislaine Maxwell for 6 hours, and all of a sudden she got switched to a minimum security prison that's basically a community college, is what we hear. And so we have a lot of concerns about the fact that he even referred to himself as the president's personal attorney. He used to be, but he's not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to make the DOJ the president's personal law firm, the way he's running it. And so as a Democrat, we are concerned about the politicization of the DOJ, as well as the DOJ going after political enemies. And Todd Blanche was very much handpicked by the president to do just that. And so we are going to continue to voice our opposition to this, and this shouldn't be a partisan thing. He is not fit to be Attorney General.
So going back to data centers, a bit of a hard pivot there, but because since Chris led on it, your district, the 10th District of Virginia, is considered the data center capital of the world, I see, with 53 million square feet and growing. I understand that your Data Center Infrastructure Risk Reduction Act would require the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon to identify which of those facilities qualify as critical infrastructure. How exposed is our critical infrastructure right now, and what could happen if action isn't taken?
Wow, our infrastructure is so exposed. And you think about if you're an adversary, do you go after the White House or the Pentagon, or do you go after data centers in my district, in my neighborhood? Mm-hmm. I live right next to a place called Data Center Alley in Ashburn, Virginia. And there we have 70% of the internet is running through the data centers in my district. If my district were a country, it'd be top 3 or 5 in the world as far as number of data centers. So why are we putting them all in one place? A place that doesn't have the power at this point. Literally, it's going on our utility bills to try to pay to get more power infrastructure into our community, and it's just not working at this point. A lot of the data centers there aren't even running to full capacity because they don't have the full power to be able to power them. And an adversary comes in and tries to bomb a data center or tries to cut or sabotage some of the power infrastructure. There's our internet, right? And so there's all of our data storage. And so we need to be thinking about this very, very carefully. It needs to be a top priority when it comes to securing the United States. And it also needs to we also need to make sure we're doing data center development right. Instead of putting them all in one place, that makes no sense from a security perspective. It makes no sense from an infrastructure perspective. We need to spread out the love. We have other states that want them, but the data centers aren't going there right now, and they need to be. And there was issues in the past with latency and other technical issues. Those issues don't exist as much anymore. There's other places you can put data centers, so it needs to happen.
Do you think there's room for maybe some bipartisan collaboration on this? I hear Republicans voicing concerns about data centers as well.
I am trying to make all of this bipartisan because I don't think we can have a sustainable solution unless it's bipartisan, especially on this issue. And I think there is an opportunity. I've talked to members from states all across the country, in every region of the country, Democrat and Republican, who have identified this issue too. And there's Democrats who feel like their community is ready to have a data center in their community, and the community is bought into having one, but the data centers just aren't coming to their region, right? Mm-hmm. And so they come and ask me, how do I get some of those data centers? And I tell them, you can have some if you really want it. But we need to do it smarter, and we need to make sure we're thinking not just for the next 2 years and not just for the cash grab short term, but the implications long term for our kids and for our grandkids.
How do you balance being a congressman from this data center capital of the world while also pushing back on the costs those facilities impose on constituents?
Let's put the people first. I mean, my utility bills in Ashburn are going up. They're going to double or more because of data centers alone, right? So we are paying for the infrastructure. They're not paying their fair share. That is a policy failure, and that needs to be fixed. And then we need to stop building data centers in my communities, period. I support a local moratorium, but a national moratorium makes no sense either, because we need to build data centers because of the advent of AI and because of what's going on in other emerging technologies. So to say, let's build no more data centers makes no sense. Where are we going to put them? We're going to put them in the Middle East. That was one proposal. And then the Iran war started happening. And data centers have been a target of Iran, right? Data centers have been targeted by Russia in the Ukraine-Russia war, right? So data centers are a target. And the best way to make sure that we have ownership over all the technology infrastructure is by finding a smarter way of rolling them out that does not put them all in one place and has community buy-in, unlike what's happening right now.
Speaking of Iran, the president informed Congress this week that we are once again at war with Iran following the memorandum of understanding.
Right, but this is a new war, right? So you can start the clock on 60 days again, yeah.
So the War Powers resolution failed in the House by 1 vote. You voted for it. What's the real consequence, I guess, of Congress failing to assert its authority on war powers?
I think the Republicans in Congress feel an obligation to go along with the president and what he's trying to do. They're really scared of their primaries and the fact that the president is endorsing and being able to take out incumbents. They saw the Kentucky primary with Massey, and so they're in a tough spot because if this were a Democrat adjudicating this war and leading this war, they would be against it, right? They would say this is a waste of money and a waste of time. I think many would. And so instead, it's their president, it's President Trump in the White House, and so they have to go along with it. I hope that more will change their tune and will come to the table and assert Congress's power, its rightful war powers. And this war has gone on far longer than 60 days, and so the president should be required to come to Congress. And it's hard for me to vote for any funding for this war at this point. They're asking for tens of billions of dollars more in funding, and frankly, there's a lot of other things we should be spending that money on, like healthcare. They said they didn't have the money for healthcare tax credits. They didn't have the money for food assistance, but somehow they have the money to move forward with this endless war.
Behind closed doors, are Republicans you talk to, is their tune different on the Iran war?
People in the press ask me about this a lot, and so I think the Republicans have stopped talking to me behind closed doors at this point.
Yeah.
So I don't actually know, haven't actually talked to any, but I just look at the statements made by not just Republicans on the Hill, but Republicans in the administration, Republicans across the country at the state and local level. Many of them came to power by saying that they would stop endless wars and forever wars and foreign entanglements. I got a lecture last year in the Oversight Committee from a Republican on how, because I supported National Guard doing exercises with other countries, that I was perpetuating regime change. And yet there's been regime change after regime change attempt by this administration and not a peep from them anymore, right? And so I think there's a lot of contradictions. There's just, we're at a point where they're just staying silent and being complacent, and I wish people would stick to their principles instead.
You mentioned primaries on the Republican side. There's also been a number of high-profile House primaries on the Democratic side of the aisle. How do you view, I guess, what direction is the Democratic Party going in right now? Because it seems that there is a fissure there, maybe the more moderate establishment wing and maybe the more progressive wing of the party. What do you see the party going in both directions, or is it a big tent, or is it either or?
It's certainly becoming a bigger tent, but some of the people coming into the tent don't like the party necessarily, which is interesting to see. And I think people are rightfully angry at the party. We've lost a lot of elections lately. We have not been effective enough, certainly at the beginning of this Congress, and pushing back and knowing how to push back against this administration. I think we've gotten better, though, and I think there's also been, I think the message has been received that we need to be more forceful in our response. moving forward, I think the only direction we should be going in is by serving the American people and by solving problems for the American people. That is the only direction we should be going in as a party, and we should put the people first over the party, and that's the direction I'll be going in, and I hope the Democratic Party goes in that direction too.
So Republicans, though, led by President Trump, they take the progressive wins and they try to paint the entire party with this broad brush using the term socialists and most recently communists. How do you guys hit back against that, or do you?
Yeah, I come on NewsNation and I always get asked about a quote that some new Democrat who got elected has said on their Twitter 10 years ago, right? And I just say, I don't agree with that, but there's probably stuff that I agree with when it comes to healthcare or food assistance or protecting Medicaid and Medicare, right? And so it's really easy for us to get distracted, and certainly it's more interesting to cover some of the things they said 10 years ago. I understand that, but if we continue to move forward on trying to solve the problems that the American people are facing and understand those problems in the first place, then we're going to be okay. I think people will forgive statements made 10 years ago, and they can try to call us communists, but we will lead by example and we will get things done.
What should House Democrats' message be this midterm cycle?
What I was talking about, making sure that we address affordability and making sure that we address the fact that a lot of communities are losing their access to health care because of the Medicaid cuts. We also need to talk about this war and talk about how we opposed it from the very beginning and that we are actually committed to not starting forever wars. And then we will also need to talk about the corruption in this administration. We can't turn a blind eye to it. We can't be afraid. We can't just look at polls and say, okay, well, this is what the polls are saying, so let's not talk about it. It is the right thing to do. It is the thing we need to do for a country, for a democracy, to investigate these. If there's no wrongdoing, fine. But we have seen enough evidence of wrongdoing, even in the minority on the Oversight Committee. I've seen enough to be able to move forward with real investigations. And the DOJ is not going to prosecute them, but we will let the American people decide how they want to act based on what we find.
So even though he's technically not on the ballot, President Trump, is he going to be a central part of your messaging by talking about corruption, talking about the Iran war? Is he front and center there?
I think every district is different, every state is different. I know in Virginia, he's going to be a central part of our message because of all the federal workers, many of whom voted for him, who have been wronged, who've been fired, who got their jobs, their telework, their everything taken away from them. And now they're trying to take agencies and move them to other places, and that's going to be a disaster for the agencies and for the American people, much less for Virginia. And so certainly he's going to be part of our message in Virginia, and Virginia Republicans continue to stand by him, and so that just puts them in a tough place. They try not to talk about Trump. I know that there's a Republican primary for my seat, and they try to avoid the topic. They try to have their debates behind closed doors. And so we notice that, and the people notice that, and so we will call it out.
We only have a few seconds left, but I know you were very vocal in the redistricting fight in Virginia. Redistricting didn't end up happening, but what did you learn from that experience?
I learned that our court system is still very political, and it would be ignorant to say otherwise. And who was appointed by whom still matters. And the people, millions of people in Virginia, said we are going to move forward with this plan. You may not like it. I think many of them didn't like it. I know I felt bad about doing it because I had voted to put this commission in place in the first place. But it was a response to, and a targeted and limited response to what was happening around the country to even the playing field going into November. So I felt like we had to do it, and it was a necessary evil. But the courts decided they knew better, and a 4-3 majority in the Supreme Court of Virginia decided they knew better, and I think something is wrong there at that point. If the courts, after the vote, are saying that the people were wrong and that we're right, I think that's over a technicality, and not a very good technicality. I think something's wrong there.
Congressman Suhas Subramanian, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll just go out this way.
Those are socks that made up for the absence of socks earlier in today's program. That's worth at least 2 pair of socks right there. Okay, there's a lot of reasons that you should know Lisa McClain. You're familiar with the congressional baseball game, congressional softball game? Okay, when you see her, you're not going to believe, she's like a little shot of espresso, right? She's small, but she packs a wallop. You will see why it is that she was able to become the chairwoman of the House Republican Conference, which talk about herding cats, right? Trying to keep everybody together and do that job. It is a very difficult job. So she is going to be somebody very much worth listening to. It will be even more valuable because she's going to be interviewed by my friend and my colleague, Emily Brooks, who, by the way, if you have not yet signed up for The Movement, which is her Hill Insider newsletter that's tracking what's going on inside the conservative movement among Republicans and all of that jazz, you are missing out. So I would highly encourage you to do so. Okay, if you knew that Thomas Edison's hometown was Port Huron, Michigan, you would know her already, but if you don't, here she comes, Congresswoman Lisa McClain. Put your hands together.
Double shot of espresso. I would have worn my high-heeled shoes for that.
Well, thank you so much for being here today. As Chris mentioned, you are the number 4 House Republican Conference Chair in charge of messaging for the conference. Yep. So this is a midterm election year, big year for messaging. So we've heard a lot of messages from House Republicans this year on fraud, on yesterday. We talked a lot about the threat of what you see as communism in the country. What is the winning message for House Republicans this year?
I think the winning message is simple, and it's an ideological message. It's common sense versus crazy communism. I mean, we are truly, and both sides went through it, if we're going to be honest with each other. What the Democrats are dealing with right now are, and they say it publicly, they're talking about the DSA or DSP or Democratic Socialist Movement or Party or whatever. You have open Democrats saying they're socialists. That scares me, and that should scare every American. I think it's going to be an ideological debate. And I think that's the winning message, common sense versus crazy. And the problem is, it doesn't matter on what side of the aisle it's on, but when the extremes take hold, they push the party, you know, in this case, the Democrats are really pushing the party really, really far to the left, right? I just don't believe that the average, normal, rational Democrat believes in socialism, believes to let people out of prisons and defund the prisons, pack the Supreme Court, eliminate the, the problem is that's what people gravitate to, and those are the sound bites that take hold. That's gonna be the message, common sense versus crazy, right? You may not like this Republican, but do you really wanna vote for that? I mean, this person's crazy. You really want somebody to represent America who uses the American flag to wipe their hands on? I mean, really? That's what you want? I just think that is a very emotional argument that the average American doesn't want.
You're talking a lot about the ideological divide on the Democrats, but House Republicans.
We're perfectly united. What are you talking about?
House Republicans.
Sure.
Only every single week when I'm up there with you on Capitol Hill, it's always something. There's always House Freedom Caucus is mad about something, or somebody else is mad about something.
HR2, New Yorkers.
You're up there every week giving your press conference about the messaging of the week, and then they go and turn the message into something completely else. How do you manage that?
It's like herding cats. But I like it. I have 4 kids, so I got a lot of practice doing it. What those are doing is they're representing their district, right? In terms of HR2, if you take a look at the members that are doing that, the Save America Act for a lot of people.
HR2 is the big it's the big border bill that Republicans passed in the last conference are pushing for to bring it up again.
Yeah. If you take a look, it's really policy specific and policy driven. But at the end of the day, they still carry the same message, is common sense versus crazy, right? Because whether it's HR2, they talk about it in the sense of we don't want open borders. We don't want asylum for everyone. And then they take it back to the specific piece of legislation. So I think the biggest difference between that too is this isn't an ideological debate. I think the bulk of Republicans agree with the outliers, whether it be HR 2 or SALT for the New York members or whatever, whatever it may be. It's not an ideological debate on capitalism versus communism.
And today, another big development on the House side revealed the text for the Reconciliation 3.0 bill. This is the bill that will have the ability to move through both chambers of Congress without having to worry about the Senate filibuster along party lines. Right now, it's a lot smaller of a package.
It's really small.
Than a lot of people were talking about a couple of months ago. And it funds defense, it gives money for grant programs for the Save America Act of voting restrictions that President Trump has been calling for, and aid for farmers. No offsets to that spending, which a couple of House Republicans have already been raising some concerns with. So messaging that bill, how are you going to be messaging that to get it through?
Yeah. No one thought we could get to Reconciliation 3.0, and we think we're going to get through it, and then all of a sudden now we're talking about Reconciliation 4.0. So before I answer that question, I just want to say if I could build a statue to Mike Johnson, I swear to God I would. This guy is the most patient man that I've ever met, and he does things that nobody thinks possible. But as it pertains to Reconciliation 3.0, it is extremely skinny, and it is the vehicle, the primary vehicle to get Save America Act through the Senate, right? We've passed it 3 times in the House, but we need to get the ability to have the Senate pass it. And Reconciliation 3.0, quite frankly, is the only way to get that done right now.
And as far as you said, that maybe there might be a 4.0. Is that something people are thinking about?
I'm just giving you a little
right
teaser on that. Yeah.
Oh, a little teaser.
Yeah, because we do have an issue. We do want to deal with the waste, the fraud, the abuse, the offsets, the affordability, all of that stuff. If you open that up, it makes it a lot more difficult to get the Save America Act. So we all agree as Republicans that we want the Save America Act to go through. It's a widely popular issue. What we argue about is the vehicle in how to get that done, and Reconciliation 3.0 is the vehicle to get that done.
Mm-hmm. A couple of other things legislatively that have gone through this year it was a pretty big win for the housing bill that did get through. President Trump didn't end up signing it, but it has still become law. Are you using that in your midterm messaging to try and say that Republicans are getting things done, or does it make it harder that Trump didn't sign it?
Yeah, I think the average American, the one thing I can tell you, the average American, when you go back home, when I go into my districts or when I travel around into other people's districts, what we think is absolutely critical up here and is earth-shattering, nobody has a clue. So if you go out into your district in Port Huron, Michigan, so to speak, and you ask people, did President Trump, how did that housing bill get put into law? They have no idea the intricacies on how that works. Or did you know so-and-so didn't vote for the rule? Or did you know? They have no clue on process. What I find the average American wants to know is, what are my gas prices? What are my grocery prices? Can I go to work? Do I have to worry about my communities not being safe? We get so caught up into all of these intricacies on Trump didn't sign the bill. All people know is we have an affordable housing bill, and what they really care about is, when I go to the bank, can I get financing? Are the interest rates going to be lower? Is the cost of the home going to be lower? Because they don't even care that so much it's because of the regulation or the why. They just want the end result to happen. That's why, if you look at what we've done with the working families tax cuts and why we had to do it a year ago on July 4th, we needed the American people to feel the effects and bring the policies to life, right? That's why you saw, I think 97% of Americans got a tax refund, and of those tax refunds, or 96%, and of those, I think 73% of those people made less than $100,000. So the Democrats can say, oh my gosh, it's a tax break for the rich. Well, last I checked, being rich in America wasn't making less than $100,000, yet 73% of those people got an increased tax refund. So we need to bring the policies to life.
And as a messaging-focused person, the Trump factor. President Trump.
He never tweets, he's not engaged.
Trump says what he's gonna say. Do you find that he makes your job harder, or is it sometimes easier because he can energize certain parts of the party? How does that factor in?
I think for me, it makes my job a lot easier because I'm way more relevant. I can tell you, I come out of a meeting and it'll be like, oh my gosh, did you just see what President Trump tweeted? And seriously, I haven't seen what he's tweeted, right? But it gives the attention and it gives the spotlight back to us. So I see it as a positive, right? If you look at the two different, compare and contrast President Trump versus President Biden, they're two extremes, right? President Biden didn't do a press conference. President Trump does 17 a day and then feels obligated to get on, on Twitter. So to me, I would much rather have our president engaged. Now, do I wish he would call me every time he tweets? Yeah, I do, but come on, let's live in reality. That's not happening, right? But I will tell you this, everything that man does, I believe in my heart of hearts. I didn't think this until I got to know him. It's all calculated. It's all by design. I'll just leave it at that. He's a very calculated individual, and quite frankly, I think it makes my job a little bit easier because I get a platform to speak now. If he stayed silent, no one would want to talk to me.
And for midterm elections, Michigan, not a lot of super competitive House races. I know you're in the House, but the Senate is going to be very interesting. The Senate Democratic primary is pretty interesting right now. You have Haley Stevens, who's backed by leadership, and then further to the left, Abdul Al-Said. What do you think of that race, and which do you think that Republicans would rather run against?
I don't really think Republicans care, and I say that because if you ask me personally, I'd rather, I think it would be an easier path for a Republican victory if Al-Said ran, right? It's easier to draw that contrast. But the issue is, because of that very heated primary, Al-Said has pushed Haley Stevens so far to the left that she's had to make, I think it's pushed her farther to the left than she would rather go. Second, she's had to spend a ton, both of them have had to spend a ton more money in the primary, where we finally did something right. We cleared the field. We have one candidate, and that's Mike Rogers. He hasn't really had to spend a lot of money, and the money that he has spent has been focused on his agenda as opposed to fighting his own party. So I would say I'm cautiously optimistic about the Senate race. And if I had to bet right now, I'd clearly bet on Mike Rogers. I just think the odds are in his favor.
And we're almost out of time, but last question. You are the top Republican woman in the House. In the past, there's never been a Republican woman who rose higher than conference chair position. Would you be interested in going higher at any time in the future?
The obvious answer to that is, of course, right? I would be prepared for any opportunity that came my way, but I think this is the mistake people make. I spent 35 years in business. The best way to get a promotion in business is to do a really good job at the job you currently have. So that's what I'm truly focused on, because if I do a really good job at the job I have, if we can message, if we can get the right candidates, and we can win the midterms, that is way more important, and I think way more opportunities will come your way if you do a good job at the job you have. And knock on wood, I've been blessed my whole life. If you're just prepared, things usually work out pretty well.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
This way, this. All right, this way.
Two women, they knew exactly what to do. They didn't have any questions about which direction to go. The guys have a hard time. This is typical of our experience in this life. Okay, are we having fun? Yes, I feel the energy. I feel the momentum that's taking us to, you know that they call it the tea break? It should be a coffee break. This is America. I don't care who you're rooting for in the soccer tournament, but it's America. It should be a coffee break. Okay, let's go back to the executive branch. Scott Turner is the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development with that cool, bizarre building that everybody knows right by 395. Before he got into politics, he played 8 seasons in the NFL. You will be able to tell that I'm going to get off the stage quickly because he was in the secondary and I do not want to get tackled. Other good news for you, he's going to be talking to my colleague, my friend, Judy Kurtz. She writes the In the Know column, which is absolute required reading in Washington, D.C. So I will say, if you ever got laid the heck out in the secondary field at the San Diego Chargers, you would know him already. But if you don't, here he comes. Secretary Scott Turner, put your hands together.
Hey, hey. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Secretary Turner, thank you so much for joining
course,
us. You wanted to start with a fact check of my dear colleague, Chris Steyerwalt.
Yes.
You're in a different building these days.
Yes, so Chris, thank you for that kind introduction. But we, for those that don't know, we moved our building from 451 7th Street in D.C. to Alexandria in April of this year. And it has been a tremendous move for our agency. It's really been transformative for the culture of our agency. So if you see it, it's right on Eisenhower Avenue. There's a big American flag on it. So if you're driving, take a look. You'll see us right there to the right-hand side.
We'll pay you a visit over at the new HUD building. Well, I think housing, home ownership, issues that unify Americans across both parties, but also frustrate a lot of Americans across both parties. I don't think you would necessarily argue with me saying that in many ways you've obtained the American dream. Started at first job as a dishwasher at a barbecue joint, became an NFL player, you're active in your church community, now of course you're a part of the president's cabinet. But for a lot of young Americans, do you worry that home ownership, which is a big part of the American dream, is seemingly less attainable?
Well, thank you for that. And, you know, I really have, I'm grateful to the Lord and how he's blessed my wife, Robin, and I in our life. You know, we have a 25-year-old son, and I hear it a lot from the younger generation about, you know, am I going to be able to afford to buy a home? And so it is a legitimate question, but I will say from President Trump and his leadership, myself, and others that are in the administration, this is of utmost priority to us, is to make housing affordable for the American people. And as I've traveled around the country, the number one thing that we've learned and the number one thing that we've heard is the regulatory environment is so burdensome when it comes to the construction and the development of homes. And so we have been laser focused on bringing down regulations from the federal standpoint and also encouraging state and local governments to do the same, because I'll give y'all a number right here. The median price of a home in America today is around $426,000. $100,000 of that final price of a single-family home is in regulation, $100,000. And so if you think about it, that's unsustainable, and it makes housing unattainable for a lot of people. And so when you bring down the regulatory environment and you bring the cost down to build a house, you bring the supply up, and now it makes it easier to build and easier to buy. And I say that because I want people to know here and, you know, throughout our country that may be listening, is that the regulatory environment has stymied development, but we are attacking regulations in our country. We just published our best practices report to bring down the regulatory environment in state and local governments. And I'm encouraging people, mayors, economic development, people on the local level, look at your environment, look at the regulations, see how you can bring that down to unleash building in our country, and it's happening piece by piece. We have opportunity zones, which I know we'll talk about, but I want the people of America to be encouraged that the policies that we are setting forth will allow and help people in America at every age to be able to have an opportunity to afford to buy a home.
I want to ask you about a new housing law that I know you are aware of, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, passed both chambers, overwhelming bipartisan support. But President Trump, as you know, canceled the signing ceremony at the last minute to push for the Save America Act. He ultimately did not sign the legislation, but it did become law without his signature. Will this new law help with the housing crisis, and what needs to happen next? What do you want to see Congress do?
So, obviously, I'm 100% in support of the president. The president is very focused on housing affordability. Congress passes the laws. My job as the Secretary of HUD is now to execute those things that are in the law that pertain to housing, that pertain to HUD, that pertain to zoning and things of that nature. I'm grateful that, Congress came together, with this law. And so now our job is to go out, in particular, the things that impact HUD, to make sure that those things are done for the American people. We've already been doing some of those things from a regulatory environment, as I've said. Now the manufactured housing, the code for manufactured housing, now we can help those that live in manufactured housing have more flexibility when you build modular manufactured housing. So, we've already been doing it, and we're going to continue to do it in the days ahead.
But what do you think lawmakers should do next?
Well, number one, I think that the federal government, has to unleash the private sector. Public-private partnerships are the key. And, for instance, opportunity zones. Congress created the law, the One Big Beautiful Bill, or the working family tax cut, made opportunity zones now, they're permanent. The first iteration of opportunity zones have been transformative. $100 billion investment into distressed communities, 400,000 new housing units, 1 million people getting off of poverty, and 500,000 jobs. Congress was a facilitator of that law, and now the private sector is the one carrying out. And so I think as Congress creates these laws, as Congress creates and facilitates these policies, now it's up to the private sector to go execute it.
I want to ask you about a story that caught my eye last week in the Wall Street Journal. It was called "Moving Back Home Used to Be a Sign of Failure. Now it shows financial savvy." It details this trend of older children moving back in with mom and dad because of sky-high rent prices, sky-high home prices. And they talked to Megan Talley, a 28-year-old, lives with her mom near Atlanta, and she told the Journal, "Everything is just out of reach. If a young person wants to live alone, you could do it, but you would be dead broke at the end of the month." What would you tell Megan?
Well, what I would tell Megan is to continue to work hard. I don't fault young people, for whatever reasons they have, to move back in with their family, with their mother and father, to save money. And I don't think that just started. I think that's happened for decades in our country, where young people move back in with their parents to save money. And I would tell her to continue to be faithful and be a good steward over the salary that she does make, and save and prepare to be able to buy a house, because on our end, we're working to bring the prices down to make it more affordable for Megan and all of Americans to be able to afford to buy a home. And I would also tell her, look at FHA. Last year, in a year's time, FHA, which is the FHA mortgage insurance from HUD, we helped 1.5 million people be able to afford to buy a home last year. And 80% of those were first-time home buyers. The mainstream media doesn't do a great job of broadcasting this and telling this, but FHA, working with our Jenny Mae, has done a tremendous job for first-time home buyers. So I would tell people to research it, go look at it, go to HUD.gov and understand it. I think a lot of times young people today, they kind of travel in herds and mobs, like, well, they can't do it, they're doing this. But step out on your own and research. See what the good news actually is. See what tools are actually there. So that's what I would tell Megan. And look at FHA and see how they can help you.
I want to ask you about FHA. HUD recently announced 14 policy changes to FHA, single-family mortgage insurance program aimed at lowering costs, easing regulatory burdens, improving affordability for those Americans using FHA-insured mortgages. How much of a difference will those changes mean for the average home buyer?
Well, I think there'll be huge changes, because when you bring the time to be able to get a loan, to buy a house, you bring the cost down, you bring those duplicative processes back, it makes it cheaper to get a loan, it makes it quicker to get a loan. That's a huge impact for the American people. So I'm really proud of our housing folks at HUD and FHA, because we'll continue to find those things that are burdensome and duplicative and bring those down, to rescind those, because that transfers to the American people that can become potential home buyers.
I want to ask you a little bit about homelessness. California saw one of the largest decreases in homelessness in the past year, about a 3% drop. That's according to your agency, a May report from HUD. But California and New York, of course, continue to have the highest homeless populations in the country. California Governor Gavin Newsom has said that tackling the homelessness crisis is one of his top priorities. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani recently released this plan to add 200,000 affordable homes over the next decade. Are there any areas when it comes to homelessness that you could find common ground with Newsom or Mamdani?
You know, I'm not really interested in finding common ground. What I'm interested in is changing the formula and changing the way that we attack homelessness. Since 2013, it's been a housing first model. Housing first is a failed model. Housing first has created a homeless industrial complex, which is not helping our homeless friends, our homeless neighbors. We have record funding for homelessness, and yet we have record amount of homeless people on the streets. That's the wrong play to run. We're not interested now, current day HUD, under President Trump and under myself, we're not interested any longer in funding status quo, because that's what's been happening. We want to fund results. It used to be that success was the amount of people that you had inside of a facility that were homeless. That was success, and so you got funded. Success now means the amount of people that you get out of homelessness to self-sufficiency. That's what we want to fund. It's a completely different paradigm. It's a completely different shift. And so to me, it's not about common ground. It's about literally changing the play, changing the way that we go, that we approach homelessness. No longer can it just be housing. It has to be housing, get to the root of homelessness, which is mental illness, drug addiction, get people healed and transformed, and then out of homelessness to a life of self-sustainability. We faced that in my own family with my uncle. My uncle was a former Army veteran, and we found him homeless in South Dallas, half-clothed, substance abuse, beaten, disoriented, life-debilitating disease. And when we found him, we were able to put him into a home that was for veterans, had maybe 4 or 5 veterans in it, and put wraparound services around him to get him cleaned up, to understand why he was in the situation, to get him healed and transformed, then bring him into one of our family's homes and love him and continue these wraparound services. And because of that, he lived the last 3 years of his life in dignity, and he died in dignity. That's what I want for all Americans that are facing homelessness. And so that's what we're going to do.
The housing affordability crisis has outlasted multiple administrations, countless Congresses, various policy approaches from both parties over the years. What makes this moment different?
I would say this moment is mindset. It's just a different mindset. Status quo is not good enough. You know, doing the same old thing just because we've always done it, that's not good enough. It's not good enough for me personally as the Secretary of HUD, and it's not good enough for people that I've been called to serve. We serve some of the most vulnerable people in our country at HUD. And, you know, I've been really blessed to achieve to be able to buy a home, and I want other people in our country to be able to do the same. That's why policies matter. And so from going to making houses affordable, to working with state and local governments, to creating public-private partnerships, policies that actually matter, policies that actually bring results. That's what we want to do now. And I would say that's what's different, and it starts with a mindset. It really does.
When I was a kid, there was a show on TV called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? And these days for you, it seems like you're doing your own version of that. Where in the world is Scott Turner? You've been crisscrossing the country, having these roundtable discussions with policy leaders, the public and private sectors rather. What's the most valuable thing coming out of some of those conversations?
So, and thank you for bringing that up. So we, you know, I do travel a lot, and, you know, I love DC, and I love being here with the people of DC and at HUD, but my heart is to go to the streets, to go to the people in America. And we've had at HUD over 80 convenings agency-wide on opportunity zones. I've been to over 40 cities thus far to bring stakeholders. And I want y'all to hear, when we go to these cities, we bring stakeholders together. We bring community leaders, education leaders, industry experts, elected officials, finance people, as it pertains to housing or homelessness or disaster. And we bring these people together, but in particular for housing. And we want to go and be great listeners. What is the pain point in this community? right? What is causing housing to not be affordable? What is the regulatory environment? And then before we leave, we say, okay, what are strategies that we can come up with for long-term sustainability? And before we leave a place, we want to have a solution. We want to have a strategy. And then the people on the ground could then execute that for the people of that said city and state. And so that's what means a lot to me. I'm not one just to meet. I want to meet to learn to execute, to help the people of that said community. And that's our mindset. That's our mantra. That's our strategy, is that when we go into a place, we have to leave it better than it was when we found it.
You've served as an associate pastor in your church. These are very divided times. If you could take off your HUD hat for maybe a moment, put on your spiritual one, what would you tell folks who might be on the other side of the aisle and don't necessarily agree with what HUD is doing, what President Trump or his administration are doing?
Yeah. Well, this is what I would say to people. You know, poverty doesn't have a party. Poverty doesn't care if you're Republican or Democrat. It impacts all of us. My job as a Christian, as a man of God, as a pastor, is to love people, to love God first, and to love people, and to help people where they are. People may not agree with me, but I tell people all the time, I don't care about your politics, I care about people. And when you go into a city, as I have, many cities, and you see poverty, it's not about their party. It's about helping people to overcome and fulfill a life of self-sustainability and fulfill their God-given potential. And this is what I would encourage the people of America to do. Look in the mirror. Forget your politics. And ask yourself, are you, one, living a life pleasing to God? Number two, are you living a life fulfilling the call that He's called you to? And number three, are you living life for yourself, or are you laying your life down for your brother and your sister? Period. And I think if more people would do that, if we would do that, then you would see a lot of this divisiveness settle down. When you humble yourself before the Lord and let Him lift you up, and then you lay your life down for your brothers and sisters, I believe that will bring great change to our country.
We only have a few seconds left, but I can't let you go without a football question. The Washington Commanders are building a $3.8 billion stadium here in D.C. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told The Hill last year that President Trump would surely be a beautiful name for this new stadium. Should the new planned Commanders Stadium be named after President Trump?
You know what, I'm not going to get into the name of the stadium. You know, I think that obviously, you know, the president did a lot to get that deal done, working with different partners in the state, local, and private sectors to get that deal done. I will say this, it is going to be a transformative project for Southeast DC and this entire region. The spirit of opportunity zones is community development and economic development. And I do know this from the president, that's what the president's heart is to bring revitalization to these areas. Whether or not the stadium bears his name, I think what's more important to him is that the people of Washington, D.C. thrive and that this project is a success.
One final question for you. As I mentioned at the beginning of our chat, you worked as a dishwasher, one of your first jobs. What is messier work, working as a dishwasher or navigating the landscape here in Washington?
It's a different kind of messy. You know, working as a dishwasher, you can see it because it's all over you. A lot of times in D.C., you don't see it till it's right in your face. But what I will say this, I wish it was less messy. And I hope everybody hears me. We need to start taking these positions not for self-exaltation, but to serve the American people. We need to make decisions based off of conviction and not based off of keeping our seat. We need to make decisions based off of principle and not based upon how many likes or clicks we're going to get on social media. Remember we didn't have social media? Do anybody in here remember that? I do. Raise your hand if you remember we didn't have social media. It was a lot different back then, wasn't it? And I know that sounds old school, but old school principles have stood the test of time. These trendy principles, they don't stand. And so that's what I would encourage our people to do.
We will have to leave it there. Secretary Scott Turner, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, thank you. Great job. Okay.
All right, if the Commanders can't do better than 5 and 12, I don't think anybody's going to want their name on the stadium, so they better see about that first. Okay, it's time. Oh, boo, yeah. Okay, it is time for another word from one of our sponsors. You are now going to get to hear from Lori Riley. She is the Chief Operating Officer for Pharma, and you are going to get to hear again from Hill contributing editor Kathleen Koch. Please welcome them to the stage.
Oh, thank you all. And I think we can just say it. What a tough act to follow.
Yes.
Come on. Wow. So inspiring. Well, Lori, welcome.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Yeah. I think this is something that very few people really fully appreciated until the pandemic. But how does the biopharmaceutical industry contribute to our economic security here in the United States?
It's a really great question. You know, I think you're right that that is an underappreciated fact as it relates to people's recognition about how vital this industry truly is to the economy in our country and also our health security. Across the U.S., we have manufacturing facilities in 48 states, including Puerto Rico as well, 1,500 manufacturing sites. We made a commitment last year of $500 billion in additional investment that's going to happen over the next 10 years. Over, the majority of medicines that people take here, the innovative medicines that people take in the U.S. are actually made in the U.S. And about 70% of new medicines, once they get approved, people in the U.S. are the first to get access to them. And I think that became really clear during COVID, as you mentioned, Kathleen, when people were relying on vaccines, people needed therapeutics, and people in the U.S. got access to those first. But for many people today, whether it's people suffering with cancer, multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's, they also want access to those medicines first here too. And so that need to be first, to have access to medicines, to have the manufacturing happen in the U.S. is really important, to your point, to both our economic as well as our health security.
Those economic gains, I realize, are possible largely because the United States is currently still the global leader in biopharmaceutical innovation. So what would you say has made that leadership possible? And then on the other hand, what threatens it? What puts it at risk?
I think there's a couple of key factors that are really critical to keeping the U.S. in the global lead. One of it is strong intellectual property rights, right? When companies make investments, you need those patent protections to ensure those investments exist. Of course, you need a strong regulatory system that's science-based, that is somewhat predictable to get your product through that process. And then once your product is hopefully approved, you need to have that medicine be covered and people can afford it. So all of those things are really, really critical because to get a medicine to market is long, it's risky, and it's expensive. It takes anywhere from 10 to 15 years to get through the Food and Drug Administration clinical trial process and the pre-work that's needed to get there. It is risky. About 9 out of 10 of every attempt to get a medicine to medicine fails. Really? So we're only successful about 10% of the time. And the cost is about $2.5 billion to bring a new medicine to market. So if you're a company and you have a long-term kind of risky investment, 10 to 15 years at a huge cost with the likelihood to fail, you need to know that you've got an intellectual property system that will protect that investment, that you've got a regulator at the FDA that you can trust, that is science-driven, and that someone is going to pay for it at the end of the day. So those are really critical. And to your point, the U.S. has been this kind of global leader, really going back to the 1980s. And really something happened. There was a divergence that happened. Europe had traditionally been the leader in biopharmaceutical research and development, but they made some decisions, candidly, that drove a lot of that industry to the U.S. They price set medicines, and they took a more restrictive posture towards people being able to access medicines in Europe. At the same time, the U.S. was passing legislation that was attractive to our industry, legislation like something called the Bayh-Dole Act, which says government and industry and academia should work together to try and bring new medicines to market. So that attracted our industry to the US, away from Europe. But I will say, in the rearview mirror and getting closer every day is the fact that other countries, including places like China, are looking at this industry and saying, we want to be the global leader.
I mean, they've set that as their goal decades ago.
Absolutely,
right?
and they've had a concerted plan to say, hey, let's bring innovation to China, let us be the global leader. And they're doing a lot of things to make that happen. And so we can't lose sight of the fact that what has made us great for a long time, we need to continue doing. We need to shy away from policies that harm innovation, that restrict entrepreneurship and investment, so that we can preserve this industry, because it really is vitally important. American patients want access to medicines here first. We want to remain the global leader, but we have to make sure that that policy environment, whether it's intellectual property, regulations, or coverage and payment, stay intact.
So you mentioned drug approval, having a process that companies can count on.
Yeah.
And there have been some changes at the FDA recently. So how are those affecting innovation?
Yeah. The FDA is our primary regulator. Obviously, to get a medicine approved, we have to go through the FDA. And as you noted, there have been some changes. We've lost some key personnel that have been at the agency for a very long time. And we've fallen a bit behind, candidly, relative to other agencies in a couple of key areas. We still submit, when we submit a medicine for approval, it's still a paper submission, right? We're not using cloud-based technologies. We're falling behind in terms of getting our sites inspected. The reliance on new tools like artificial intelligence are not as high here as we think, candidly, they should be. And new types of science, like real-world evidence to evaluate how effective a medicine may be, aren't being utilized as much as they should be.
So could those things speed the process along?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I will give this administration credit. They recently made an announcement called Operation Trailblazer several weeks ago, with the recognition that, we are falling a little bit behind, and we need to do some things as the government to make it easier to bring new medicines to market, to shorten the amount of time, to rely on new technologies so that we don't fall behind and lose this race that we are trying to continue to win against places like China and others. And so I'm heartened to say there's at least a recognition, but there's a lot of work that remains to be done.
But do that, but without being protectionist.
Right. I think that's exactly
right. It's a fine line there.
There is a fine line, and I think we hear this question a lot about should the U.S. embrace policies that would shut down the ability, for example, for industry to engage in China. And what I would say is, listen, anything we do is not going to stop China, right? China is moving full speed ahead. We should be taking a posture that we want to compete with China, and we want to ensure that we are putting ourselves in the best possible position to compete and compete effectively in China. And that doesn't mean protectionist policies that say you can't do this, you can't do that. They're going to keep going with or without us. What we don't want is for them to grow and for us to harm our own industry here by limiting our ability to compete.
So I know it's not a surprise to anyone in the room that affordability, right, is a key issue heading into the midterms. And recent polls show that health affordability tops the list. So Lori, I'm wondering, how can policymakers work to lower health care costs without ceding our leadership in this space?
It's a very tricky dynamic. And we obviously spend a lot of time thinking about these issues. Healthcare affordability, right up there with housing, food, and other things, is very high on people's minds. In some of the recent polling that we've looked at, one of the big concerns as it relates to healthcare affordability has to do with people's insurance and how they experience their insurance. Frustrations, I think, in part because people feel like they're paying more and maybe getting less today than they did before. And when I look at it through the lens of prescription drugs, most people who take a medicine have what's known as a deductible for their health care, all of their health care. So when they show up at the pharmacy in January with their prescription, the amount of money that they're being asked to pay is the full price of the medicine. It doesn't reflect the discounts and the rebates that the insurance company has negotiated with our industry. So in essence, they're overpaying for their medicine from day one, and that may go on for many, many months. At the same time, we're seeing that about 70% of the time when somebody receives their first initial prescription, that prescription is denied by their insurance company. So they're facing these new hassles and hoops that they have to jump through at the same time. So they're paying more, they have more hassles, and they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. I would be frustrated too. So there are things we think that could be done that candidly are relatively simple. You know, one, to me, simple message is a individual who has insurance should never pay more for a medicine than their insurance company did, right? Why should it ever be the case that an insurance company can make money when you get, it makes no sense. That would be an easy thing that could be done. We also provide significant discounts and rebates to the tune of over 50% for every prescription medicine, innovative medicine, right?
Those aren't passed on.
They're not passed on, 100%. So, you know, that could change how people experience their healthcare too. If they were able to show up at the pharmacy counter, get the benefit of the discounts their insurance company received, that could lower their costs as well. And those are two, we think, pretty common sense solutions that could lower, at least on the prescription medicine side, what people pay. But we also recognize that we need to do our part too. We provide free or discounted medicine to over 10 million Americans today who lack health insurance or don't have sufficient health insurance. And a lot of our companies are now providing discounted medicines on websites. You've seen a lot of these direct-to-consumer models that are springing up. And that, for many people, particularly people that are uninsured or have high deductible health plans, are a good solution for many.
Lori Riley, Chief Operating Officer of Pharma, thank you so much for sharing your
Kathleen.
insights. Appreciate
it.
All right, we are heading into the home stretch. We are heading into the final furlong of the Hill's second annual summit, and it's going to be really good. Still to come today, John Fetterman is here, Chris Van Hollen, Ron Johnson. We have a stacked cast from Capitol Hill that's going to be here to tell you all of everything. So right now, I want you to take a 5-minute break. They call it a tea break. I will not comply with these orders from our English oppressors. And you guys stretch your legs, take a breath, and get ready to come back strong because it's going to be real good. We'll see you in a minute.
I thought it'd be me and you. Baby, still call me at the end of the day, and then you have nothing else to say. What do you want me to say? Try blending my emotions. I know you're about to be oceans away. Please quit asking me to stay. I'm weak under your grasp, and my heart, it won't last. No, my heart won't last. I thought it'd be me and you. I guess it wasn't true. If I only knew what you put me through, I don't deserve this. I guess there was never me in it.
Most Americans aren't yelling. Like you, they're hard at work, raising families, respecting their neighbors. NewsNation, now the fastest growing network in all of television.
Left and right, standing next to each other to be reasonable. Thank you.
Diverse voices with the respect for all of us. This is America's new prime time, only on NewsNation. News for all Americans.
Whole Hog Politics on the Hill Insider.
Politics is too important to take so gosh darn seriously.
You're going to get great analysis, but you're not going to get some kind of a partisan agenda about war and peace and the economy. That doesn't mean we can't have a couple of laughs along the way.
When you talk about whole hog politics, you're talking about a reference to a time when politicians did things like had hog roasts, and they would bring their supporters together and invite people to come in to celebrate, to party, to be united. I think that's a great energy, and I think that's something that we need to get back to.
Whole Hog Politics, just another reason to subscribe to the Hill Insider.
Go to thehill.com/insider.
credible, nonpartisan. The Hill, the country's largest digital-first politics and policy news publisher. Inside the Beltway, it's an essential agenda-setting read for lawmakers and influencers alike. The Hill outperforms other political publications in D.C., reaching more monthly visitors than Axios, Politico, and Wall Street Journal. Beyond the Capitol, The Hill's trusted content reaches millions of Americans. 38 million consumers engage with The Hill across all platforms each month, garnering 58 million average monthly video views. It's clear why TheHill.com is the most shared political news brand. The Hill's nonpartisan position is validated by top media watchdogs, ranking reliable for analysis and reporting, positioned in the center, and given a trust score of 100. It is the #1 source for political influencers and thought leaders. TheHill.com. Trusted, credible, nonpartisan. The Hill.
The brand new digital subscription from The Hill.
Really excited about the Hill Insider. It's really going to provide a sort of the next level of insight. In this town, as everybody knows, knowledge is power, and that's what we're all about, is providing that knowledge to our readers.
How we govern the country, how we govern ourselves is really essential.
We're offering a premium subscription service with added value content.
Before it's news, it's in The Hill Insider.
Coffee? Did you get yourself a Coca-Cola? Do you feel prepared to blast through to excellence in the remainder of today's program? Oh, I feel the energy here. That's a person who's cheering maybe for the cold beer that's later. I don't know. I don't know what he's cheering for. But here's what you should cheer for now. You should cheer for the fact that my friend and colleague Laura Ingle is about to interview Senator Ron Johnson, Homeland Security Committee, power broker. Nobody has done more to carry forward the MAGA or America First agenda in the Senate, but still remain on speaking terms with quite a large number of his colleagues in the Senate. So please give a welcome to Ron Johnson. If you knew that Pepin, Wisconsin was the birthplace of Laura Ingalls Wilder, you'd know him already. Here he is, Senator Ron Johnson.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just had a chance to briefly meet backstage. Good to have you here at the summit.
And briefly, we mean 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean like 2 seconds. So great to have you here at the summit. And we have a lot to talk about. And we've got, the clock is set. We've got a set amount of time to get to a lot of important issues. How's your day been? Let's start
Busy.
there. Busy?
So I'll talk fast.
Okay, very good. So the first thing I want to ask you about is, we want to start with what is making news in the last few hours, and we're talking about what's happening with ICE. There's been a lot of news about the ICE traffic stops and the fatal shootings that we've seen in Maine and Texas just this month. There was a pause put on those traffic stops by DHS, and then just literally an hour or so ago, President Trump reversed it. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, where we are with getting cameras on ICE officers and just this whole thing in general that we're dealing with.
For those of us who opposed opening our borders wide open to drug traffickers, human sex traffickers, transnational criminal organizations, violent gangs, and who support ICE's efforts to try and remove the criminals, the first thing we would say is, was the news concentrating on the victims like Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, of illegal immigrant crime? And the answer is no, not even close. So listen, I don't like to see people lose their lives, certainly not in law enforcement activity. But, if law enforcement knocks on your door, you're probably better off cooperating with them versus fleeing.
Right.
So, and I think you'd have a lot fewer of these instances too if you had local law enforcement, local jurisdictions cooperating with ICE as opposed to having these sanctuary cities and states, which has really complicated the process here. So it's, let's face it, it was the Democrats, it's the left that threw open our borders, allowed millions of people to flood into this country unfettered. And now when President Trump was elected to clean up that mess, they're trying to sabotage his efforts. They literally trained tens of thousands of activists how to obstruct justice, encourage their supporters to go in and put themselves in harm's way. Is it, I guess, any surprise that some of those activists got killed? And again, you're encouraging people to also flee from ICE.
Yeah,
so again, it's just all topsy-turvy.
I was reading some of your comments from earlier this year. You blame Democrats for what happened in Minnesota, at least the running up of the emotions.
I mean, when you train people to put themselves in harm's way to obstruct justice, you should not be surprised when some of them get harmed. I mean, they should feel unbelievably guilty that they actually put these people up to getting harmed.
But how do we fix it? How do we get the cameras on all of these ICE agents?
So they want cameras on. I mean, law enforcement want body cams because it generally supports their action. So there are all kinds of things the Trump administration was willing to do. Democrats just wouldn't take yes for an answer. Again, they have this mantra of first to fund police, now it's to fund ICE and CBP, and it's putting the population at risk.
While I have you here, we also want to talk about Iran, a big subject matter, and I know that you've been very busy with that all week. And as a member of the Committee of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs, the state of affairs with where we are right now with the war, we have the ceasefire, then we've got chaos, and it feels like it's ever changing by the hour. So talk to me about what you're hearing right now and what efforts are being made to kind of cool things down.
Well, again, you have to lay out the reality. The reality is the Ayatollahs declared war on us 47 years ago. With the nuclear weapon, they represent an existential threat to America. They have the missile technology, put a barge off our coast, lob a ballistic missile, explode a nuclear weapon above America, wipes out our grid. It's existential. Every president dealing with the Ayatollahs has said you can't allow them to become a nuclear power. Nobody did anything about it until President Trump. Now, was President Trump hopeful that by weakening the regime, the Iranian people could take over? Yeah, we all were. It didn't work out that way. It's a brutal dictatorship. It's an apocalyptic regime. The sooner they're on the deathbed of history, the better. It's probably going to take more time. But again, I credit President Trump recognizing the fact that the American people do not want boots on the ground, which is what would really be required to overthrow the regime for sure. I guess we'll just have to keep monitoring, make sure they can't reconstitute the nuclear program and keep weakening them to the point of the Iranian people being able to take over. I will, for those people who support gun control, understand this is what gun control looks like. Just the people in power, the tyrants that murdered, 30, 40,000 people in a couple of days that were peacefully protesting.
Yeah.
The population doesn't have guns. The tyrants do.
And let's talk about continuous threats to the president. Of course, there has been threats of assassination to the president because of the new leader in Iran vowing revenge for the murder of his father by the U.S., so he says. So what are we doing to protect the president and the homeland? Let's talk about homeland security and what's happening with the threats against Trump right now.
Well, we funded ICE and CBP for, through fiscal year 2029 when Democrats were refusing to do so. I finally got them to agree to fund the rest of the Department of Homeland Security, but they left them unfunded for months, shut down the government for 42 days. So again, Democrats are just being obnoxiously obstructionist. They didn't even vote to proceed to the National Defense Authorization Act. I think that's probably the first time in the last 50-some years. They've totally shut down the appropriation process. They're spoiling for a shutdown because they think that's going to give them an electoral advantage. So again, we're trying to do this on our own, which is one of the reasons I support ending the filibuster. They will end it the minute they have the chance. In the meantime, we've got to govern. So I still have a task ahead of me to try and convince the rest of my Republican colleagues that this isn't going. Their obstruction is not going away. And if we want to fund the government, if we want to fund the security of this nation, if we want to fund our national defense, we're probably going to have to do it alone, and that means ending the filibuster.
Well, and it's been asked for years and decades even about how to meet in the middle, how to accomplish these goals together. What is your side doing to try and do that?
Well, again, we're not the ones that have created this division. It's the Trump derangement syndrome. By the way, President Trump was not the first election denier. That was Hillary Clinton. Remember that? 2016, it's like, no, this is Russian collusion. It was a dirty trick on her campaign that put us through this political turmoil that hasn't gone away. So it is literally the Trump derangement syndrome that is just driving this division. It's not good. It's also driving the violence. And the political violence in this country is not coming from the right. It's coming from the left.
Right. There's a lot of people that view that the same and others that have it on the other side. And it's, we want to see people come to the middle and to be able to get together and have these conversations.
By the way, as would I, Democrats want no part of it. I mean, look at the reality situation. They shut down the government. They've destroyed the appropriation process. They didn't vote to proceed with the National Defense Authorization. It's always been Democrats that have pushed the envelope. It's Harry Reid that first employed the nuclear option on circuit court judges. They keep pushing the envelope. They keep really forcing us to do the same thing.
Looking back here at home, I wanted to ask you about your efforts to combat Medicaid fraud, Medicare. And Nick Shirley, I know that you had a conversation. Was that today?
Right.
So tell us about what happened today and tell us about what's going on with this Stop Nick Shirley bill that's being proposed.
So Chairman Paul held a great hearing with Nick Shirley, James O'Keefe, and somebody from POGO, which is a great organization. Only one Democrat showed up, and that's Gary Peters, and basically denigrated Nick Shirley. Basically some political hack trying to do these things. And yeah, there was something called the Nick Shirley Act, apparently trying to get passed in California. I said it'd be better named. Basically help
protect Medicare.
Yeah, protect Medicare Fraudster Act.
Right.
That's what it was. Protect the Medicare Fraudster Act. It's insane. So there's not one Democrat that was concerned about this massive fraud. It's massive. We've had GAO is the lowest estimate, about $250 billion a year. LexisNexis, I didn't realize they did this kind of research. Their CEO came into a subcommittee hearing and said it was $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion out of a $7 trillion budget. It's completely unacceptable, but we have the examples now. I mean, not only do we have the examples of Somali, but Dr. Oz defunded 400 hospice centers. A third of all hospice centers in America were located in Los Angeles. He defunded 400, not one complained.
Interesting, right?
It speaks volumes. So obviously they're all fraudulent. My guess is fraud is rampant in the federal government, mainly because states don't have skin in the game. We just give all this grant money to the states. The politicians, lobby for more free money. They disperse it, through different organizations. It's totally unaccountable for. They don't care about eligibility because it's not their money.
Right.
They don't need to balance their budget. So we have to get states, and anybody who divvies out this money has to have skin in the game so that they control it.
Doesn't the news cycle move so fast? Doesn't it feel like forever ago that we were watching those videos of Nick Shirley? And I mean, it was just this year that we were watching all of that action. And this bill that's being proposed is to stop people like Nick Shirley from standing out front and actually videotaping on public property, right?
It is meant to protect the fraudsters.
It's incredible.
It is insane. But again, the legacy media is not holding Democrats accountable. I mean, where's the news stories about we hold a hearing on Medicaid fraud, just fraud in general, and not one Democrat shows up because they're just not interested in it?
Speaking of that, you have also been very vocal on the COVID vaccines. And I want to talk to you about that because our time will run short. And I know that's really important to you and your cause. So tell us about what's going on with that, if you could, kind of in a nutshell.
I will do this. So Bobby Kennedy, in his commitment to radical transparency, forced his agency to dump 11 million pages of documents. My staff was able to pick the needles out of the haystack, and what they found is on March 1st of 2021, less than 3 months into the authorization for those COVID injections, Peter Marks, the head of the division within FDA that approves vaccines and is supposed to surveil for safety signals, was briefed that the algorithm they were using to analyze the VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, was going to hide and mask safety signals. 26 days later, using a different algorithm, for 3 consecutive months, they did additional data runs, showed 26 safety signals in the first data run. Sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, different types of strokes. 3 months later, more and more, or 3 consecutive months, more safety signals. And the FDA decided to continue to use the algorithm they knew was hiding safety signals and then lied to the American public. We're not seeing safety signals. You were shown them, dozens of them, and they're lying to this day.
So what happens next? You've been working
Well, first of all,
on
it'd be nice if the news would cover it as news.
Well, we're here.
So I know, I realize that. So I've been interviewed on this. You know, Fox has had me on in some shows. Fox Business has had me on different alternate sites.
You were on Cuomo last night?
But again, not one major news outlet has covered it as a news story. And to me, this is the greatest government scandal in our lifetime, because past that point, 3 months in, people should have been given that information to decide whether or not they wanted to take that injection, or certainly should have impacted the mandates or the coercion. Literally, tens of thousands of people died of that COVID injection. Again, that's what's been reported on VAERS. That dramatically understates it. 1.7 million adverse events reported to VAERS. It's a massive deluge of reports. And our FDA is going, oh, we didn't see safety signals. I mean, it's a massive lie.
So you need to go to his website to learn more, because there's much more.
Read my report, 38 pages.
I know that you've been wanting people to read that. And before, I've got to wrap it up, but I do want to give you a quick minute to just reflect on Senator Lindsey Graham. I know that you guys were close, you worked closely together, and I wanted to give you that opportunity.
He's irreplaceable. He dedicated his life to this country. The fact that he was so respected and so influential is because he traveled, arduous travel, and I think in the end, he gave his life for this country. So he's a huge loss for the world. He's a huge loss to us individually. He was our friend.
All right, Senator Ron Johnson, thank you very much for being here today. We
Thanks for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
Thank you very much.
Good day.
We're going to go out this way. Thank you.
All right. Do you know who's really good on television? It's not me. It's Colin McShane, my colleague. He does 3 hours, 3 to 6 every day on NewsNation. NewsNation Live with Colin McShane is excellent, and he is going to do an equally, if not even more excellent job as he talks to Congresswoman Kat Kamak of Florida. She's on the Energy and Commerce Committees. She is a Republican, and she is sassy. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I was just talking to her backstage. She is sassy. All right, if you knew that Gatorade obviously was invented in Gainesville, Florida, you would know her already. But if you don't, here she comes, Kat Kamak.
My name. Oh, how about this?
So much enthusiasm.
That's it. You are sassy.
I appreciate that nice, polite golf clap.
Which one of us has the better shoes, do you think?
Okay, let me explain the flip-flops. Yes, I'm a Floridian, and you may have noticed or not, but I have a little bit of a thug life limp going on right now. I broke my middle toe in the dumbest of injuries. So they told me I had to wear a boot. The boot is deeply uncomfortable. And,
yeah, nobody wants those boots. Annoying.
Yeah, so.
But here's the best part about all this is, like, my ego is boosted in such a big way, and it probably should be NewsNation in the Hill's ego. Congresswoman Kamak had a choice, right, today? Now, where do you hear this? She could have been in a meeting right now, literally, with the Vice President of the United States. But she said, no. I got to talk to Colin McShane from NewsNation.
Exactly.
Isn't that right? Isn't that the truth? What are you laughing at? Why are they laughing? Isn't that the true story? He's talking to the whole conference right now.
100%. The Vice President of the United States is addressing the conference right now, and they asked me to be there, and I said, listen, he's got my number. I got his. He needs me. He can call.
It's kind of interesting. Did you not have a question? Like, we were hearing before this big meeting that there were some in the Republican conference that wanted to press the Vice President on any number of issues, reconciliation bill or whatever it is. Is there nothing that wanted to have your voice heard on, to be serious? Or
I'm not exactly a wallflower.
I have noticed that.
Of course, I have questions. But I find that sometimes the group setting isn't the best place to ask said questions because you can either get a generic response, not to say that that's what the vice president would be giving, but sometimes there are better ways to get answers.
Well, let me ask it this way then. If you say you have questions, that's been a storyline we followed for the last number of weeks about whether there are divides or whether there's something going on that's changing in the Republican conference where people are not as together as they maybe were earlier in Trump 2.0.
I think you're always going to have multiple personality. That's dangerous, multiple personalities. There's multiple factions, right? Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority, jokes that he has 11 families, and in the Republican conference we have 5. I would argue we have 6. You're always going to have different needs of different groups, and those tend to get amplified when you're heading into a very contentious midterm election.
Right.
So I think that is good for the headlines, but it really just kind of underscores something that we live with every day, which is you have a lot of the sausage making that happens behind the scenes. Sometimes it's drama-filled, sometimes it's a big nothing burger, but at the end of the day, we all want to get out there and do the very best that we can for our constituents and for the agenda.
I'll ask you one other political question. Then I have a topic or two that I think that are near and dear to what you've been doing on Capitol Hill that I hope we have time to dive into. The political question is this. Our colleagues at DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, put out these projections, and they just put out one today. And I got to say, I was a little surprised at the numbers in it because the popular or conventional wisdom, the narrative that's been out there is that, the House is done for Republicans. Democrats are going to win the House. We'll see about the Senate, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And their numbers show that is the most likely outcome, right? The Democrats are favored, but only slightly favored. That it's a pretty close game, and there's maybe a 1 in 3 chance that Republicans actually keep control. So in other words, you're saying there's a chance, right?
So you're telling me there's a chance.
How do you see the midterms now?
Conventional wisdom. And of course, historically, that all points to Republicans losing the House. That's what everyone is saying. Now, the thing that they aren't taking into consideration is the fact that right now, Americans are seeing a very stark divide in the two parties,
right,
and the agenda of which they want to go. You have the Democratic Socialists of America saying the quiet part out loud, hey, we want communism. These are the things we want to do. They actually publish their platform, which I'm sure their political team is like, you moron, you're supposed to wait after the election to do that. Because they said things that cost them previous elections, like defunding police. It doesn't matter who you talk to around the nation, every community wants safety and security, right? They generally like their first responders. And so that's not a winning issue. They're actively going out saying, hey, we're running on a platform of defunding police. Whereas you have the Republicans who are saying, hey, listen, we want to bring the price of gas down. We want to make sure that you're getting the biggest tax returns that you've got. We want your kids to be set up for success. That's why we're rolling out very aggressively the Trump accounts. And of course, we're going to make sure that that border stays secure and that your communities are safe. That, to me, is a very common sense agenda. You contrast that with what the left is doing. That's why you're seeing these different elements like Decision Desk and polls come out say, this might not be.
It might not be a done deal.
It might not be a done deal.
But it still seems like a bit of an uphill climb. But it might not be a done deal. And uphill climb is always the case for presidents in the middle of their terms. That's usually what happens. Now, when I say I wanted to dive into some issues, so you're in your third term of the House Agriculture and Energy and Commerce Committee, but you also chair something called the Emerging Tech Task Force.
Yes.
We've had a lot of AI talk at the summit today, generally speaking. I do want to get your thoughts on a few different things related to AI. Like the data centers have come up. Governor Hochul in New York made a number of headlines with this moratorium announcement. I think it caught the president's attention. He doesn't seem to think that that's such a great idea. Where are you on all this?
Well, I'm glad that you clarify that we're talking AIs and artificial intelligence because you started out with agriculture, and AI and agriculture is a completely different thing.
Thank you, yes.
The guy up here who just chuckled knows what I'm talking about. Google it. It'll be awesome for your search history. The issue of data centers. So I've seen a lot of the online banter going back and forth, right? People, not in my backyard. They have the same sentiment when they're talking about anything, like pipelines, It's always the not in my backyard. And there's real issues that people are cognizant of that I think people who are developing and deploying these data centers are aware of. But I take an even higher level look at this. So what we're talking about with these data centers is compute, right? Compute power, capability, capacity.
Well, I don't even know if everyone understands, maybe some people do, what that word literally means in this context. Compute.
Yeah, the ability to actually crunch the numbers.
Right.
In a very, I'm just going to say with crayons, right? Like that is the horsepower that you need in order to, and the scale in which to deploy these algorithms.
And we still have a lot more of that than other countries, fair?
We do, but we're in a very tight race with our adversaries. And the thing that I would highlight here is there's two different things when you're talking about AI. And AI, just for everybody in the audience, it's just math, right? That's what people need to recognize is AI, it's just math. And so when people say, oh, we're gonna regulate the hell out of AI, I'm like, you're gonna regulate math? Like, come on, that's crazy. You have to have a strategy for scaling, for the infrastructure, but then you also have to have a diffusion strategy. And that's where we're losing, is in the diffusion strategy.
What does that mean?
The diffusion strategy is really the deployment and use of AI in everyday life as well as industry. You look at China, over 80% of every single Chinese citizen has adopted and embraced 100% diffusion of AI. So it's everything on their phone, everything in their workplace, everything in their home. That is critical because you can't have two different strategies running. They have to run in parallel, in tandem. So if we're scaling and spending billions of dollars in building up the infrastructure, but we don't have a diffusion strategy, that seems to be a bit of a mismatch.
So when people say we're competing with China, what part of that competition concerns you the most? Like, in some people's mind, it might be like, well, we have companies and they have companies, and we want our companies to make more money than them and employ more people. But it seems to me you're saying there's a lot more to it than that.
Oh, there's a shit ton more to it, right? So
fortunately, the FCC chairman left a little earlier today, so that should be fine.
You know what, Brendan? Love you, buddy.
Yeah,
we're good.
Well, that's a lot.
It is, but you asked, what am I concerned about?
Yeah.
Cognitive warfare.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
Cognitive warfare.
Cognitive warfare.
All right, so war of the brain.
A war of the brain and the influence, right? So everyone has talked about data and sensitivity and collection and harvesting of data in a multitude of ways, but they haven't talked about it in the context of cognitive warfare, which is essentially our adversaries looking to influence our existence. And by existence, I mean everything from our everyday lives to what we post on the internet, to the products we buy, to the policies that get made in Washington.
Give like a real life, tangible example of what you're, something somebody was, well, I've done that, and I didn't realize they were doing that to me type of thing, or?
Perfect. Well, we just talked about data centers. So right now, there is an effort, obviously, to undermine the development and deployment of AI data centers. Now, when you look at the AI slop, as we call it, that gets pushed out, talking about how there's going to be crazy water usage and pressures on the grid, there are certainly concerns that need to be addressed, sure. But when you look at the signature on a lot of this AI product, a lot of it has signatures that go back to Iran, to China. This is absolutely designed to diminish our capability to scale our AI capability so that they can actually take over. China and Russia and Iran would love nothing more than for us to say absolutely no data centers. And that is because it is a cognitive warfare. They will never, ever militarily be able to take us over, but they can do the things that they want to do and overtake the United States in a number of different fields, whether it's biotech or energy, research and development, it doesn't matter, right? They can do that without ever firing a shot by simply influencing the policy in Washington. And I can say this as a politician who serves with a lot of chicken shit politicians.
Yes.
The minute that your phone starts ringing in Washington and your constituents are saying, I don't like this or I love this, if you get about 250 of those calls, people start noticing. And if they can drive a narrative on social media to get your constituents worked up, that's going to influence
Your argument is keep building these data centers because it's in our national security interest to do it. Like that's a top of the list type of an argument.
It is a national security issue. It is an economic issue. It is an innovation issue. This is a competitive issue. It is a litany of issues.
Right.
But the thing that people need to recognize is that as we sit here, the Chinese government has already deployed digital twins of every member of Congress and has been using the data that they've harvested.
Have you seen yours?
It's gorgeous, girl.
Yes. Where does that?
No, I'm kidding.
Where does that leave us?
They still haven't figured me out. My husband hasn't figured me out. They ain't gonna be able to figure me out.
I feel like I'm like your Ed McMahon here, setting you up. I don't know where this is going. Where does that leave us, though, on regulation? Because you touched on that briefly, and this actually regulation is something I was looking at, something you've spent a lot of time on in general, like the REINS Act and other things. So you care about the issue, but on AI in particular, you're saying no, free for all, don't regulate. We need to let people innovate. I mean, what's your outlook or your approach to regulation?
I think it's a common sense one. I caution the outright moratoriums because that seems short-sighted. You need to have some guardrails because those guardrails can provide certainty long term. But if you're going to regulate the hell out of something, and I don't care what industry it is, no industry can survive every administration knee-jerking from one side to the other.
Well, isn't this administration changing its tune a bit on especially AI regulation and maybe being a little bit more open to it than it was?
I would say that the administration is trying to adapt in a very fast-paced, moving world with a Congress that moves like molasses. And so the nature abhors a vacuum. So they're trying to act in a space where Congress has failed.
And I don't think we've ever seen an industry develop this fast.
Correct.
So they're getting warnings all the time, but it just feels like I don't know if you get that sense that they're changing a little bit their approach from anti-regulation to say, well, maybe we need a little bit.
Well, and I think, again, you have those guardrails that are common sense, but you said regulations is kind of my thing. It is. I would love to be known as the deregulator, right? Because you got a Federal Register that's got over 100,000 regulations, 11 of which regulate spaghetti. Like, come on, that's crazy. We need to be able to have a long-term runway for industry to invest, to scale, to really understand what the playing field is. Congress needs to reassert its Article I authority because you can hire and fire your Congress critter. You cannot hire and fire unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats in basements all over Washington. That is, I think, the big frustration is not only is it almost out of reach for people to be able to hold people accountable, but on top of that, it's very expensive. Every American family today spends $15,000 more every single year as a result of regulations that happened just under the Biden administration. Take that out and span it across multiple administrations. You've got $2.5 trillion that we, the people, spend in regulatory and enforcement and compliance. And that, I think, is what people would care about at home, that they have a government that they can actually hire and fire and that they don't have to pay for it.
Well, thank you for today. We appreciate it. We said on our way out here this wouldn't be boring. I know I've had you on the show many times. I always enjoy the conversations, and you're not boring. So thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Tammy, thank you very much. It was great. Thank you very much.
I told you what it would be like, and it was exactly like what I said it was going to be. Okay, Chris Van Hollen is actually a pretty big deal. If the Democrats do recapture the Senate, he might be the chairman of the Budget Committee. He might be the Appropriations chairman. Or you might go up to, I don't know, Politics and Eggs at St. Anselm College in New Hampshire and see him there. He is a powerful voice, an important voice inside the Democratic Party. Why is he here? Well, he wants you to like him. But he's also here because he's going to talk to Alexander Bolton, who covers the Senate for the Hill, and no one is better than Alexander Bolton at covering the United States Senate. It's a fact. So please welcome them to the stage. And I will tell you, if you knew that the town of Kensington, Maryland, was named after Kensington Gardens in London because of its beautiful curved streets, you would know him already. But if you don't, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Well, Senator, thank you. Thank you for being here, and it's very exciting and a great pleasure. As Chris pointed out, you are certainly well positioned on a number of very important committees. You're in the mix on a lot of important issues. So right off the bat, John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, made some news this morning. He said that the Clarity Act, the sweeping regulatory framework favored by the cryptocurrency industry, is a top contender for floor time in the July work period. You're a member of the Banking Committee. You didn't vote for the Clarity Act. But what do you think the chances are that this will have enough Democratic support to pass the Senate? There were 2 Democrats on the Banking Committee who voted for it, Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks. Do you think this will have 60 votes to pass the Senate this summer or even before the election?
So I hope not in its current form, but let me thank you and the Hill for putting this together, and thank you for covering the Senate. And I'll tell you why I hope it does not move forward in its current form. It has a number of big flaws from my perspective. Number one, the absence of a conflict of interest ethics provision. We just saw recently that the President of the United States pocketed about $1.4 billion in profits from crypto, both the World Liberty Financial, and we don't have time here to go into that scheme where we essentially transferred a lot of restricted technology to the UAE right after one of the members of the UAE royal family invested $2 billion in the Trump family business. And then there's the meme coin that the president made about $650 million off of, while about 1 million Americans were bilked out of over $3 billion. We need a conflict of interest provision applying to the president and to members of Congress who are regulating the crypto market. Second, they haven't closed the loopholes that would allow this to be a big avenue for illicit finance. Criminal networks, terrorist organizations, rogue states. There's also not enough consumer protection. And finally, what we don't want to do is create a whole nother market structure that would allow for what I call regulatory arbitrage for where people put their capital. We don't want to create a set of standards that doesn't match standards that already exist within the financial regulatory community that essentially incentivize people to go park their money in crypto at consumers' expense. So I don't know what the outcome will be. I can tell you, Alex, that I'll be raising these concerns with my colleagues.
Has there been much discussion about this bill outside the banking committee? To what extent do you think the rest of the Democratic caucus is read into these issues at this point?
I don't think there's been a lot of awareness. This bill has been a little bit of what I call a bottom crawler. I can tell you my constituents are not calling me every day and saying, pass the Clarity Act, right? The people who are pushing to pass the Clarity Act are the crypto industry. They're pushing very hard. They're spending tens of millions of dollars in super PAC ads around the country. They're trying to essentially use their financial heft in elections to try to put pressure on Congress to pass a bill that serves their interest, and in my view, at least in the current form, does not serve the public interest. So to answer your question, there's not been look, we're in the middle of a war in Iran. We have an affordability crisis. We have lots of other issues. Ask yourself, why is it that the Clarity Act might bubble to the top of the pile? And you've got your answer when it comes to politics and a lot of super PAC spending.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for that. I saw you gave a fiery speech on the Senate floor on Monday, talking about why you voted against the motion to proceed to the annual defense authorization bill, as did every Democrat who voted on that. Specifically, you cited the provisions in the bill to mandate the establishment of a new U.S.-Israel Defense Technology Cooperative Initiative and a provision to require the U.S. government to share intelligence with Israel. Do you know who spearheaded the inclusion of these provisions, and why are they so problematic in your view?
So a couple things. I gave 4 reasons for why I thought the Democrats should not vote on what we call the motion to proceed on the National Defense Authorization Bill, and I was glad to see not a single Democrat voted for it. The first of it is, in my view, voting for this huge increase in defense spending and authorization bill essentially provides a green light to what I think is a completely illegal and stupid war in Iran. There's nothing in this bill that provides any kind of guardrails against the president continuing to do what he wants without any congressional authorization. 2, there's a huge increase in defense spending, and I don't think it's warranted given all the concerns we're facing now on budget and other issues. But yes, there are these 2 other provisions that I think people should be aware of because they've not gotten a lot of attention. One requires that the U.S. government establish a U.S.-Israel defense cooperation agreement in a whole host of areas, from AI to other advanced military technologies. My view is the U.S. government can do this on a case-by-case basis right now when we perceive it to be in our interests. I don't think the Congress should be mandating that we enter into these agreements with the government of Israel for a whole host of reasons. The government of Israel is not always operating, in my view, in aligned interests with the United States. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I do want to give a particular example here of where we did enter into a co-production agreement, which I've supported for the Iron Dome system. But when the United States government wanted to use our Iron Dome batteries in defense of Ukraine, in other words, 100% paid for by everyone in this room and American taxpayers. These are US-based Iron Dome batteries. The government of Ukraine wanted them for air defense. And the government of Israel, the Netanyahu government, vetoed our ability to send to Ukraine our Iron Dome systems, our American Iron Dome systems. And so I'm very much opposed to requiring that we enter into this relationship when that kind of thing can happen again. And finally, I do want to mention the other piece. There's another provision in the intelligence authorization bill that requires the President of the United States to share intelligence with the government of Israel, no matter what the conduct of the government of Israel may be. And again, we can do that, and we do it now on a selective basis. Sometimes we perceive it to be in our interests, sometimes not. But for Congress to require this kind of information sharing, regardless of the conduct of the government of Israel at any particular point in time, and I think the President and this administration have made the point that we have some divergent interests even when it comes to the war in Iran. So why we would want to mandate that as opposed to proceed on a case-by-case basis is beyond me. To your question, I know that these were both proposals that were pushed by Republican senators, but they were adopted through some kind of back and forth in the base bill. And I hope we'll have at the very least, I hope we'll have an amendment on these issues so the American people can judge for themselves whether this is in our interest to enter into these arrangements.
So moving on to politics, we have a big election coming up, and Decision Desk HQ, we just had a story on this morning, is predicting a 50-50 Senate after the election. Of course, it's anyone's guess as to how it's going to go, but you're a member of the Senate's Fight Club, and you've endorsed several of the more progressive Democratic candidates, Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, Peggy Flanagan. Why did you decide to get involved in these races, and how do you think the election of these specific candidates, as opposed to their Democratic opponents, Haley Stevens and Angie Craig, would change the focus and priorities of the Senate Democratic Conference in 2027 and beyond?
So thank you for the question. I chaired the DSCC once, I chaired the DCCC twice. Count me insane for being somebody who said yes on all those occasions. I do think the Democratic Party needs to do more than tell people what we're against. In my view, we need to be fighting what I perceive as a completely lawless Trump administration, but we also need to be telling people what we'll do to shake up the status quo, right? There are some Democrats that think we should just go back to the pre-Trump status quo, right? My view is that Trump's election was a symptom of a deeper set of concerns within the American electorate, and that Democrats better show people that they're willing to shake things up. And that's no more true than when it comes to addressing the affordability crisis, a broken tax system, which in my view rewards people who make money off of money at the expense of people who earn a paycheck through hard work. And so these candidates in the Democratic primaries are much more the shake 'em up candidates, right? They're telling voters that the status quo, they agree, the status quo is broken, and it's not enough just to be against Donald Trump. Democrats need to stand for working people and take on some of these special interests that are pouring tens of millions of dollars into these campaigns.
So you're talking about the need for more of a leadership vision within the Democratic Party. You said a few weeks ago that you're kicking the tires on a 2028 presidential bid. How's the progress on that, and do you think you'll make the plunge and actually run for president in 2028?
Well, look, as I said, I don't think the Democratic Party has done a good job of letting people know what we stand for. And I think the conventional views of, left versus right have become outdated. I really believe in this moment, if you look at our economy, that it is rigged in favor of very powerful special interests who are amplifying that power through spending tens of millions of dollars in elections. And so it's not so much right-left, it's more top and everybody else. And so I was asked to come to Iowa and speak at the steak fry last August, and I was asked to come to New Hampshire. So I'm very much in listening mode because I've been encouraged, but that's not a good reason to run. The reason to run is that you want to change things for the better, that you love our country, which I do. And so I am, as I said, kicking the tires, because I do think at this moment, I think this is a critical moment for our country. And I do think we need to come together as Americans. I think we do have an administration that is tried to elevate itself, certainly a president who's tried to elevate himself by pitting Americans against one another. And I do believe that there's a lot more common ground, but part of it is siding with working people who are feeling screwed every day. I mean, people are having a tough time making ends meet. We don't see it necessarily or feel it in the Washington bubble, but you get outside of the Beltway, and you will see it and feel it. And I think that the reason Donald Trump got elected was people were fed up with the status quo. Now, he has broken the status quo, in my view, in all the worst ways, but we need to take that sentiment, which I share, and break up the status quo so working Americans have a fair shake in this country, and they just don't have it right now.
Senator, thanks for your time. We're running out of time. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, but one last question, and since we have 15 seconds left, what are the odds, percentage odds, of a government shutdown at the end of September, do you think?
Well, I thought they were low until just the other day when President Trump announced that if he didn't get the so-called Save America Act, which I think people know is not about saving America, it's about trying to rig the November elections for Republicans. The president has said he needs it to guarantee the outcome. And just the other day, he suggested if he doesn't get that, he's going to support a government shutdown. So I can tell you, I'm not looking for a government shutdown. Democrats are not looking for a government shutdown. It appears that Donald Trump may be looking for a government shutdown if he doesn't get this bill passed, which would be a bill that's very bad for our democracy and for our country.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thanks for
joining us. It's great to be with all of you. All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're a very powerful person, but you still have to go that way. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. About the arrows, we have to follow the arrows or we'll get in huge trouble. Okay. Earlier today, you heard from the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Because this is the Hill, you're going to get to hear from the ranking Democrat on that same committee. Jim Himes is a serious person. He is a grown-up. He is this kind of person that if he chairs that committee, that he will also enjoy the respect of colleagues across the aisle. He also is a beekeeper, and I need to ask him about that. I need answers about that. Please welcome Jim Himes, Democrat from Connecticut. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Go ahead. Okay. You go over there. All right. Now, the clock is tight today for you because you have to go back and vote.
Oh, yep.
One of the things that you're going to have to vote on, or get to vote on, I don't know how you think about it, is Thomas Massie of Kentucky, apostate Republican, has an amendment that's going to come up for a vote on basically to zero out foreign aid to Israel. How are you going to vote on that?
I will vote no on that. It's for two reasons. Number one, it's a terribly poorly written amendment, right? It would arguably could be interpreted to say that you can't spend money on the embassy in Jerusalem, et cetera, development programs we have. And in fact, the people who are voting yes acknowledge that and just say it's a symbolic thing, which is the answer here. This is a symbolic thing. It's a little bit of a litmus test for, partly how you feel about Israel's conduct in the last couple of years, and partly the signal and the symbol you're sending out there to a newly energized Democratic primary electorate.
Right. And so inside the Democratic Party, I watched the Republicans do this about Ukraine, right? I watched them in the previous cycle where this became a litmus test about supporting Ukraine or not supporting Ukraine. Inside the Democratic Party, this litmus test question about Israel has superseded a lot of sort of more, I'll use the word rational, discussions about what makes good U.S. foreign policy. What happens for Democrats generally and the question of Israel?
Well, first of all, I'm going to reject that it is or should be a litmus test, right? I mean, all too often it gets framed in the political world like that. Look, it's as serious as it comes. Israel is a country which for generations has been a very, very close ally that is surrounded by people who very literally have pledged their lives to decapitate children. And we saw this on October 7th. It is also a country that has conducted the war in Gaza, in my estimation, not the way it should have, and that is tolerating and maybe even encouraging settler violence in the West Bank that needs to stop right now. So both of those things are true. So when you start by framing it as, are you with the primary electorate, and guilty as charged, I actually brought that up, but what you're doing is you're taking a situation with huge geostrategic questions, and by the way, a profound weighing of moral equities and making it far more simple than it should be.
Now, there's a lot of ways that we could explain the escalation, the re-escalation of the U.S. conflict with Iran. The president sent another letter to, I think it was to Chuck Grassley, saying we were back on another 60-day clock. You could also argue that there's never been a cessation of hostilities between the two. How much do you think the threat of assassination attempt on the president and that kind of stuff affected the United States re-engaging, or is this just part of the ongoing negotiation?
Well, there are no credible negotiations. I mean, I understand that Jared Kushner and his real estate pals are doing this and that and going to Geneva and everything else, but what you have is you have the United States in a strategic cul-de-sac. What does that mean? That means that we've given the Iranians the best that we can give them. We, with the Israelis, killed a lot of their leadership, sunk their navy. Pete Hegseth is right about that. We wreaked havoc on their military capability. What we cannot do is stop them from closing the Strait of Hormuz. You need a couple dozen drones to do that. And frankly, we don't have the capability to prevent that. And the Iranian regime has now learned two things. Number one, they can survive the worst that we can throw at them. And number two, that they can, it's an overstatement, but they can control the global economy with a couple of drones over the Strait of Hormuz. And so to say that there's negotiations is to fail to appreciate kind of the cul-de-sac that Trump walked us into. Step back. The Iranian regime is a hideous, hideous regime. And over the years, of course, we've figured out how to contain, how to deal, how to negotiate. That is a true fact. It is also a true fact that there is a good reason why no president until Donald Trump decided to do this, decided to attack Iran. And that reason is being shown today with gasoline prices $1.25 higher than they were before the attack.
All right, so if this is a cul-de-sac, it's an expensive cul-de-sac. And the estimates vary, and we hear from Speaker Johnson a number, we hear from the White House a number, we hear from the Pentagon a number, we hear from Tom Cole at Appropriations a different number, but it all seems to say that the Pentagon is strapped and they need money so that we can maintain a credible deterrent in other conflicts, let alone what's going on in Iran. What's going to happen? Is there some measure that Democrats can support? Is there something that is going to get done? Or is it up to Republicans to do this on reconciliation and that's it?
Well, I think it's up, let me just give you a crisp answer. I think it's up to Republicans to do this under reconciliation. Remember, Donald Trump not only didn't consult with, as constitutionally required, get permission from the Congress to launch hostilities, he just did it. Mm-hmm. So this is his thing.
Yeah.
Now, he's got lots of money. In the last reconciliation bill, we ended up sending more money to DHS than the Marine Corps spends, right? So he's got money. His war, he decided we were left out. You know, not our circus, not our monkeys. You figure out how to fix it. By the way, you own the political consequences of what you decided to do. And the reason I'm making this point is that there's a reason the Constitution says that we get consulted. And yes, the Constitution matters as a legal document, but because the consequences are what we're seeing right now, starting with 13 dead Americans, and of course, you know, a huge problem for our economy and the global economy.
Okay, I watched the testimony of the nominee for the Director of National Intelligence today, and it boiled down to a semantic fight over who won the 2020 election. I hear from a lot of Democrats that there is a credible threat that this administration seeks to interfere with the 2026 election, and we expect the president, or it has been widely reported the president is going to say that Venezuela or Nicolas Maduro or something was involved in the 2020 election. What do you see?
Yeah, let me say two things about that. Number one, I've known Jay Clayton for a very long time and admire him. So it was very personally painful for me to see him do the dance that you need to do if you want to be a senior Trump administration official. It's theater. So to see a guy who went to the University of Pennsylvania, who's one of the most eminent lawyers in New York City, to not be able to answer the question of who won the election is viscerally painful. But at the end of the day, you make the personal decision to serve Donald Trump, you have to do the dance. From my standpoint, and I'm taking a little bit of guff for my support of Jay Clayton, here's the way the world looks to me. Jay Clayton, Bill Pulte. Yeah. Not a tough one. With respect to the election, I'm extremely concerned. In fact, I've spent the last 24 hours thinking about how to handle what may get said tomorrow night. The ground has been set in a million ways. Puerto Rican voting machines in the custody of the DNI actually showing up at a law enforcement operation in Georgia, goes on and on. The president never acknowledging that he lost the 20. The ground has been set for an attempt to cast enough doubt on the upcoming election that we could find ourselves in something ranging from horrid confusion to a coup d'etat. Now somebody's saying, oh, isn't that a little extreme? Last guy out of the chamber on January 6, 2021. No, not too extreme. And so I'm really worried about what he's going to say. Close to the last guy out of the chamber. Got to be precise with the journalist. Yeah, that's right. So here's the important point. All I have to add to this as ranking member of the Intelligence Committee is that under then DNI John Ratcliffe, there was a Gang of 8 classified and unclassified intelligence assessment of the election of 2020 that said unequivocally, with strong conviction, that there was no interference in that election. Right. In the technical aspects, no messing around with machines or voter rolls. Yes, Russia tried to promote Donald Trump. They do that. Yes, Iran tried to work against Donald Trump through social media, propaganda stuff, but the election itself was secure, fair, and truthful. Full stop. And so I'm just trying to get that message out there.
Not to take anything away from what you just said, but if we look back now on 2016, if we had it to do over again, the way that the Obama administration handled those claims, not claims, the factual statement that Russia was trying to put its thumb on the scale, would you have them do it differently now, knowing all of the horrors that ensued subsequently?
Well, two things. Number one, we forget, because we listen to the president or absorb from the president that it was all a hoax. We forget that he invited Russia very publicly to release Hillary's email. We forget that his son invited a whole bunch of Russians to Trump Tower. No. We forget that his pollster was sharing information with a known Russian intelligence asset. And so, of course, an investigation was warranted under those circumstances. By the way, if the shoe had been on the other foot, the Republicans would have absolutely demanded such an investigation. Here's where I think we went wrong, and I saw this happen. We Democrats and the opposition more generally blew expectations out of all proportion. I was on the Intelligence Committee at the time, and staffers and others and members and everything were selling that maybe parts of the uncorroborated reports about behavior in Moscow were true. We raised the expectations to a point, foolishly, that when Bob Mueller finally sat in that chair and presented his results, you could just feel the air come out of the room or whatever else. That was, the investigation had to happen, but I think we handled it poorly.
When a guy tells you, not my circus, not my monkeys, you can believe him if he is from the hometown of P.T. Barnum, who lived there for 40 years and was once mayor of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Congressman, we thank you very much for being with us. Good luck getting back up to the Hill. You have to go that way. You have to go that way. They always try to go the other way. They can't go the other way. Do we have? Yeah. Oh, we do. I can see a hoodie from here. Here we go. If you know if it is a hoodie, then you know it must be John Fetterman, Democrat from Pennsylvania, one of the most interesting cats in the United States Congress, no doubt. All right, if you knew that Harrisburg, Pennsylvania was a contender to be the United States capital before DC won the prize, you'd know him already. If you don't, here comes John Fetterman with Alex Bolton.
Good afternoon, Senator. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here at Hill Nation Summit. It is exciting for me to be able to interview you in front of all these folks here. You are a major news topic in Washington since you've gotten here, so thank you for that. We just had Chris Van Hollen on this stage, and we were talking about various issues, but including a speech he gave on the Senate floor Monday where he essentially urged Democrats to vote against the defense authorization bill because it included provisions that would require the U.S. to establish a new U.S.-Israel Defense Technology Cooperative Initiative and require the U.S. government to share intelligence with Israel. And so Senator Van Hollen was making the argument that that's a reason why Democrats should vote against it. Proceeding to the defense bill, the other big news in the House is you've had a split between Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and the number 2 Democrat, House Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, over an amendment proposed by Tom Massey that would cut off U.S. aid to Israel. My question is, if Democrats regain control of the House or both chambers, what do you think it means for the future of U.S. support for Israel?
Well, my long-term concern has been with the Democratic Party, as I am a member of that, is that our party is going to back away and turn their back to Israel. And what we've been witnessing that now, both in the primaries, you look at the kinds of individuals that are winning our recent primaries, and now looking like the things that you just referenced there. It's becoming more anti-Israel and hostile to people like that. And now you have people like, Ro Khanna, even willing to talk to trash like Drop Site, which is, full pro-Hamas kind of a operation. And if you're willing to engage with these people that are describing why Hamas has the right to have attacked and done that on 10/7, that demonstrates we are trying to ingratiate ourselves with that segment of the base or our voters that are intensely anti-Israel. And I've described that if our party ever becomes, and just make it official as the anti-Israel party, that's when I would leave, because that's been a moral clarity for me. And I can't understand why the Democratic Party that has these very specific values, the only nation in the region that has and lives and projects those kind of values that exist in that region are entirely only in Israel, in that region.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, you just talked about, that's a red line for you, support for Israel. You said earlier this year that you have no plans to leave the Democratic Party. You wrote, "My values have not changed. I have always turned to those kinds of ideals that define being a Democrat. Strongly pro-choice, pro-weed, pro-LGBT, pro-SNAP, pro-labor. I refuse to cave on my conscience because Pennsylvania deserves someone who is honest and can work across the aisle. Even so, Republicans have tried to court you to join the GOP. How intensive have those efforts been, and have you talked specifically to President Trump about that or John Thune about that?"
I mean, I'll never disclose private conversations, but I've been very clear. I am never changing my party except for that one condition that we just discussed. Now, it's just absurd. And if I was going to, I would have already done that. So, and I would remind everybody, we are talking about how it's possible the way we could we could retain the majority in the Senate. Well, that's because I make that mathematically possible, you know, and if we flip those 4 seats, then I would be 51, and, you know, watch what I do, and it's going to be, hey, I'm the guy that would be there, that 51, as the committed Democrat. And it's strange, people and Democrats would criticize me, but they won't criticize, you know, people like Plattner or some of these new people that just won there. It's like, why not, you know, what exactly my votes? I never voted for the big, beautiful bill. I didn't vote against Save America Act, and I've never participated in and engaged in the extreme views. Now, if people are okay if they were a communist or they would wipe their mouth with the American flag, so what exactly I voted for that would offend a Democrat is something I'm not really unsure what. And you represent Pennsylvania, that's the purple state. We're gonna work together on both sides in that aisle. And that's, for me, if you're more angry for me being friends with Dave McCormick, you know, as a Democrat, I am angry at people like Bernie Sanders that pushed that accused rapist. Why did so many people on the left embrace that accused rapist? What was the appeal? Was it no record in public service? Was it the record of the Nazi ink? Was it the crazy things he said online? What was the appeal? Roughing up his ex-girlfriends? And now it was finally pushed to the brink where, you know, he was credibly accused of raping that woman. So why did you push these people? Why did you buy in and then plunge that most consequential Senate race now into chaos and makes it more difficult to retain the majority status here?
When the New York Times and Wall Street Journal reported those initial rounds of allegations, not the rape allegations, but the others of chauvinistic, potentially abusive behavior.
Where are they apologizing? Did Van Hollen apologize to the victim? I don't know. I didn't see it. Yeah, and same with Bernie. They've made it more about, well, I talked to P. Hustle and I think he should drop out. He doesn't talk and mention, you know, the women that he brutalized for that. I thought we were Democrats. You know, these things count. Things should matter. So for me, that's really, where's the accountability? And imagine if I would have done that and I pushed, you know, that kind of individual, a guy that spent a decade on kick.
Well, this was something that came up yesterday in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren, she was heading to a leadership meeting. She was asked by a gaggle of reporters repeatedly whether she had regrets about supporting Plattner. And she had her line, which she stuck to, which was, I withdrew my support for him, end of story. And my question is, what do you want to see from those Democrat colleagues who endorse Plattner? Do they need to go further? Do they need to make an outright apology or something else?
Well, why aren't every member of your party, isn't part of your job to police your own ranks? I mean, criticizing a Republican as a Democrat, that's news. I mean, unless you really say absurd things or out of control things. So for me, what you're afraid of is defined by what you won't criticize or won't call out. And I'm always going to call out people that they're not Democrats. In fact, some of them aren't even socialists. They've actually self-identified as communists. You know, I'm not sure why there's more outrage within the party, and they will refuse to acknowledge or say, well, I haven't been paying attention to that race so much for all those. If your record is what you're running on is the stuff you deleted on Twitter. So, and that wasn't ancient stuff. This was recent, actually.
So, I mean, as you point out, that Maine seat is going to be a lot tougher for Democrats to win now against Susan Collins. But in another key Senate battleground, Michigan, the former director of the Wayne County Department of Health, Abdul El-Sayed, has opened up a lead in the polls over Rep. Haley Stevens, who is endorsed by Chuck Schumer and retiring Senator Gary Peters. Abdul El-Sayed has emerged as a forceful critic of Israel. He recently called the U.S. ally a, quote, rogue state. Do you have concerns about El-Sayed leading in the polls in Michigan What does it say about the Democratic chances of beating former Rep. Mike Rogers, who only lost the 2024 Senate race by a mere 20,000 votes?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. You know, Rogers just barely lost in 24. And now, you know, if El Sayed wins, then that puts Michigan, you know, much more in play for us and would require us to spend more money if that's, but what's defined El Sayed is the more anti-Israel and hostile to Israel thing. And now here's more Democrats defund the police. You know, here we are back to part of the worst impulses that we just can't resist. You know, we forgot the crazy things that we've said, and that cost us the election in 2024. Now, why we want to revisit that, if anything, they're coming back in the strongest kinds of term and look at the people that are winning in this race. I don't give endorsements. Michigan Democrats know more than I do, so stay out of it. I've stayed out of it until, you know, P. Hustle became the kind of individual that requires to call it out and describe him exactly the kind of individual that he is.
So you mentioned that the Democrats are kind of going back to where they were before with defund the police and some other issues. Earlier this year, the DNC came out with a long-awaited autopsy report, but it was kind of perceived as a dud because it didn't have a whole lot of analysis. Do you think the Democratic Party has done enough soul-searching about what went wrong in 2024 and learned any real lessons coming out of the last presidential election?
Oh, it's like, I don't, you know, answer the question. Why is Donald Trump so competitive in the last 3 cycles? He's won 2. Could have won the other one. It was a small margin. Why? And why do we keep doing the same kinds of thing? When we win the majority in the House, are we going to impeach him again? Just make him more popular again? All of these things and the criticism. You know, I am not going to carry the next, the Trump coin in my pocket. I mean, but I don't care about these things. I never take the time to care whether it's a ballroom or his dollar coin or these. It's like, I feel like, I don't know why he feels like you have to have an opinion on every single thing, you know, and if I have to, I'd say, I don't know why you deal with these things. And that actually, if anything, that takes from away the important things that I think he's done. I thought it was entirely appropriate to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran, and I've been the only Democrat that thinks that was appropriate. As the Democrat, we would always agree that we can never let Iran build a nuclear bomb.
Mm-hmm. Other news this week, New York, your neighbor to the north, became the first state in the country to enact a statewide moratorium on data centers. You have previously called Democratic opposition to AI and data centers a China first kind of policy. What's your reaction to what you saw in New York this week?
Well, I mean, I just said on my on X, I just said, China wins. China wins. For every moratorium in a state, that's China wins. That thrills the Chinese. Everybody understands that who controls AI can control and shape the future. So China is going to be able to do anything, and if we hand them those kinds of easy wins. So it wasn't that long ago, New York announced that there's a moratorium on fracking. Oh, very noble. Well, but they still bought gas from Pennsylvania, where we frack. Is it more noble to say we have a moratorium on fracking, but if you're going to buy gas from the state right next to us, okay? Well, I won't kill any cows, but I'm going to buy the burgers from you. Mm-hmm. Now, it's like, be honest about it, and that's what's a requirement as a Democratic Party, is to be honest about energy. So I support the entire spectrum of energy. We're going to need fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, but I'll never understand the way the Trump administration will cancel wind. Energy, you know, A, B, C, and D, all the way through Z, whatever it is, we're going to need more energy, and that's also the fact. Important things like AI, I don't have the views that's going to be the end of humanity. I think it's going to produce profound changes. And if you look at any major technological things in history, it's never destroyed society. If anything, it's raised the standard of living across the globe. So there are going to be challenges, but overall, that's the latest boogeyman, that we have to hate that, or we have to vote it down, or to attack it. And a lot of those views are being pushed by organizations that are financed or influenced by the Chinese government.
Another cutting-edge technology issue that Democrats have mixed views on is cryptocurrency. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters this morning that the Clarity Act, a sweeping regulatory framework favored by the cryptocurrency industry, is a top contender for floor time in July. Two Democrats on the Banking Committee, Ruben Gallego, Angela Brooks, supported that. Would you consider supporting legislation to set up a new regulatory framework for cryptocurrency?
Well, I mean, I'm not someone that I would ever put any of my family money into crypto. That's not a vehicle that I don't really fully understand or think that it's the best kinds of investment. But I do think if it's going to become part of our economy and make that a choice, you know, I would absolutely support the kind of legislation to make sure that it's safe and more people understand exactly what they're doing, and they'll be able to make most informed choices to invest or to make that part of it, you know, overall. I'm not anti-crypto, but I am someone that says I don't fully understand some of these aspects, but make it more safe and more transparent as a part of our economy.
So you're open to possibly voting yes on that, depending on how the debate goes?
Yeah, it just depends, you know, for it, but I'm open to it. So as long as Christo's going to be around, we need to make sure it's as safe as transparent as possible.
Another thing that people are wondering about, your predecessor, Pat Toomey, announced his retirement from the Senate in October of 2020, more than 2 years before the end of his term. You haven't announced whether you're going to run for re-election, but do you have any timeline for making that announcement?
I mean, this is part of the same weird thing about I'm changing the party. You know, like all the palace intrigue for that. It's the middle of July, and now we're going to get past the midterms, and we'll find out where we are overall. There's so many other things that are interesting, and why it's more intriguing. Why are we electing self-avowed communists? I think that's.
One last thing, the September 30th funding deadline is coming up, and already Chuck Schumer was giving a leadership press conference today and saying that Trump is going to shut down the government. What do you think the odds of a government shutdown is?
Oh, what a great idea. Shut the government down. You know, let's, you know, like the magic will be in the third one, right? You know, I've been the only Democrat that refuses to shut our government down. Does anybody remember why they shut it down for that time? They don't talk about it, all of these things. Now, I encounter TSA agents every week of my life, and not every single time, regardless of whatever the airports I'm in, they would say, thank you for not doing that. And now, if they're going to talk about shut it down, we walked away from that, zero, empty pockets. We didn't get anything. No kinds of changes or reforms with ICE that we had during the last shutdown, and we never delivered any health care. Why? So the only people that suffered were the government workers, and especially people like TSA and those folks. So now we are going to revisit that to shut it down. Why? What does it do? Because that's part of, at the time, that's part of the base demands to engage in. It doesn't change anything. I'm never going to support shutting it down, and regardless who's behind it, I'm going to criticize that choice. We have a responsibility to keep our government open, and I wish we could pass a law to make sure and strip us from the ability to shut our government down in the future.
Well, Senator, you're certainly not mincing your words on any of these answers, so thank you for your honesty in answering my questions, and thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Alex. You really do a great job. I think I really enjoy Hill. That's much more news rather than opinion. You know, opinions aren't news, you know, in that sense. So, but overall, I think if we revisit the shutdown now, they're starting to flirt with that. We'll be back there, and there will be no surprise on my votes throughout that. Thank you for having me on here.
Thank you very much. We're gonna go this way.
You know, the Hill is excellent. That's a great point, Senator. I think that that's an excellent point. Okay, what are you doing? She runs the whole daggone show, and she comes out here. So how about a round of applause? How about a round of applause? There'll be more beer if you applaud more loudly. That's all I'm saying. Okay, this guy up front knows. All right. When it comes to forecasting the results of elections, when it comes to projecting the results of elections, it is more important to be right than it is to be fast. But if you can be fast and right at the same time, ooh, baby, that is what I am talking about. And nobody is better, and I will just say it, nobody is better at being first to be right than NewsNation, The Hill, because of our partners at DDHQ. Scott Tranter is the head, are you still the head of data science? Today he is the head of data science, but he is a poobah at Decision Desk HQ, our partners. You're gonna get to hear him with Bill Salmon, who knows a thing or two about calling them first and calling them right, and my colleague, Julia Manchester. Please welcome them to the stage. Scott Tranter, Bill Salmon, Julia Manchester, put your hands together.
Well, what a day for DDHQ. This is the long-awaited midterm forecast. Normally, Scott and DDHQ put this out on August 1st every 4 years, but this year, because of you all here being at this wonderful Hill Nation Summit on July 15th, he graciously agreed to move it up for our benefit. Scott, what is the top-line takeaway of all of the crunching of data by the wonderful data nerds, and I say that with affection. That
some of them are out there today.
Yeah, some of them are out here today,
Yeah.
thank God. What's the top line takeaway from your forecast that you're just releasing now?
So I won't open up with big numbers. Let's start it with this. Republicans are favored to keep the Senate. Democrats are favored to keep the House. If you listen to all the punditry, it sounds like it's going to be a Democratic wave. The numbers say something different. That's the top line.
Okay, okay. Can you put a, is there a
number?
A number. Can you put a percentage of, like, let's talk about the chance of Democrats taking the Senate. Is there a mathematical percentage that you can come up with?
So our forecast changes every day. So some of the inputs are prediction markets, polls, all these types of things. As of this morning, it was about a 40% chance, give or take a couple points, for the Democrats to take the Senate. So it's not impossible, but they're not favored.
Right, right. And then similarly, can you put a number on the Democrats' chance of taking the House? I think that would be much higher, right?
Yeah, it's in the low 60s, and
Low 60s.
that is highly susceptible to where the generic ballot was, which I know topic of discussion earlier by Mike Vaquera on stage is the generic ballot is predictive of how the House is going to go, and that has gone up and down over the last couple of months.
Right, and then I want to ask one other thing. Did you, and by the way, we're going to open this up to audience questions too, so we'll have a microphone roaming around. If you have a question at some point, raise your hand. We'd love to hear from you. Tell me about the number of seats that you're predicting. In other words, let's look at the Senate. I think I saw where you're predicting a 50-50 Senate.
50-50 Senate, tiebreaker goes to VP Vance, and that's why the Republicans are favored to at least maintain control
So
there.
so the Democrats, and again, things are going to change.
Yeah.
Who knows what the future holds? But as of this snapshot in time, it looks like the Democrats would fall just short, but certainly increase their numbers significantly in the Senate. In the House, is it, like 13 seats, or was there a number?
12. It looks, as of this morning, we're projecting about 227 total Democrat seats. That's a 12-seat flip. And again, from a wave perspective, the wave elections that we saw in 2006, 2010, this is a much smaller wave, if you can even call her that. If, the gerrymandering that has gone on by both parties in all the states has really made the number of races which could potentially flip or be fought over smaller.
And I will say this last thing before I turn it over to Julia, but we talked about this before. We always discuss the possibility of a wave election, and it's going to have dozens or scores of seats and whatever.
But because so many of these toss-up Senate races are so close, setting aside North Carolina, which it looks like the Democrats will probably win that, but the other ones are all within the margin of error pretty much. And so my point being that you wouldn't even need a wave, you just need a little bit of a ripple
that correlates across a couple of seats.
That could correlate across, that could theoretically, even if it wasn't that big of a blowout, you still might end up with the Democrats taking the Senate, right?
Correct, yeah.
Scott, I want to talk about some longer term, I want to say long-term trends, but some broader trends. I think the DDHQ data out today shows President Trump with a 33% approval rating on the economy, 34% on Iran. We know that gas prices continue to be high. You know, he informed Congress that we're once again at war with Iran after that MOU failed, or the Memorandum of Understanding. What role does President Trump play in the midterms, and is it smart for Democrats to tie every Republican to him?
Yeah, look, the role he's played in the primaries, his preferred primary candidates are winning. And so that is why he feels, you know, like he plays a role. I think the team around him is smart enough to read the numbers that you just read off, as well as their own internal polling, and understand that those numbers may not play with persuadable voters in the fall. So I think you're going to see, you know, him be helpful in some of the more Republican-leaning areas in some of these seats and stay away from it in other areas, just because, as you pointed out in all these numbers, he's underwater in a lot of these places. And these numbers tend not to move. You know, you bring up approval rating. I don't think we're going to see a 15 or 20-point swing on approval rating over the next 3 months. Voting starts in North Carolina in about 8 weeks. Voting starts. So, you know, it's upon us.
It's around the corner.
Folks, I want to remind you, we are opening it up to audience questions. In fact, why don't we go ahead, if anybody has a question, raise your hand. We'll continue talking, but if we get the signal that somebody's got a question, we'll go to you right away and get you in. Scott, let's talk about individual Senate races.
Yeah.
I mentioned a moment ago that the conventional wisdom is that North Carolina will probably flip to red.
Yeah.
Okay. Setting that aside, the Democrats obviously need to flip 4 seats while defending all of their seats, but especially 2 seats that are kind of in question. One is in Michigan, one is in Georgia. So assuming they, and that's, you know, we're not assuming that, but for the sake of this argument, let's say they
keep them.
Yeah, let's say they keep. That means the Democrats have to flip 4 seats. One is likely to be in North Carolina. That's 3 more. Now, we talk a lot about Maine, and we talked an awful lot about Maine up until last week, and that talk has sort of fallen off a little bit. Plattner has gotten out, but now it looks more likely that Democrats are going to win that now that he left, because I'm of 2 minds here. On the one hand, yeah, of course it's more likely because this guy was an immensely problematic candidate, and he's no longer there, and you would have loved to run against this guy if you're a Republican. But on the other hand, you know, the Democrats don't have anybody yet. They literally don't know who their candidate is. Time is ticking, and it's doubtful in my mind that they will find someone with, setting aside Plattner's scandals, with his political skills that vaulted him to the top of the field, that made him basically force Janet Mills out of the race, and that sort of got the attention of the nation. So I still think it's a kind of a steep hill for Democrats in Maine, no? You think it's likely that they win it?
Well, and you brought up a good point. Look, our forecast increased the Democrats' chances after Plattner got out, and the Democrats didn't have a candidate. That's an indictment of what people thought of how good a candidate Plattner was, as well as how good of a candidate Sue Collins is. Remember, in 2020, she was going into her last race, and she was, depending on the poll, you're looking down 5 or 6 points, ended up winning by 7.
Yeah.
Not only ended up winning by 7, but she had $9 million in the bank. She knew she was going to win. She didn't have to spend all her money. All this to say, Maine, you know, is a good case study in, you know, candidates matter. And it's also at least interesting from the forecast we have with you. Look, there's no new polls. He drops out. It takes a week to field a new poll, you know, get all this data. You know, we incorporate those prediction markets because they are a signal. They're not always right, but they are a signal that helps us give better quantitative assessment of how a race is going to go in real time.
And one follow-up, if you had to rank the races under North Carolina in order of likelihood that they will flip Democratic, of these states that we're all talking about, Maine, Michigan, or not Michigan, Michigan is one of them they're defending, Texas, Ohio, Iowa, Alaska, so on and so forth, Would you put Maine as the next state, as the most likely state, given everything that we've just said,
The numbers,
under North Carolina?
Yeah, the numbers say Maine and Alaska are probably your two biggest flip opportunities. But it's interesting. The one thing forecasts don't capture very well is candidate quality, right? And so fundamentally, just by numbers, Maine looks like it's potentially possible.
Right.
We don't know who the candidate is. We do know who the candidate is in Alaska. We know that Democratic candidate's been elected before and is well liked. And so that's why I bring Alaska up there. Again, another interesting fact. And Madison on our team, who usually runs these numbers, will correct me. But I believe the last time we ran it, there's a 6% chance that Alaska is going to be the deciding Senate seat for control, which is going to be fun because it's ranked choice voting. It sometimes takes a while.
Oh, yeah.
But it gives you an idea of how close these, the Senate is because of, these individual seats.
We haven't talked about Texas yet, and I understand
Favorite,
that.
yeah.
Favorite.
Maine. Who would have thought Maine would have, yeah.
Right, but Democrats I talk to are so enthusiastic about Texas, very optimistic. The last time, in 2018, Beto O'Rourke came within points of ousting
So close,
Ted Cruz.
yeah.
So close. What's the likelihood of that happening again, especially with a candidate, and you brought this up earlier, Ken Paxton has one statewide, but he is scandal prone.
Yes, scandal prone. I'm not a pundit. That might be an understatement. We might use other adjectives. He has one statewide, so it's proven that he got voters. And interestingly, he didn't win. The first round of the primary, he didn't win. Cornyn came from, and then he defied expectations and really blew Cornyn out in the runoff. So clearly, he is able to rally the base. The other fundamental thing, Texas fundamentally is a Republican state. That being said, if the Democrats could have picked any candidate, Tellerico's probably one who can at least get some of that Hispanic vote back, which is what the Democrats going to need to get in Texas. They're going to have to increase turnout. They're going to have to find new voters. I tend to think, and our model thinks, that the Republican Ken Paxton is favored, but it is going to be close. Look, on paper, if both parties had their highest probability candidate on there, it should be the Republicans. It should be the Republicans favored by more than it is now. But look, this is the race we have, and this is why it's close.
One of the takeaways from your prediction, from your forecast today, that struck me was that even though you're saying it's likely that the Democrats will take the House of Representatives, it feels like it's not a big of a certitude that we previously kind of assumed. In other words, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you say when we were chatting earlier that it was like a 1 in 3 chance that the Republicans could hold the House, or did I mishear that?
Roughly 1 in 3. Look,
is it really?
Look, and the best measure to do is, we do this with you guys. We have the generic ballot that we track. And the generic ballot, if you want a rough way to see how any of the forecasts work, is look at where the generic ballot is. If the generic ballot is Democrat plus 7, that's going to be pretty good for them. If you see the generic ballot be much closer to Democrat plus 4 or 5, that's when the Republicans certainly have a chance to hold on, simply because they have a few more seats right now. But my favorite thing is, and I don't have it off the top of my head, the generic ballot has swung quite a bit. A couple weeks ago, it was D plus 8. I believe today it's D plus 6. In other words, this stuff moves around. We're 8 weeks away from voting starting, and so that's why the Republicans have a chance for keeping it.
Well, let me follow up on that, because if I'm the Republican Party and I'm sitting there in the fetal position waiting to get shellacked in the midterm elections because of the historical trends, because of the high gas prices, although those have come down, because of the unpopular war with Iran, because of the frankly low approval ratings of the president, I'm saying to myself and to my colleagues, okay guys, I know it's bad, but what do we have to work with? What do we got? Are there any bright lights that we can work with here? And if you think about it, they do have a few. I'm not saying they're going to win, but they have a few things to work with. One of them is the cumulative effect of the redistricting wars. We talk so much about the redistricting wars, this state, that state, the other state. Most of the dust has now settled, not all of it. But I think the general consensus is that the Republicans ended up with probably going to look like a 5 or 6 seat advantage compared to what they had previously had. In other words, they'll end up with 5 or 6 more seats. Now, that if they lose 20 seats, that doesn't keep them from losing the House. So that's one thing they've got to work with. Another thing, I saw the recent Supreme Court decision that had to do with campaign finance. And I'm not going to try to recreate what that decision is here because I don't remember all the details, but I remember the takeaway, which was somehow it really benefits Republicans, at least in the short term, right? So that's one thing. And then the third thing I'll leave you with is this. If you're a Republican strategist and you're sitting there, and we heard so much of this today, and that is, well, we can make some hay out of this DSA stuff. They're electing self-proclaimed socialists. And you saw the the congresswoman in the leadership from the Republican House today saying that, jumping right on that, saying, look, they're talking about socialism, this is very dangerous, blah, blah, blah. In other words, it gives you a good talking point to work with. All of those things may not be enough, and probably are not enough, to overcome the headwinds that the Republicans are facing. But could they mitigate it? And is that why your forecast is a little tighter than I kind of expected?
Some of that is part of, let me start with your last point first, because we did a deep dive on this. I'm sure folks have noticed that the president hasn't talked as much about immigration as he was, say, 6 months ago. Right, we can debate on why, but certainly talking about it less. And one of the things we can see in a bunch of public polls is his approval rating on handling immigration is not what it was a year ago. It's not as high. And what we do also see is your point on socialism and communism. When asked about socialism and communism, voters who are over the age of 40 tend to not like that. And again, we can get into how the question's framed and all that kind of stuff, but that is a calculated decision to talk about that because the average age of a voter in the midterm is well over 40. And so the Republicans are hoping to hone in on an issue in which they are on the right side of approval against a voting electorate that is favorable to them. And so that's one of the strategies, to your point. That's one of the things they're going to hope on. Now, how is that going to translate into seats like California 20 or Pennsylvania 8 or Senate races in Michigan, those types of things? It remains to be seen, but that's part of it. You know, you brought up the money thing a minute ago, too. I think, look, it's an interesting... There's, so much money in politics. What this specifically does is it allows donors to write massive checks to their party committees, Republican and Democrat, and then those party committees to do massive transfers without limits in support of a candidate. So it makes it much easier whether you're a Democrat billionaire or a Republican billionaire to write a 7 or 8 figure check, and then they can immediately decide how to spend that. And the party committees, at least from that aspect, can also use the candidate's name and likeness, which all the studies show using candidate's name and likeness in political advertisement helps them. So all these factors, the money, money is a factor in our forecast. There's going to be a whole lot more of it, which will probably irk some voters given the state of the economy, that there's still more in it. But yeah, these are some bright spots. And why? Look, the Republicans have a fighting chance of keeping the House.
Yep.
I asked you this question earlier today, Scott. Do you see any parallels with the 2022 midterm elections? I mean, we're seeing that it's going to be tight in the House and the Senate this time around. But I remember last time the punditry was all about the red wave. It didn't happen. I understand that 2022 was also when Roe versus Wade was overturned, so you saw the liberal base very much activated and swing voters persuaded. But I mean, could we see something similar happen this time where it's not as bad for Republicans?
Yeah, I mean, look, if the Democrats only win 12 and they end up at 227, if you look at the quote-unquote wave elections from 2010, 2006, I mean, those wave elections saw 25, 30 seats flip. And so, look, these margins are certainly, if the Democrats win 12, as our forecast says right now, those are margins bigger than the Republicans have now, but that's not a wave, and so the reason why I think forecasts are important, whether it's ours or anyone else, is it really puts a quantitative number on this. And what the takeaway is the House and Senate are going to be closer than they've been in the last 20 or 30 years. We can talk about why, we can talk about if it can be changed, but our forecast shows that, look, Republicans are favored to keep it, but 50-50 with Vance as a tiebreaker. That's them controlling it, but that's close. We're showing the Democrats favored to win the House, but with 227 seats as of today, that's about a 10-vote margin. That's a small, as you know, used to covering the Congress, that's a small margin to get a rule vote across. We're looking at a lot more turmoil and gridlock despite how this comes out. I just don't buy into this whole wave thing. It's going to be close.
Folks, I just want to remind you all that Decision Desk HQ is the entity that you talk about calling things first and fastest. They were the first to call the 2024 presidential election before any other network, any other news organization. They did the same thing in 2020. I've spent a lot of time during my so-called career on decision desks and being there with the data nerds and getting granular with the computer models. And they are the best in the business. They are absolutely the best in the business. We so appreciate their partnership with the Hill and NewsNation. And we so appreciate you, Scott, moving your forecast up 2 weeks to accommodate the Hill Nation Summit. And we love to hear it. If you want to read more about it, you can go to thehill.com. You can go to DDHQ and really go into the crosstabs of all of this material. So thank you so much, Julia and Scott, for giving us this great presentation.
Thanks for having me. This is great.
Yay, yay, yay. Oh, I think Alex Walton left his recorder up here. I'll steal it and see what stories of his I can pocket. Okay, are you proud of yourselves? You're almost there. It's almost happened. We've almost arrived. And what better way to come to the dramatic conclusion of today except to welcome to the stage Mehmet Oz. You already know Dr. Oz. You know Dr. Oz because, of course, 8 New York Times bestsellers, one of Time's most 100 influential people, 13 season, 9 daytime Emmys. He was rich, he was famous, he was successful. What do you think is wrong with him that he wants to be in the government? If I had that money and success, I'd be long gone. You'd never have to hear from me again. And yet he wanted to work in the government. This is interesting. Maybe Connell McShane will find out why. Please welcome them to the stage. Here we go. Let's go, guys.
All right, guys.
Good afternoon.
Already making me uncomfortable there, Chris, with make the TV guy interview the one guest who has 9 daytime Emmys, so that puts me in a great spot at the end of the day today. You know, it's funny. Thank you, by the way, for doing this. We were around all day. It's been a terrific day of conversations on so many different topics, and somebody says to me, well, who are you interviewing? I said, well, definitely, I'm going to have Dr. Oz towards the end, and they said, you know what every single person, bar none here, said you have to ask him about? It's amazing. This parasite. Everybody's talking about this thing, for better or worse. I know it's kind of uncomfortable to talk about, but is there anything you want to tell people about it? Or?
Hey, everyone feel comfortable, first of all. You're in a good place. Stomachs are okay. Did anyone have salad for lunch? Good.
At Taco Bell?
Exactly. Well, you know, part of the problem with this cryptosporidius is that you don't know you have it for a while because it has to grow in your intestines. And for that reason, it's very hard to trace back. And there are a bunch of states now who have cases. They're meticulously looking with state agencies.
Right.
By the way, I didn't realize this when I came in the government. I'm at CMS. This is putting on a different hat on. But the folks at CDC work hand in hand with state programs, and they have to do the detective work to try to figure out, did you buy a salad from the same place that these guys bought salads from? And is there a possibility that it's all from the same restaurant chain, et cetera? They'll figure it out. And I think they're getting closer on clues, but statistically, you sort of know where these parasites come from. And it's unfortunate it gets into the food supply, but in general, compared to human history, the food is remarkably safe. Many of the things, I mean, the Sinclair Lewis writing about the mud raking and the toxic events happening in the food supply 100 years ago. Thankfully, we're not back there again. In fact, ketchup, how many of you like ketchup? Ketchup was literally created to cover up the taint of meat that had gone bad or was borderline, so that you could tolerate it and consume it.
Are they looking into Taco Bell, though? Seriously? There was a report about an investigation there.
You're ahead of me. But one thing about my life is I literally go into the cocoon of CMS at around 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I come out to talk to you, Connell, once in a while. But other than that, I'm in there. Listen, I don't look up.
I have a whole list of topics. Well, I'll go through this and this, and rural health care, for example, affordability, just the state of the healthcare industry and the healthcare situation in this country overall. I'll actually start with the GLP-1s, I suppose. The president likes to talk about it as the quote-unquote fat drug. We know that, right?
The fat shot.
Yeah, fat shot. Yeah, so you had this announcement recently, and that's why I'm starting with it, on the first of the month about this bridge program. Covers 3 FDA-approved weight management GLPs, I believe. So anyway, that was announced, and now we're in the middle of the month.
So Connell said I couldn't walk out here without breaking big news.
That's right.
And he's very intimidating, as you can tell. But I actually wanted to break news for this audience because I think there's some things that are so beautiful and so bipartisan that everyone would celebrate it. The reality is that obesity rates in America have actually started to come down. It's shocking, but it's true.
Right.
We were around 40%. Now we're closer to 37% over the last 3 years. There are a bunch of reasons for this. I do think the MAHA movement and an attention to lifestyle changes, which don't just include food and exercise, also how you sleep, how you deal with stress. Food is remarkably effective at dealing with a stress saver. It does secrete, increase serotonin release and dopamine release, make you feel better, cope with difficult times. But the GLP-1 drugs are part of this. And the drugs are remarkably effective at many levels. They're not a panacea, but especially as a jumpstart, they've been proven beneficial. The president used GLP-1 drugs as one of the arguments for why we needed to have most favored nation drug pricing. Just to set the stage on this, and as an affordability argument, 1 in 3 Americans, roughly, when you go to a drugstore to pick up a branded product, will leave the store empty-handed, even though a doctor wrote a prescription for you to pick up that medication, because they can't afford it. And the president pointed out appropriately that part of the reason for that is we pay 3 times more on average for the exact same medications made in the same facilities, often here in America, than folks in Europe and Asia are paying for the same product. And so we said to the industry, we're not interested in hurting the ability for you to innovate. We're not telling you how to set your prices. We want you to pick the price, but it needs to be the same price everywhere. Most favored nation drug pricing. And successfully, 17 of the largest companies, all the top 17 largest brand name manufacturing pharmaceutical companies came to the table, and pretty much they said the same thing. We came knocking on the door, they said, we knew one day you'd come. We understand that it's a problem, we're going to address it. And the companies that were really in leadership roles here, which included Pfizer and AstraZeneca, included Novo Nordisk and Lilly, the 2 main manufacturers of the GLP-1 drugs that have been very effective in weight loss. And so they were able to give us drug prices that were dramatically lower than what had been historically available. Just to put it in context, any of you who've tried these drugs, they were historically around $1,100, $1,200 a shot. The companies were bringing it down closer to $500, $600. Insured patients, of course, would be protected from that, but most companies were dropping insurance coverage because they couldn't afford it. States were struggling as well, but we were able to get these prices down to half of that. So it was more like $275, $300 in the range and lower at times. And then we made a big decision. We were covering it in Medicare for people with complications from obesity. That makes sense because I think we'll actually save money long run, because if you don't have high blood pressure, you don't have diabetes from obesity, you'll have less downstream complications, less dementia, less heart attacks, less kidney problems. All of this, by the way, will save us a ton of money, and we roughly estimate 3/4 of all the money spent in Medicare and Medicaid is caused by chronic illness. So the 160+ million people we cover, most of the money is spent for chronic disease. So we started on July 1st to provide the GLP medications to seniors for $50, 50. $50 is so much below what anyone had expected to be sold for, but with the cooperation of the companies and hardcore negotiation driven by the president, we got these prices to a place where if you have a reason at all to use these medications, even just to lose weight, to feel better, to get back in your playing weight, your game day weight, you'll use them. And I announced today, with the support of a wonderful team, John Brooks, Chris Klump, Inma Hernandez, wonderful group that have been driving this agenda, in the first 2 weeks of the program, we signed up 100,000 Americans, which is a massive number. Just in 2 weeks.
What did you expect?
Well, just in the uptick, we expected, as you always should, that there are going to be some flaws in people not understanding what it is, not knowing they could get it, problems when they try to sign up, the system wouldn't work, they try to, but they get thwarted or frustrated. We haven't had that. It has been a seamless, effortless effort. Part of it, by the way, because of you guys. The media has been incredibly thoughtful of how to explain what these GLP-1 medications could do and used in the right setting. There's been an incredible amount of press coverage, the fact that it's available now at a price that was unimaginable prior to the launch of this bridge program.
Right.
And to have 100,000 folks effortlessly signed up in this shorter period of time is a spectacular endorsement of the fact that the public's interested, your government is competent to actually deliver the medication. Now we're going to see what happens.
What happens when the bridge period is over? It's till the end of 27, right?
When the bridge period is over, we'll have 1.5 years of data of exactly how effective this is. Who needs it, who wants it, how many desire it, and we'll figure it out. There's a lot of evidence that the GLP-1 drugs work exceptionally well in people with complications from obesity. We're wanting to explore the possibility that obesity by itself, because it makes you sedentary and causes complications that have not been measured effectively, is beneficial enough that it's worthwhile. This is part of a much larger narrative that I think is really important to understand. What is the value of insurance? What is the actual cash profit of us using insurance wisely? And I'll just paint it in two different ways for the financial guys in the room. Option number one, if we can make you so healthy, so with it, so vibrant, and we've modeled this out, that we can get you to work just one more year. Instead of retiring at 61 and a half or 62, you go to an extra 63. Just one more year. That's worth $1 trillion to the GDP. $1 trillion to the US economy. The taxes on that are $300 billion. It deals with a lot of our concerns about the length of the Medicare trust fund, taking out.
Well, yeah, I wanted to that's interesting that you bring that up, because to work through those numbers, like Medicare runs out of money, right? There was a new study that's put it at 2033, I think, right? So is that the kind of a baseline assumption that you make 7 years out? Well, so you're trying to work through from there with things like this to,
we need the trust fund to last long enough that we don't have to think about it.
Right.
Because you don't want to think about it. You're all here because you've got jobs, most of you, working your tails off, and you expect, and you should, that the person who's in my role when you're ready to retire has protected this beautiful safety net program. It's been around 61 years this month, that it'll be there when you're ready to retire. If it's got a 6-year, which is what it actually is, life expectancy, well, that's not very comforting. I'm looking at this crowd. They all look like GQ models, by the way.
Absolutely.
You were about to say the same thing, I know.
No doubt.
But young people are increasingly frustrated that they're paying into the system, but it won't be there for them. So if we can double or triple its life expectancy.
So the ways to do that are, it's innovation. Is it AI? Is it the GLP-1s? There's
MAHA, which painted broadly, make it easier to be healthy in America. That does include using GLP-1 drugs and other sources as a jumpstart if necessary.
Right.
So getting you healthier so that you're not one of the 3/4 of expenses that is caused by chronic illness. Taking fraud out of the system. Again, it's about $100 billion total. Much of it in Medicare. That dramatically helps us because every year we're stopping that fraud. And then we have the broader agenda item of technology.
Right.
Which I know we'll speak to. But if you can just envision the value of getting the health system to work as efficiently as banking or communications or food delivery or Uber, and see technology acting as a deflationary pressure, not inflationary, which it always has historically been, it would be a wonderful jump. It could save, I'll put a number out there, maybe 10, maybe 15% of the health economy. We spend, your tax dollars, about $2 trillion at CMS. It's the largest federal agency by spend. It's almost twice that of the Defense Department. So the idea that we can make it that much more efficient, just do the math, 10%, that's $200 billion of savings. These are massive numbers. And these are, again, annual, this is not like a one-time problem. Every year, $200 billion contributed back to this tax system takes a lot of pressure off the budget and makes everyone much happier. You see a lot of smiley faces.
So you're with plans or assumptions that turn that 6 years into?
We would double it if we just took the fraud out. Which again, I'll just estimate half of the $100 billion is Medicare fraud. Just taking that out doubles the life expectancy of the trust fund. You add the efficiencies that come along with technology. Just what we've done this year. I'll make another announcement. A twofer.
Fire away.
Last year, the number of percentage of people who had access to the medical records such that they could take the records and share it was about 5% of people. It's over 50% now. Amy Gleason drove this process beautifully with a tech transformation ecosystem that has gotten everyone talking to each other. Now, this is a really important point. When there's stickiness in the system, when there's a narrowing of data flow, a blocking effort, why does that happen? Someone's making money. When data doesn't flow like water, because there's a toll gate there, and someone's going to get paid to lift the gate to let the data through. They're charging for that. Now, there's not hundreds and thousands of people doing that. There's hundreds of people doing that, but they're making a ton of money. That is their business model. And so we have stopped that, at least statute, in our rulemaking process. We have to enforce the rule because there's plenty of people still trying to do that. But the fact that most Americans on Medicare right now can get access to their data and say, it's my data, I'm giving it to this app, And that app is now going to be able to manage my diabetes or my dementia concerns or my weight loss, whatever it might be. And now for the first time ever, because of the Access program created by Abe Sutton, we are now paying those digital tools if they provide better outcomes. We're actually paying for the first time ever technology companies to embrace us, work with us, and use the tools that they've used in every other sector of the US economy to help in the healthcare space. And that gives me tremendous hope that we have begun to push over the budgetary crisis that we would otherwise be facing.
So the conversation about technology is multifaceted. We've talked about it from a cost perspective. There's an access component to this as well. There's the idea that and you've spoken a lot, I've heard you talk about it in the past, about access, for example, in rural communities, that you're going to be doing more, particularly with artificial intelligence, that allows more people to have access. How would you define your level of optimism there? Some people say it could only go so far. It takes the personal component out of medicine. You've been a doctor for a long time. There are criticisms, but how far do you think that can bring us to address what's certainly an obvious problem?
The Rural Health Transformation Fund, which the President and Congress put into action as part of the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, provides us $50 billion for rural health care. It's the single largest investment ever made. It's transformative. You don't pay bills with that kind of money. That's remarkably $10 billion a year, every year for 5 years.
Let me stop you for 1 second on a challenge of that, because it's come up, you've heard this before, right? That number is only 37% of the projected $127 billion in rural Medicaid spending cuts that were put in place, so that it's only a drop in the bucket. That's why I was trying to ask about how far can it take us?
It'll take us quite a bit. I want to answer the AI question, but let me answer yours first.
Sure.
This is a critical issue. What Congress did with the president's support is take a Medicaid program that was skyrocketing in growth, 66% growth in the last 5 years. That's not sustainable. Medicare, remember, Medicaid is for vulnerable populations, 66% growth. Medicare, the older people, trudging along at 5% a year growth. Why is that different? Shouldn't they both grow at the same rate? Aren't they both people? Are poor people better than rich people, or poor people better than old people? They're all the same. They all deserve the same high quality care. Why is it we would tolerate Medicaid increasing dramatically faster than Medicare? Here's why we tolerated it. It was better for state budgets. They could game the system. Instead of having a match where the federal government puts up its percentage and they put up their percentage, governors realized they could game the system, pull down most of the money for Medicaid from the federal government using legalized money laundering. And that's what it was. So Congress said, this is going to bankrupt the system. Just to put it in context, the expected growth, if we'd allowed all of this legalized money laundering to occur, because some states were really good at it.
Yeah.
Like New York, California, varsity team. Mississippi, not so much. So the big states who knew the game were making a fortune on this. The small states weren't figuring it out. But they were getting the memo. They were going to start doing it. They already had started. We projected $5 trillion in more spending for the next decade. Impossible to imagine. All the law did was make Medicare and Medicaid equal. Equal. It stopped a hemorrhaging of money. Right. So they brought it down back to everybody else. Now let's go back to rural health care. Even with that massive extra spend, they were not keeping the head above water in rural America. We were having hospitals close. We were having people without care. Doctors weren't moving to rural America. There is a paucity of mental health services in rural America. You can't throw money at that problem. Someone has to actually move there and take care of patients. And so we decided, everybody together, and again, this passed through Congress and the president signed into law because it was a passionate issue, that we would not put money into the budget. We'd put money into transformative change. How do you get big hospitals to adopt smaller rural hospitals? Let the best practices flow to the smaller institutions. How do we salvage health systems that were faltering and allow them to have 21st century technology while we're a quarter way through the century so they could actually keep up with the bigger institutions? How are we able to get practitioners to move to these areas? How can we use AI and other technologies to maybe fill the gaps where you don't have enough people? As an example, if any of you have tried this, you should. If not, talk to one of these avatars as though you're a mental health care patient. Just play with it. These tools are remarkably adept at patiently hearing out your thoughts, coalescing them, and presenting them to a doctor.
It's funny to hear you say that as a doctor. I hear other doctors
I don't want to
say it's
replace
not-
the doctor.
Right, that it's not personal anymore. I was actually thinking about asking you, would you still wanted to be a doctor if you were growing up in this environment where, you know?
My son is a doctor. I told him to be a doctor. It is the most fulfilling job I can imagine today. When I was trained, when my dad was trained, there was something unique about being able to look in the eyes of somebody, connect with them, and know you're there for each other. But we have taken the medical profession, many doctors have lost their mojo because of this. Most doctors are owned by insurance companies, large hospital systems, or private equity. They're charting all the time. Now with ambient AI, listening to the conversation, if the patient wants it, that all gets sucked up, put into a document, you can give it to the patient. 50% of what I tell a patient when I'm with them in my office, they forget by the time they leave the room. Why? Because they're nervous. Or I'm in a hurry.
Right.
And it's just, it doesn't transfer well. Give it to them in a written, it's the most important conversation you're gonna have all year usually. Give it to them, they can take and share with their family. That doesn't hurt medicine. If I don't have a psychiatrist to deal with a patient who is having suicidal ideology, I'll take whatever tool I can. Pivot the conversation, get them calm, get it to the pay point where a doctor can engage now with a little bit of help with the information. So I'm extending the doctor's ability to take care of patients, not actually transferring the patient from a doctor. We have looked very carefully at this. We are not taking doctors and nurses out of the mix. We're helping them do their job. One of the most compelling stories I've heard was from a female physician who said that one day she was home with her kids for dinner, and the kids asked what was wrong, because mommy's never home for dinner. And dad said, mommy has tools now in the office. She's going to be home with us from dinner from now on. That keeps her in practice, as opposed to burning out and getting a job in corporate America, using her MD degree for another purpose. You know, in many parts of the world, I'll take Italy as an example, Italy has great medical schools. 90% of the graduates of Italian medical schools do not practice medicine. It's a way for them to get into the business world. We need our doctors and nurses to actually practice, and we want their jobs to be a good job. Doctors don't leave medicine because they don't make enough money. They leave medicine because the job starts to suck, and they don't want to do it anymore. And when we can give them back that mojo, they will stay.
You know, it's one of those things where you feel like, oh, you're just getting warmed up. It could go back and forth. But two things. I have to go across town and host a TV show, which is something
Connell, please.
And
let me guess, you're breaking for commercial.
Yeah, that's it. The second thing, all these people, because Star Walt's mentioned it a bunch of times, were promised alcohol at about this time. So I think that's the more pressing issue.
Before you go to the alcohol, you probably heard this conversation. Connell and I should be talking about that more than anything else. Alcohol is not part of the food pyramid historically, but it is now, because alcohol is a social lubricant. There is nothing healthier than having a good time with people you care about, as long as no one gets hurt. So
there you go.
Enjoy yourself.
That's the perfect. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Thank you for all the time. We appreciate it. Good. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. We're going out this way, but that was a good conversation. Thanks very much.
So you've got the doctor's orders, right? You have to go be socially lubricated with one another. And if you have a chocolate chip cookie while you're there, I will not tell him that. Thank you all so much for being here. What a treat to have you. And a round of applause for Julie Slattery and the Hill Events team that made this such a great success. We'll see you guys next year. Thanks for being here.